I became the god of light. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 303 An Ordinary God of Light, 4,000 words. Hunting arrow, the god of the hunt stretched out his hand, and a brown longbow appeared in his grasp. With a pull, a brown energy arrow materialized. He released it, and the arrow soared into the sky. Rock spear, the goddess of rock waved her hand, and a massive spear made of rock materialized, hurtling straight towards Ligayu. As the 3 4th-level gods unleashed their divine spells almost simultaneously, their eyes involuntarily drifted to the god of light, who hadn't yet made his move, wondering what technique he would employ. Suyun didn't hesitate, directly using a divine spell with holy attributes. Holy Flame, a towering milky white flame appeared, closely following the attacks of the other 4th-level gods, hurtling towards Ligayu. The god of Gale, who hadn't initially planned to intervene, suddenly brightened up. Then, amidst the curious gazes of the god of thunder and the others, he unleashed a divine spell, a tornado, closely following the white flame. In the blink of an eye, the attacks were completed within a second or two. The feathers falling from the sky and the torrent of divine magic surging upwards collided instantly. The goddess's magic, upon impact, was instantly dispersed, only slightly weakening the feathers' momentum. The following arrows and massive rock spears also quickly dissipated upon impact, only weakening the feathers' momentum by a fraction, offering no real resistance. So strong, seeing this, the goddess's expressions turned grim. They were also 4th-level gods, and their almost full-force attack had only had such a small effect. The difference in power was truly vast. Zifen and Ziyin couldn't help but reveal smugness. Looking at the remaining white flames, a hint of contempt flashed in their eyes as they turned their gaze to the god of thunder, awaiting his move. The god of thunder felt a pang of regret. Weakening it a little is already quite good. Thinking this, he clenched his right hand, grasping a bolt of white lightning. The lightning twisted and writhed, radiating a terrifying aura. However, just as both sides focused their attention on each other, the holy flame, which they had overlooked, exhibited an unexpected behavior. All the gods turned their gazes to the point of attack, their eyes showing astonishment. The white flame and the gray feathers collided, but instead of the expected instant defeat, the flames showed some resistance. As they touched, the feathers hissed and inexplicably shrank in size. A counter effect. Zifen and Ziyin's expressions changed drastically. They immediately recognized that the white flames actually countered their power. They even sensed a sense of disgust, as if the flames were some kind of natural enemy. Damn it, the two stared intently at the 4th-level god, their eyes filled with killing intent. Compared to the counter effect of lightning, the white flame's effect was incredibly strong. If they were at the same level, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Luckily, this guy is only 4th level. The two looked at Suyun with flickering eyes, thinking that they must find an opportunity to crush this insect first, otherwise, it would be troublesome once it grew stronger. The gods were astonished by this effect. Especially after the unexpected addition of the wind god's tornado, the white flames, which were on the verge of dissipating, suddenly gained immense power. What's going on? The feathers are dissipating. The gods were stunned to see the feathers strangely begin to dissipate upon contact with the white flames, completely baffling them. This was a special effect of the light god's divine magic. They quickly understood what was happening, their eyes wide with shock. Previously, they had thought that the light god's white flames were merely holy and hot, but they had a special effect and were so strong that they could even resist the feathers. Zifen and Ziyin's expressions changed again, and they couldn't help but look at the guy who had continuously caused accidents. That light around him was really annoying. Very good, another reason to kill. They thought grimly. After the feathers dispersed the white flames and were revealed, the gods were surprised to find that the feathers' aura had weakened somewhat. The thunder god, no longer in shock, was overjoyed. The next moment, he threw the thunder spear in his hand. Zifen and Ziyin's expressions changed slightly, and they quickly controlled the feathers to gather together, rapidly crashing into the thunder spear. Boom! A loud noise rang out, and a gale instantly arose. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the attack quickly decided the outcome. Although the feathers were slightly weaker, with the advantage of two people comparable to level 5 gods, the thunder spear ultimately could not withstand it and was shattered, scattering into specks of lightning that dissipated. Zifen and Ziyin smiled, but froze the next second. The thunder god then released another barrier, easily neutralizing the feathers. Damn it, Zifen's face twisted. Suddenly, he thought of something, staring at Suyun and the others and sneered, "I'll hold off this thunder god, you go kill those troublesome guys." Since the other side had more people and strength, then kill the extra trash and see what the thunder god could do. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Okay, Ziyin's eyes lit up. With a flap of his wings, Zifen instantly appeared opposite the god of thunder. He sneered, "See how you'll fight me without those insects?" The god of thunder understood his meaning, his face filled with anger and worry, wondering if the god of light and the others could hold out. "You should worry about yourself," Zifen sneered. "With me holding them off, you won't get through." With that, he launched an attack, evil feathers. Two torrents of feathers shot straight towards the god of thunder. Ziyin smiled and approached Suyun and the others, chuckling, "Now no one's helping you. Hopefully, as toys, you can last a while, otherwise it'll be boring." Such insulting words made the gods' faces darken. Ziyin raised her right hand and casually waved it. A terrifying gray energy surged and crushed towards the gods. The god of hunting's expression changed, and a longbow instantly appeared in his hand. Unlike the previous energy manifestations, this was a longbow shimmering with light, clearly a divine artifact. He swiftly drew back the bowstring, and a round arrow appeared, then shot forth. Empowered by the divine artifact, this attack was several times more powerful than the initial arrow. A divine artifact, Ziyin glanced at it dismissively, a disdainful smirk playing on her lips. She sneered, "With such an absolute difference in strength, no matter how many divine artifacts you possess, it's just a death throes. Besides, once this god dies, the artifact will be hers. Using it on this god is a waste." Her eyes greedily scanned the longbow. Not only was the god of hunting quick, but the other gods were not to be outdone, each bringing out their own divine artifacts. The goddess of the forest produced a wreath of plants. The god of fire produced a flaming longsword. The god of gale produced a scepter. The goddess of beauty produced a beautiful pink necklace. The goddess of rock produced a yellow rock. The next moment, they all used divine magic, unleashing attacks several times stronger than usual under the amplification of their exclusive artifacts. Ziyin didn't care, instead secretly chuckling, "So many artifacts. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. Even though these can't empower me, I've still made a huge profit, huh?" Then she saw that the glowing guy she had specifically been watching, the one she planned to crush first after playing with him, also had a small golden object in his hand. The next moment, a white flame radiating a terrifying aura appeared, directly blocking the path. Boom, boom, boom. The energy collided, releasing terrifying shockwaves. Loud noises echoed continuously, the entire platform trembled violently, and numerous cracks appeared with a crackling sound. With a boom, the platform collapsed. The gods didn't care, floating in the air, their eyes fixed on the point of impact. However, their attacks only lasted a few seconds before vanishing with a deafening roar. Such a huge difference? They couldn't believe it. As the remaining gray energy surged forth, the fourth-level gods in front dared not be careless, hastily erecting protective shields to barely withstand the attack. Even so, the goddesses of beauty were not faring well, except for Suyun. They all retreated several steps, their blood surging, nearly spitting out divine blood. Suyun, however, fared much better. The difference in their abilities was now evident. The goddesses of beauty looked at the god of light, who stood motionless before them. Their expressions varied, some astonished, some surprised, and some even envious. The gray energy struck the shield formed by the divine flames. Although the resistance was difficult, he managed to withstand it through restraint and special effects. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the other gods shared the burden of the gray energy. Even so, the gods looked at him differently, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ziyin also looked surprised, staring at Suyun and saying, "I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my casual attack." "Not bad," she grinned, her eyes filled with amusement, as if she were looking at a fun toy. Then, her tone suddenly turned cold. "But I've had enough fun with you. I'll send you on your way." What a waste of such a toy. Ziyin's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at Su Yun. The stronger he was, the stronger her killing intent grew. Her hand suddenly moved, and a gray dagger appeared in her hand. Looking at the astonished gods, she chuckled, "Aren't you surprised? Don't think you're the only ones with divine artifacts. I've had enough fun with you too. Dying by my divine artifact is your good fortune. It's over." The goddess of beauty bit her red lips, her face filled with despair. The other gods weren't much better off, their faces were also filled with despair. This person's casual strike, without even unleashing divine magic, was barely enough for them to block. Now, with an additional divine artifact, how could they possibly overcome such a disparity in strength? This plunged them into despair. Ziyin didn't waste any more words. Gripping the evil artifact in his left hand, he raised it, unleashing another surging wave of energy, seemingly about to engulf the gods in the next second. However, compared to last time, this aura was much stronger, far beyond their ability to withstand. They even foresaw their own demise. "Die?" Ziyin sneered contemptuously, his right hand about to strike. Boom! The surging energy seemed poised to engulf the gods in the next instant. Just as the gods were about to make a desperate, death throes, a sigh rang out. Su Yun stared at the gray energy before him. He realized that he seemed to be targeted, most of the energy was suddenly directed at him. What was this trying to do? He had originally intended to hold back, hoping something unexpected might happen. This way, he wouldn't expose his strength or waste faith crystals. He would still be the ordinary god of light, not the freak in the eyes of the gods. Unfortunately, the guy in front of him showed no mercy, launching a killing blow right from the start, leaving him no room to slack off even if he wanted to. After a sigh, he acted swiftly, going all out. A dense light erupted from his body, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day, like a small sun hanging in the sky. The thunder god and Zifen, who were fighting, stopped in their tracks and turned to look. The goddess of beauty and the others, who were in despair, also stared blankly at the god of light who suddenly shone with light, completely bewildered. Below the platform, tens of thousands of mortals who were anxiously watching also stared in surprise at the god of light who suddenly shone so brightly. And in the next second, something astonishing happened. A terrifying aura emanated from the god of light, growing increasingly terrifying. In an instant, a gale arose, and shockwaves swept around. The gods, buffeted by the gale, were shocked. Boom! A clap of thunder resounded, darkening the already gloomy sky due to the battle, and bolts of lightning exploded. Su Yun's divine power was rapidly depleting. Moreover, the small black sphere opened a channel, unleashing a torrent of accumulated faith power. His special ring flashed, and faith crystals appeared in his palm, only to shatter the next second, transforming into a massive amount of faith power. 13 level 5 faith crystals. The terrifying faith power surged forth, his divine essence flashing and instantly transforming into divine power, which in turn fueled his blessing spell, propelling his strength towards an unprecedented peak. 1 time. 6 times. 9 times. 20 times. Su Yun's aura grew stronger and stronger, distorting the surroundings, and his oppressive aura leaked out uncontrollably. Crackling sounds echoed as the remaining high platform structure began to crumble inch by inch under the influence of his aura. An oppressive aura, being suppressed. Those mortals nearby were shoved to the ground with a thud, feeling suffocated with terror, as if they were about to die. Not only mortals, but the gods were in no better shape. They looked up in shock at the god of light, whose terrifying aura surrounded them and whose surroundings were distorted, and retreated in fear. The god of thunder and Zifen completely stopped fighting, staring in horror at the god of light, whose aura was far more terrifying than theirs, and whose light was blazing. Ziyin's attacking move froze, her body trembling involuntarily, her face filled with terror. Chapter 304 The Terrifying God of Light, Part 2. What a terrifying aura! What's going on? The god of thunder stared dumbfounded at the god of light, utterly shocked. This aura was even stronger than his own. The god of light was only level 4, while he was level 5. How could the other be stronger than him? Yet, the sense of danger emanating from the god of light was undeniably real. Zifen and Ziyin couldn't believe it. The insect they could easily crush had transformed into a man-eating beast. They couldn't accept it. The goddess of beauty and the others also stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Especially the 3 gods of fire, who vaguely realized something. This scene seemed somewhat familiar with the God of Light's divine magic. They remembered the God of Light using divine magic that could enhance his strength, but even so, they were even more shocked. What kind of monstrous divine magic was this? They felt that the God of Light was now stronger than the God of Thunder. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the ball of light representing the God of Light slowly rose into the sky, its oppressive aura pressing down directly on them. Mortals felt suffocated, while the gods felt immense pressure. Just then, Suyun in the air suddenly fixed his gaze on Ziyin, causing her to tremble. His voice was icy as he said, "As toys, you two will play with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Ziyin and Zifen's expressions turned grim, especially Ziyin, who knew these were the words she had spoken before. Ignoring their changing expressions, Suyun raised his hand and moved it towards Ziyin. In an instant, a dense white light emanated, and a dazzling white beam of light shot downwards. "Ah!" Ziyin cried out in alarm, sensing a strong sense of danger from it. Without thinking, she immediately controlled the gray energy she had previously unleashed, directing it towards the God of Light. The next moment, the two collided. Boom! A massive energy surge swept across the surroundings, whipping up a gale. Then, amidst a continuous hissing sound, the white light began to purify the evil gray energy. Even more powerful than the white light itself, the gray energy didn't last a single breath before collapsing. How could this be? Ziyin, seeing the white light reflected in her eyes, panicked completely. A flash of gray light appeared on the divine dagger in her hand, and she cast a protective divine spell. A terrifying wave emanated, and with a boom, she and the shield were slammed to the ground. Boom! A huge crater appeared. Ziyin, Zifen cried anxiously. When the scene inside the crater was revealed, the gods were astonished to see Ziyin lying there, disheveled and covered in dust. A being comparable to a fifth-level god had been defeated so easily, their mouths gaped open. Suyun floated in the air, seemingly surprised. "I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my casual attack." "Not bad," his cold voice echoed throughout the open space, making everyone's expressions strange. Lying in the pit, Ziyin's face flushed red as she screamed, "You deserve to die." Her words had been spoken again. An unprecedented shame washed over her, making her want to disappear. The way the people around her looked at her made her want to gouge their eyes out. Suyun ignored their powerless rage and coldly said, "It seems you're qualified to be toys." Zifen flashed to Ziyin's side, glaring at the God of Light through gritted teeth. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. A surge of resentment nearly overwhelmed them. When had they ever been so looked down upon and humiliated? The two flew back into the air. Zifen cried out in anger, "Barbaric god, don't go too far. We're not easy to bully either." Ziyin, beside him, didn't hear him at all. Her eyes were filled with madness as she shouted irrationally, "Die!" A flash of light appeared in her hand, and a huge gray dagger appeared in the air, its sharp edge constantly swirling around the blade, radiating a powerful aura even more terrifying than the divine magic she had used before. The next second, the enormous dagger hurtled towards Suyun. "With the power of the divine artifact, I don't believe you can escape unscathed," Ziyin thought expectantly. Her eyes were filled with madness as she imagined a scene, blood splattering in the sky, that damned god being sliced in two by the sharp dagger. However, reality was beyond her expectations. Suyun didn't even raise his hand, a golden sphere appeared before him, and a golden beam of light shot out, instantly colliding with the dagger. Boom! With a series of cracking sounds, to the disbelief of Ziyin and Zifen, the dagger conjured by the divine artifact's power was shattered into pieces. What kind of monster is this? Zifen couldn't contain his horror. It could even easily shatter the power of a divine artifact, which was far stronger than divine magic. This god was clearly only a fourth-level god before, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the fifth level, even stronger than them. Why was something so outrageous happening? The gods, including the god of thunder, who were watching from the sidelines, looked at the god of light with complicated expressions. The god of light is so strong. A mere fourth-level god? I don't believe it. Ziyin was going crazy. Go! Zifen grabbed Ziyin and tried to escape without saying a word. That god of light was beyond their capabilities. Don't even think about running. The god's expressions changed, and they wanted to stop him. However, before they could stop him, a voice rang out faintly, echoing throughout the world. "Flying is forbidden here." The gods and Zifen were bewildered, and then an unbelievable scene unfolded. A strange power enveloped everyone. Whether it was the gods who were flying or Ziyin and Zifen who were trying to escape, they all instinctively cried out and then plummeted straight to the ground. Tens of thousands of mortals in the distance stared in disbelief at the gods falling from the sky. At this moment, only Su-Yun remained in the sky. Ziyin, who had fallen to the ground, cried out in terror. What did you do? She tried to fly, but she couldn't do it at all. It seemed that flying was simply forbidden in this world. Zifen and the other gods weren't much better off. Shucked, they tried to fly, but it was all in vain, as if they had lost the ability to fly. In the distance, mortals began to discuss. What happened to the gods? You stared wide-eyed. What did the god of light do? Could it be that sentence? The crowd speculated in shock. At this moment, Su-Yun, flying alone in the air, and the unusual dark celestial phenomenon above their heads, filled them with both awe and fear. The gods quickly realized that this must be related to what the god of light had said earlier. What kind of ability was this? Monster. Zifen's fear turned to terror. He no longer dared to look directly at the god of light flying in the air, feeling that everything was incomprehensible and incredibly bizarre. He grabbed Ziyin and tried to run, but they had only taken a few steps when a voice that almost made their souls fly away continued to coldly ring out. Movement is prohibited here. A terrifying rule silently enveloped Ziyin and the other two. The two had just raised one foot when they froze in midair, unable to move an inch. Monster, the two were terrified. Even the gods watching from the sidelines felt a chill. Thankfully, they managed to move and breathed a sigh of relief when they found they could still move. Su-Yun floated down from the air to stand in front of the two frozen figures, staring at them emotionlessly. What do you want to do? Ziyin stammered. Su-Yun remained silent, but the light emanating from his hand clearly conveyed his intentions. You want to kill us? Ziyin cried out in terror. Stop, Zifen shouted frantically. Seeing that he was about to kill them, driven by his survival instinct, he yelled, Don't kill us. We're from a level 7 tribe. If you kill us, you won't have a good ending either. Our father god won't let you get away with this. The gods who had initially looked at the two with pity now had completely changed their expressions. Even Su-Yun paused in his actions. No one in the level 7 major tribes knew better than them that this meant a level 7 god existed within their tribe. A level 7 god. Just thinking about it filled the gods with dread. The stronger they were, the more insignificant they felt, and the clearer the gap between themselves and a level 7 god truly was. It was no exaggeration to say that a level 5 god like the god of thunder could be crushed to dust with a single blow, no matter what methods were used. Upon hearing the news, they couldn't believe it, thinking the two were lying. However, after considering the two's strength, they realized with trepidation that they weren't lying. Su-Yun frowned slightly, a thoughtful expression on his face. Seeing the god of light stop, Zifen and the other breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes fixed on the god of light's face, wanting to see his expression upon hearing the news. Unfortunately, shrouded in light, they couldn't see the god of light's condition at all, so they could only look at the other gods beside them. After seeing the terrified expressions on their faces, the two couldn't help but laugh. As expected, no one can ignore our tribe and our father god. Thinking this, they knew without even looking that the god of light must be terrified, trembling with fear at the news he'd heard. Scared, Ziyin glared at the god of light, coldly snorting, HMPH, now that you're scared, why don't you release us? She said smugly, if you hurt us, our father god will definitely not let you off. Zifen's pale face regained its color, his gaze fixed on the god of light floating in the air. He continued, your strength is not bad, you can be a subordinate god of our father god. We forgot before, we didn't reveal our identities, and you were unaware, so we can pretend nothing happened. Release us quickly. His face was full of arrogance. In their eyes, this god of light would surely fear their father god and release them respectfully. Once we get back, I'm going to tell our father god what happened today, and you're dead. The brother and sister had similar thoughts, resentment hidden in their hearts. Hearing his words, the thunder god and the others beside him flashed with anger and resentment, but considering the strength of a 7th level god, they hesitated, looking at the god of light. However, before they could say anything, a cold voice rang out. Are you two threatening me? It seems you haven't realized your current status. He hated threats the most. As he spoke, wisps of white flame began to appear in his hand, and scorching heat waves swept around. What are you going to do? The two froze for a moment, then cried out in terror. They simply couldn't believe that this person would dare to kill them after hearing news of their father god. Did he not hear them clearly? Thinking this, they cried out in terror, "Our Father God is a 7th level God. What do you want to do?" "Stop." The other gods also changed their expressions drastically, staring at the God of Light in astonishment. Was he not afraid of that 7th level God? Suyun ignored them and waved his hand. Holy flames, like hungry wolves, fiercely pounced on Ziyin and the other two. Surrounded by flames, the two trembled. The power within their bodies surged, and divine protective shields appeared on their bodies, struggling to resist the holy flames. "Are you insane?" Zifen exclaimed in terror. "Killing us won't get you anywhere. Our Father God will definitely avenge us. Aren't you afraid of death?" The goddess of rock, her face filled with panic, cried out, "God of light, stop!" Suyun coldly turned and glanced at her, his oppressive aura overwhelming her, successfully silencing her in fear. The gods nearby wanted to intervene, but remembering the God of Light's terrifying strength and the strange power that had just appeared, they dared not speak. Under the restraint and disintegration of the holy flame, even with Zifen and his companions' powerful strength and divine magic, they couldn't hold on for long. Amidst their venomous cries, their strength was exhausted, and white flames licked at them, causing them to scream in agony. A bizarre scene unfolded. The flesh on their bodies slowly disappeared, soon revealing their bones. Sensing their impending death, they could no longer hold on. "Spare us. We can give you divine artifacts and crystals of faith," they begged, weeping and pleading, but Suyun completely ignored them. Until the very last moment. Ziyin's face was filled with resentment. "You wait, you'll come to join us sooner or later." Zifen's expression was ferocious. "Father God will." Before he could finish speaking, their voices weakened, and their heads, which they had been protecting with their remaining power, completely disappeared into the flames. The white flames devoured everything. "You really killed them," the God of Thunder sighed, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "It's over now. Offending a 7th level god, we won't have a good ending." The goddess of beauty gave a bitter laugh. The other gods also trembled, thinking that they were all going to die this time. Suyun looked at them and shook his head. "Do you still have any illusions that they will let you go?" The gods trembled and fell silent. They had considered this thought, but the thought of fighting a 7th level god terrified them, and they ignored the situation, clinging to a sliver of hope. Suyun saw their expressions and knew what they were thinking. To be honest, when he first heard about a 7th level god, he had also hesitated for a moment. However, judging from their threatening words and the personality he observed in that short time, these two were definitely the kind of arrogant, conceited, and vengeful individuals who had been raised with such care. So, he decided to kill them to avoid causing further trouble. Of course, he wasn't without confidence. Once he returned to the tribe, he would immediately go to the modern world to recruit followers. "Let's see if you arrive faster or I advance faster." Suyun's eyes were cold, his expression resolute. Chapter 305 Profiting from the Dead. Just then, something was revealed within the gradually extinguishing holy flames, drawing the attention of the gods. Two bracelets inlaid with yellow stones, the gems similar in material to those in spatial rings, only smaller, seemingly special equipment. Besides these, there was a gray dagger. Suyun looked at these items and breathed a sigh of relief. These were things he had deliberately controlled the flames to preserve. After all, he had used up all his level 5 faith crystals to amplify his combat power, a huge loss. These items should make up for it. The gods temporarily forgot their worries, feeling a mixture of envy and jealousy. They then remembered that the God of Light had just killed 2 level 5 gods. Sensing the undiminished aura emanating from Suyun, the gods were filled with astonishment. After this battle, apart from the 3 gods, the God of Fire, who vaguely understood something, the other gods suspected that the God of Light might have been hiding his true strength again. Previously, a level 4 god disguised himself as a level 3 god. Now, a level 5 god disguised himself as a level 4 god. How terrifying. Especially given Suyun's past record, it's no wonder they're so suspicious. However, regardless, they unanimously agree that the God of Light possesses strength surpassing the God of Thunder. The God of Thunder stared at the God of Light with incredibly complex emotions. Suyun temporarily ignored them, focusing his attention on the treasures. With a wave of his hand, he used white light to collect the 3 items. The next moment, he skillfully channeled his divine power into them. After dispersing the residual power, he examined the contents. A large pile of glittering faith crystals lay quietly in the corner. Besides the faith crystals, There were also some divine fruits and daily necessities like linen clothing. After a quick glance at the faith crystals, he immediately estimated their approximate value. It was roughly equivalent to 6 or 7 level 5 faith crystals. What a tycoon! With just this one move, he had almost recouped half of his losses. And that wasn't all. Suyun's gaze fell upon the gray dagger. He held up the dagger, then suddenly turned to the gods, whose eyes held complex expressions, and said softly, "Do you want this weapon? If you do, I can sell it to you." The gods were stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. The god of fire exclaimed in surprise, "God of light, are you selling a divine artifact again?" The gods, already surprised by the god of light's words, suddenly noticed something peculiar. What did it mean again? Could it be that the god of light had sold divine artifacts before? Thinking of this, the gods looked at Suyun differently. Which of them didn't carefully collect any divine artifact they obtained? Even if it wasn't a perfect match, it was still a divine artifact. They didn't even know if it was just their imagination, but from the god of light's tone, they could hear a hint of disdain. And the truth was pretty much what they thought. Suyun really did dislike this weapon. This thing looked like it had only so-so power, and even its special effects weren't that great. It was just an eyesore. That's right. If it were a good thing, their father wouldn't have given it to them. Suyun looked at the silent gods and asked again, "Nobody wants it. Are you really going to sell it?" The god of hunting couldn't help but confirm. Suyun nodded. After confirming he wasn't joking, the goddess of beauty smiled and said, "I wonder how much you're planning to sell it for, god of light." Thinking of the price of the previous artifact, Suyun said calmly, "Starting with 1 level 5 faith crystal. Whoever bids the highest gets it." Except for the goddess of rock, the other god's eyes lit up, tempted by the price. 2 level 5 faith crystals, the goddess of beauty said decisively. 3 level 5 faith crystals, the god of hunting smiled. The god of fire and several other level 3 gods, who were about to bid, immediately shut their mouths. They couldn't afford to offend him. 5, the god of thunder said calmly. After a moment of silence, the goddess of beauty and the god of hunting exchanged a helpless glance, choosing to give up. Suyun's eyes brightened slightly, marveling at the god of thunder's wealth. Soon, he handed the dagger to the god of thunder, and whose special ring now contained 5 more level 5 faith crystals. Almost broke even, Suyun thought. When his gaze fell upon the 2 special items, a thought struck him again. The 2 items each contained approximately 5 square meters of space, which seemed barely acceptable. However, to be honest, spatial items were no longer of much use to him, and even the ring he wore on his hand had become less useful. After the little black sphere upgraded and gained coordinates, it could easily store everything in the divine stone space. With the divine stone space now containing several hundred square meters, it was more than enough to hold everything. Thinking this, he quickly took out the contents of the 2 special bracelets and, in the blink of an eye, stored them in his ring. The gods watching from the side finally noticed the 2 bracelets. "These are spatial items," the god of thunder exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, the god's gazes towards the 2 bracelets changed, filled with fervent desire. Suyun nodded and said, "I intend to sell them." With that, he waved his hand, and white light formed a 5 square meter square in the air. "The internal space is so large, you can name your price now." The thunder god and the other's eyes lit up. This area was much larger than a storage bag. Soon, the 2 items were traded. The thunder god traded 1 for a level 5 faith crystal. The remaining 1 was bought by the goddess of beauty, also for a level 5 faith crystal. This was only because the goddess of beauty used a pitiful act to successfully persuade the thunder god to relent, otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten 1. 7 level 5 faith crystals now. Let's sell some other things. After pondering for a moment, Suyun suddenly took out a fruit from his special ring, a fist-sized fruit with a fluorescent surface, as clear as crystal. "What is this?" The gods were somewhat surprised, instantly attracted by the fruit's appearance, and it was clearly the fruit of a divinely bestowed plant. "This is a soul fruit. Eating it is equivalent to instantly gaining 1,000 believers." Suyun clearly explained the advantages and disadvantages of the soul fruit. After hearing the pros and cons, the gods were shocked. They didn't share Suyun's so-called happy troubles. Even the god of thunder was tempted by the number of 1,000 believers. Their own number of believers had already reached its peak, and increasing it was extremely difficult. Their strength enhancement relied on the souls of believers on the verge of dissipation. Since the effect of these souls was similar to this soul fruit, it wasn't a side effect for them. God of Light, you're trading something this good? The God of Thunder was astonished. The other gods were also surprised. If they could explain why the God of Light didn't need the artifacts, they couldn't understand why he would trade a power-enhancing fruit. In their eyes, this was a treasure. Suyun smiled faintly, remaining silent. If the gods knew that the soul fruit they considered a treasure was useless to Suyun, taking up space and wasting food, they might go crazy and beat him up. Who wants it? Suyun looked around and held up the crystal fruit in his hand. The gods hesitated for a moment, unsure if there was anything wrong with the fruit. Seeing their expressions, Suyun knew what they were thinking. He said, "You can eat it right now if you buy it. If it doesn't work, I can return the faith crystals." "You said it?" The gods' eyes lit up, their last trace of hesitation vanishing. Their gazes towards the soul fruit instantly filled with fervor. Before Suyun could even offer a price, the goddess of beauty excitedly said, "One level 5 faith crystal." The god of hunting, not to be outdone, immediately chimed in, "2 level 5 faith crystals." The god of thunder glanced at the two, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, "3. The scene fell silent again, each god's gaze towards the god of thunder filled with resentment. Suyun, hearing the soul fruit's price, which was roughly equivalent to a divine artifact, couldn't help but smirk. Seeing no one else bidding, he smiled and said, "Deal." Soon, they exchanged their items. Without much hesitation, the god of thunder, under the gaze of the other gods, grabbed the soul fruit and devoured the pomegranate-flavored fruit in a few bites. "How was it?" the other gods asked curiously. The god of thunder closed his eyes to sense it, then instantly opened them, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "It definitely increased," he exclaimed joyfully. Although the increase was negligible, it was enough to make him happy. There really is such a fruit. The gods finally believed it, utterly astonished. The goddess of rock lowered her eyelids, her eyes filled with jealousy. "Damn god of light, how come all the good things are yours?" Thinking of those crystals of faith and other valuables, her heart twisted with envy. The god of fire sighed inwardly. He had originally wanted to raise the bid. With his soul fruit, he could immediately advance to level 4. Unfortunately, competing with the god of thunder was far too difficult, leaving him powerless. Just as he was feeling disappointed, he suddenly saw the god of light's hand flick, and a familiar object appeared in his palm, leaving him stunned. Not to mention him, even the other gods were stunned. They never expected that the god of light would have another soul fruit. "Who wants it?" Suyun smiled slightly. He was a master of scarcity marketing. He understood the principle that quantity diminishes value better than anyone else. How could he make such a small mistake? Selling a bunch at once versus selling them individually would definitely have different prices. The god of thunder's expression was strange. He felt like he'd been tricked. He shook his head. "Maybe it's just my imagination," seeing another opportunity. The goddess of beauty and the god of hunting didn't think twice and immediately started bidding. The goddess of beauty exclaimed excitedly, 2, 3. The god of hunting hesitated, about to speak. The god of fire also opened his mouth. 4. The god of thunder said expressionlessly, looking like a fat sheep. Goddess of beauty, god of hunting, god of fire. In the end, unsurprisingly, the soul fruit ended up in the god of thunder's stomach, making the other gods' faces full of envy and jealousy. Sigh, the goddess of beauty and the others sighed in unison. The good stuff is gone. But just as they finished sighing, a familiar voice suddenly rang out again. "I still have some. Who wants them?" Suyun smiled slightly, and with a flick of his hand, another soul fruit appeared. The gods, "You still have some? How many do you have?" The gods were shocked. The god of light actually had so many of these precious fruits. Most importantly, he had managed to resist eating them. For a moment, they looked at the god of light, finding him incredibly mysterious. At the same time, they also felt something was off, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. Soon, the god of thunder hesitated for a moment before trading for 3 level 5 faith crystals. He ate it directly, but this time the gods didn't look at him. Their gazes were all fixed on the god of light, their eyes filled with suspicion. Sure enough, the next second, "I still have some." The gods' faces froze, feeling somewhat frantic. How many were there? As one fruit after another was traded away, their hearts gradually became numb. In the end, unsurprisingly, the price of soul fruits plummeted to 2 level 5 faith crystals. However, for Suyun, it was a huge windfall. He probably plundered almost all of their faith crystals. Even the god of thunder's face darkened. Suyun silently calculated, 8 soul fruits yielded 23 level 5 faith crystals. Adding the 7 he got from selling artifacts and special items, he now had a full 30. And with the faith crystals in his special ring, that brought his total to over 30, a veritable overnight fortune. That's it, except for the goddess of rock, who had been largely inactive. The other gods were somewhat disappointed and regretful. If only there were more. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from around the gods. Everyone looked over in surprise, only to see that the god of fire, after consuming the soul fruit, was experiencing a surge in his aura. He's about to advance, the god of Gale exclaimed. Advance. Looking at the god of fire's surging aura, the god's gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. Not long after, the god of fire completed his transformation. He excitedly opened his eyes and laughed loudly. I finally advanced. Ha ha ha, congratulations, the god of Gale said sourly. It's hard to imagine that this exchange meeting would have these two unexpected changes, the goddess of beauty sighed. At this moment, the goddess of rock coldly said, I think you should think about how to face a 7th level god. Seeing them fall silent, the gloom in her heart eased considerably. The god of fire frowned, even the joy of his advancement vanished completely. The goddess of rock hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and looked at Su-Yun, saying, God of light, you killed him, it has nothing to do with me. The implication was clear, don't blame her if trouble arises. The god of thunder frowned. Goddess of rock, you? The god of hunting looked at her incredulously. Seeing their expressions, the goddess of rock only found it amusing, and her voice turned cold. What? Am I not telling the truth? The people weren't killed by the god of light? Are you willing to face the power of a 7th level god? She scoffed, finding them utterly hypocritical. You? Just as the gods were about to retort, a calm voice rang out. If that 7th level god appears, you can call him to me, and I will handle it. Su-Yun coldly glanced at the goddess of rock, causing her to tremble. The gods stared at him in astonishment and shock, thinking they had misheard. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 306 Everyone returns home in the chase. The god of light, that's a 7th level god. We're no match for him, the goddess of beauty reminded him, fearing he hadn't grasped the difference in strength. Su-Yun coldly replied, I know, I'll handle that 7th level god. The gods trembled, staring at him in disbelief. Could the god of light have some kind of backup plan? A backup plan to deal with a 7th level god? Their first thought was disbelief, but the god of light didn't seem like the type to throw his life away. This meant he truly had the ability. For a moment, they looked at the god of light, finding him increasingly mysterious. He even had a way to deal with a 7th level god. The goddess of rock scoffed inwardly, thinking the god of light was just showing off. She thought to herself, we'll see how you die then. The thought of the god of light, this threat, being dealt with by that 7th level god filled her with excitement. The god of thunder pondered for a moment, then said seriously, if you need any help, just tell us. The other gods nodded. Now everyone was on roughly the same side. If the god of light needed any assistance, they naturally wouldn't refuse. A while later, I have something to tend to, so I'll be leaving now, the god of hunting suddenly said. The goddess of beauty hesitated for a moment, then added, me too. Soon, one by one, they all considered leaving. Some wanted to escape this dangerous place, while others wanted to go back and make preparations to guard against that 7th level god. Seeing this, the god of thunder naturally wouldn't stop them. As they left one by one, only the god of light remained. Su-Yun said, I'm also preparing to leave. He nodded, then turned and left, leaving behind the god of thunder with a somewhat worried expression. Someone died here, should I move away? He sighed inwardly, caught in a dilemma. The mortals in the distance, seeing their god return safely, all subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. However, what happened today was unforgettable, especially the god of light from the Yanhuan tribe. They remembered it vividly. Su-Yun silently returned to his physical body using the small black ball. He glanced at the three men, still looking around, and said, the god has returned, you don't need to wait anymore. Pack your things, let's go back to the tribe. The three men hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded. After packing their things, the group headed out of the Thunder tribe. On the way, Su-Yun paid special attention and spotted a member of the rock tribe. A cold smile crept onto his lips. He certainly wouldn't be so kind to the rock goddess, or let her beauty soften his heart and ignore her. Enemies like her, who wanted his life but failed and had even been humiliated by him, were a greater threat to be kept alive. Because you never know when they might strike in the shadows, only the dead are truly safe. About a few kilometers away from the Thunder Tribe, the rock goddess floated in the air, followed by a dozen followers on the ground, making their way towards the rock tribe at a leisurely pace. Foolish god of light, just wait and see how you escape from the hands of a 7th-level god. Her beautiful red lips curled upwards. She had been somewhat apprehensive, fearing the god of light's retaliation. Now, with that 7th-level god present, the god of light would be utterly powerless to resist and was doomed. Should I leave a few people in the Thunder Tribe to lure that 7th-level god to the Yanhuang tribe as soon as he arrives? Thinking this, she grew increasingly excited and had already decided to act. Once the god of light was dead, the threat to him would naturally disappear. Just as she smiled, her face full of excitement, an unexpected change occurred. Among the dozen or so tribesmen below, a sudden anomaly occurred beside one of them. A black vortex distorting space formed near his shoulder. The goddess of rock's expression changed, and she immediately looked over. Seeing the spatial distortion, she felt a sense of unease for some reason. Sure enough, the next second, a figure rapidly appeared in the vortex, a figure radiating light. "It's you, the god of light." "Impossible," the goddess of rock screamed. She clearly watched the Yanhuang tribe walk away, waited a long time before setting off, and didn't find anyone tracking them along the way. How could they possibly find, wait, that black vortex? Spatial ability, the rock goddess was shocked. She had only heard of spatial abilities before, but to actually see one in person. Unfortunately, she felt no joy at all. "God of light, what do you want to do?" Her voice trembled. The rock tribe followers below panicked at the sudden appearance of the god of light. Su-Yun had no intention of talking to her and immediately attacked. A golden sphere appeared in front of him and blasted towards the rock goddess in the next instant. Boom! The sound of air being torn apart was accompanied by a flash of golden light. The rock goddess was shocked. In a flash, a circular shield appeared in front of her, and she moved frantically. Sure enough, with a series of cracking sounds, the shield shattered after only a short while, and the golden light flashed past her. Having learned her lesson, she naturally wouldn't repeat her carelessness, and this time she successfully dodged. Just as she was feeling pleased, she saw more golden orbs appearing, and was instantly terrified. "Run!" Shields formed, and the rock goddess immediately turned and fled. Unfortunately, it was too late. Golden lights flashed past her sides, shattering her shields, leaving the rock goddess utterly terrified. Due to the dense attacks, she couldn't completely dodge them all. Her abdomen and chest were pierced in succession, instantly inflicting severe injuries. The rock goddess was unwilling to die so easily. Huge stone spears appeared behind her, and sharp cones protruded from the ground, all attacking Su-Yun. HMPH, Su-Yun snorted coldly, and with a thought, he used the 2 golden wheels that struck the rock goddess to try and cut her into 4 pieces. The rock goddess reacted quickly, risking severe injuries to escape the golden wheels, her divine blood flowing freely. As for the remaining golden wheels, they had already collided with the various rock attacks. Unsurprisingly, the attacks were easily shattered. Seeing this, the goddess of rock, far from being terrified, seemed to realize something and exclaimed with delight, "My guess was right. You must have paid a huge price for increasing your strength." While the god of light's power still suppressed her, the situation was completely different from before. She had been in despair, but now she had a glimmer of hope, the hope of escape. She took out a rock-shaped artifact, and several rock spears, several times more powerful, instantly appeared before her. A thought struck her: she wanted to control the stone spears to attack and then escape. Su-Yun frowned slightly, growing impatient, and his cold voice rang out, "Attack prohibited." As soon as the voice fell, the rock spears froze in place, unresponsive to the goddess of rock's commands. That strange power again, the goddess of rock's face was filled with terror. No longer caring about anything else, she turned to flee, but the sound that would shatter her soul echoed again. Movement forbidden. A strange and powerful rule descended, freezing the scattered rock tribe members and the rock goddess in place, no matter how much they struggled. Why is this happening? The rock goddess was shocked, unable to accept this outcome. Shouldn't this bizarre ability have limitations? Why could it be used so easily? The hope that had remained was now completely shattered. Suyun conjured a ball of fire in his right hand, and with a wave, a raging sea of fire appeared, filling a 1,000-meter radius with flames. Everyone was engulfed in flames. The rock goddess was alright, but the believers didn't last more than a few seconds before vanishing into thin air. The rock goddess's eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the god of light in despair. She had already foreseen her fate, just like the two who had died not long ago. Under the shadow of death, she pleaded, "God of light, please spare my life." Her face was full of pleas, her eyes filled with tears, pitiful and delicate, a beautiful woman who'd evoke pity in anyone who saw her. "As long as you spare me, I'll agree to anything you want." The goddess of rock gritted her teeth, a blush suddenly appearing on her face, a shy and beautiful expression that seemed to hint at something, making anyone's heart race. Of course, beneath her gentle and shy exterior, the resentment in her heart was about to burst forth. As long as the god of light agreed, she only needed to endure for a while, and then that 7th-level god would naturally take action, and the god of light would surely die. As for whether the god of light would agree, she was absolutely confident in this, without the slightest wavering. She had always been very confident in her appearance. Even the god of thunder, if she wanted, was confident that he would be mesmerized by her stunning beauty, let alone a mere god of light. With her beauty, it was just a small misunderstanding, and she was confident that the god of light would forgive her. "No man can resist my beauty." The goddess of rock's lips curled slightly, revealing a smug smile. Sure enough, the next moment she noticed that the god of light seemed to hesitate, and just as her smile widened, suddenly, she saw a strange scene. The radiance emanating from the god of light slowly weakened, the light obscuring his face dimming until it was barely visible. Thinking this, she shifted her gaze to the god of light's face, looking at the face whose radiance had faded by 7 or 8 tenths, appearing both real and illusory. The next moment, she was stunned, frozen in shock, her mind blank, her heart pounding uncontrollably. This, words couldn't describe it, perfectly formed, flawless, as if it were the most perfect thing in the world. So the flower she chose earlier hadn't been wrong. The goddess of rock's thoughts froze, unable to think of anything else, all her attention focused on that perfect face. Just as she was lost in thought, a golden light seemed to flash before her eyes. "PFFT, what's going on?" The goddess of rock wondered, then a sharp pain shot through her body. She stared blankly at the bloodstain in the middle of her body, fully waking up. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Impossible. How could anyone reject my beauty? The god of light actually dared to harm her. She was so beautiful. How could he do such a thing? She was utterly astonished and incredulous. Just then, a cold voice rang out, "Sorry, I hate those uglier than me." The ugly rock goddess froze, her heart completely filled with resentment and despair. How could this be? In her final moments, her heart was filled with jealousy. Darkness crept in. The rock goddess fell. Suyun's surroundings regained their brightness as he coldly watched the rock goddess split in two. The most despairing thing in the world is to be utterly defeated by someone else in the place of your greatest pride. Presumably, in her final moments, she had satisfied the rock goddess quite well, had she? A thought struck Suyun, and the flames surrounding him instantly engulfed the faintly dissipating remains. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took the storage bag and artifact left behind by the rock goddess. A flash of light appeared in his hand as he focused his attention on the storage bag. Inside were some faith crystals. Suyun roughly estimated their value and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I have to say, he truly lives up to his divine status." With just a casual glance, he estimated its approximate value, roughly equivalent to a dozen level 5 faith crystals. And this was after the thunder god had already looted it. If he hadn't, how much would it have? He couldn't help but sigh. Besides the faith crystals, the storage bag contained some energy-rich divine fruits, some beautiful gems, and even a divinely bestowed plant. Gazing at the flower that had only a single stem remaining, he twitched his lips. After checking the storage bags, he waved his hand again, and a dozen more storage bags floated over. These storage bags did contain many things. However, apart from some low-level faith crystals, the rest were just bottles and jars containing things like salt, and overall, they weren't very valuable. Wait, in one of the storage bags, Suyun discovered an item carrying energy, a round, transparent object slightly larger than an eyeball. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the object materialized. Huh? He squeezed it. This thing was actually soft, with a texture somewhat like jelly, yet very resilient. Without much thought, he channeled his divine power into it. A flash of white light, and the power was quickly expelled. Simultaneously, with a sudden inspiration, Suyun's mind stirred, and the object began to transform. It transformed into a knife one moment, a sword the next, switching between various shapes and colors. Moreover, this transforming object was not soft at all, it was incredibly hard. Even this small, transparent sphere, despite its small size, could expand to a certain extent after transforming. What a pity, Suyun sighed after playing with it for a while. Besides transforming and making the transformed object more solid, this thing has no other extraordinary power. This thing must be a semi-divine artifact bestowed upon the believers by the goddess of rock, right? No wonder it was given away to a god. This thing is useless. What it can do, divine power can also do, so why use this thing? However, in the real world, it might have some use. Suyun stroked his chin. After putting the object away, he looked at another item, the goddess of rock's artifact. What special effects does this thing have? Chapter 307. Back to modern times. This was a yellow, irregularly shaped rock, like an inconspicuous roadside stone. Without much thought, Suyun directly poured his divine power into it, and the remaining divine power of the goddess of rock began to resist. After several tens of minutes, all the remaining divine power was expelled. The next second, a burst of yellow light flashed, and a piece of information appeared in Suyun's mind, making him aware of the yellow rock's ability. Manipulating rocks. Suyun suddenly realized that this thing could control the rocks to a certain extent. A flash of yellow light appeared in his hand, and with a bang, a rock on the ground broke in two. Barely a good thing, Suyun thought with some disappointment. After dealing with the items, Suyun took one last look at the area, making sure nothing was missed, before a black vortex appeared and quickly swallowed him up. At dusk, in the dense forest, a group of 4 people were walking towards the tribe, occasionally using bow knives to cut down vines and thorns and other obstacles. Suyun, walking behind, looked at the 3 who were clearing the way ahead and suddenly said, "Wait, these things are for you." The 3 men stopped and turned to look at the Holy Sun in confusion. Suyun held a pile of storage bags in his hand and tossed them to them. A dozen or so bags flew through the air, but fortunately, the 3 men were strong and reacted quickly, hurriedly catching most of them. Suyun explained softly, "These are storage bags. Each of you 3 can choose one. The rest will be handled by the priest." So many, the 3 men were stunned, staring blankly at the storage bags in their hands, almost unable to react. Their first thought was that the Holy Sun had come from there, especially when they saw that there were other items inside. Looking at those items, they vaguely guessed what was going on and couldn't help but show. Seeing that they had put their things away, Suyun didn't want to waste any more time. With a wave of his right hand, a white light surged out and quickly enveloped them. With a swift movement, Suyun floated into the air, leading the 3 men, including Mao, towards the tribe. Traveling at breakneck speed, Suyun returned to the Yanhuang tribe in just over 10 minutes. The Yanhuang tribe members stared blankly at the figures landing above them. Once they recognized them, they cheered. "It's the Holy Sun and the others are back." As they landed, a large crowd surrounded them. Due to Suyun's status, no one dared to disturb him, but Mao and the others were in trouble, completely surrounded by the crowd. The crowd bombarded them with questions, eager to know what had happened at the Thunder tribe. Even the dozing old tortoise curiously came over, listening intently. Mao and the others had no choice but to slowly recount the events. At that time, as they spoke, when they heard about the divine power displayed, exclamations of surprise erupted, and everyone's face beamed with pride. "Things are almost done, I can go back to the modern world now," Suyun pondered for a moment. "But since the flow of time is different, I can give some instructions." The first thing that came to his mind was weapons. After all, it's now a tribe of several thousand people. Using stone spears or bow knives for hunting still feels a bit unbecoming of their status. Moreover, both of these weapons are melee weapons. And it's really dangerous for ordinary tribesmen to face wild beasts. They're believers, after all, and it would be a loss if they died. Besides, animals are generally faster than people. By the time people arrive, the animals will have long since disappeared. So, another weapon is needed to compensate? Bow and arrow. Thinking this, Suyun controlled his divine body to return to the real world, then opened his phone and skillfully began searching. Cough cough. When in doubt, search. Modern people are truly wise. With his mutated memory, Su-Yun searched for a large amount of knowledge about making bows and arrows, and he memorized it all perfectly. After finding the knowledge he needed, Su-Yun returned to the other world and began to think about how to give it to the believers. No, too much trouble. Su-Yun shook his head, immediately rejecting the option. If only the memories could be packaged up and given to the old priest, letting him figure it out himself. Just as he thought of this, his eyes lit up slightly, as if he had thought of something. Su-Yun's consciousness entered a divine space, looking at the dense threads of faith, and fell into deep thought. The threads of faith were all related to the believer's mind. If memories could really be inserted, then perhaps there was a way to do it using the threads of faith. He began to try. First, he recalled the image of the bow and arrow in his mind, and soon a lifelike, colorful picture appeared in his mind, almost as if he had actually seen it. Su-Yun then realized that he seemed to be a bit abnormal. When ordinary people recall things, even what they saw a second ago, it usually becomes blurry, and they can't do it as clearly as he did, even with the colors perfectly accurate. Recalling the memory, Su-Yun focused his consciousness on the threads of faith, trying to transfer the memory through his senses. A few seconds passed. Su-Yun, he didn't know if the memory had actually passed, but a part of his consciousness had definitely passed. To put it simply, it was so fast, it was over in a flash, staying inside the old priest's body, feeling the fluctuations of the old priest's consciousness not far away. He was speechless. Failed, sigh, he couldn't help but sigh, and then prepared to withdraw his consciousness. However, before leaving, with the thought of trying it out without risking his life, he tried to insert a memory into the old priest's consciousness space again. After inserting it, just as he was about to leave, Su-Yun suddenly stopped. He saw that the old priest outside was talking to his clansman, and then suddenly became blank. Su-Yun waited in surprise. The old priest looked bewildered. He was horrified to find that some inexplicable memories had appeared in his mind. God, have I got senile dementia? That was his first thought. Thinking of those elderly clansmen with senile dementia, he subconsciously shivered. It worked. Su-Yun observed the old priest's condition, a sense of joy rising within him. Soon, Su-Yun's physical body found the still panicked old priest and questioned him in detail. After confirming that the memories had indeed been implanted into the old priest's mind, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Holy Son, am I ill? The old priest asked worriedly. Su-Yun looked at him and shook his head, saying, This is divine revelation, don't panic. It must be that God needs you to do something. You can examine those memories carefully. The old priest was stunned. His initial worry vanished in an instant, replaced by delight. After briefly examining the memories, the old priest hesitated. Holy Son, what's in my head seems to be something strange. Then it must be, Su-Yun said confidently. This is definitely divine revelation. God must want you to create the thing. I see. The old priest suddenly understood. This matter is entrusted to you. I believe you can do it well. Su-Yun smiled gently. Upon hearing this, the old priest immediately straightened his back and proudly declared, Holy Son, rest assured, I will definitely complete the task entrusted to me by the gods. Su-Yun watched the old priest excitedly go to make bows and arrows, and couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. The old priest was about to have a headache. The materials for the bow and arrows were easy to find. Most hardwoods could be used to make bows, and there was plenty of wood in the forests. The troublesome part was the string. Strings were usually made from fibers with good resistance, such as horsehair or hemp. However, finding horses in this place was a problem, let alone horsehair, and as for hemp, the fire god tribe does have hemp. Thinking of hemp, Su-Yun suddenly remembered that the believers were currently wearing animal skins, not even hemp clothing, which was really inconsistent with the tribe's level and status. The thought of other tribes wearing hemp clothing while his own tribe would still be wearing animal skins made his lips twitch. It seems necessary to get silk out, Su-Yun thought, stroking his chin. Silk is something woven from silkworm silk. Thinking of the ancient Silk Road, one knows how precious this material is. Silk is light, luxurious, soft, well-fitting, smooth, breathable, and lustrous. Especially in summer, silk clothing makes one feel exceptionally cool. The comfort of wearing it is incomparable to hemp or other materials. Judging from the observations at the exchange meeting, even the Thunder Tribe members wear hemp clothing. If they were to produce silk, it would be absolutely unique. Whether in terms of status or as a precious specialty, it would be worthy of the title. Right, there's also food. It's the season to plant rice now. He couldn't keep using the Ark of the Covenant to feed the believers, could he? After thinking about these things, Su-Yoon went to see the priest again to discuss some matters. For example, sending someone to the Fire God tribe to facilitate cooperation between the two tribes. Besides trading hemp for making strings, they also discussed attacking the Rock tribe. Before, our tribe was small, and those tribes whose gods were killed, I don't know which tribe benefited from it. Now that we have the opportunity, we certainly can't waste it. With the Fire God tribe cooperating, we should be able to take over a portion of the Rock tribe's people. As for the captured people, Su-Yoon told the old priest to follow the same procedure as the Ice tribe. Under such ideological education, the ordinary Rock tribe members would probably weep and repent. After saying that he would be leaving for a while, Su-Yoon found a secluded corner and activated the little black ball. A black vortex appeared and then quickly disappeared. A modern room. A black vortex appeared, and a boy of about 17 years old appeared. After glancing around the room, Su-Yoon looked at the small balcony. He strode over and pulled back the curtains. With a swish, the scenery outside was revealed. The white moonlight shone down, and a few bright stars hung high in the night sky, twinkling slightly. The weather's nice, Su-Yoon murmured. It'll be another 4 or 5 hours before dawn. It was a little past 1 in the morning, so there was still some time before daybreak. After checking the sky, Su-Yoon skillfully took out his phone, opened Taobao, and searched for silkworm eggs. Rows of exquisite pictures flashed by. 7 colored silkworms, silkworm eggs. The sheer variety was dazzling, and most importantly, they were incredibly cheap. Su-Yoon looked at the first picture. 5 yuan for 100 eggs, including shipping, a hatching box, colored silkworm eggs, and a feeding instruction manual. He casually selected a 1,000 egg package, glanced at the price, only a dozen yuan, and placed the order without much thought. As for the delivery address, he filled in the security guard's address at his apartment complex, just in case he wasn't home and missed it. As for the rice, he chose a brand called Wanyan Gongmi, simply because it was expensive. Mulberry trees are hard to buy now, what a hassle, Su-Yoon frowned. After thinking for a moment, he packed his things and went out. Finding a corner, he floated up and quickly flew towards the outskirts of the city. A fierce wind howled. There are plenty of mulberry trees in the wild, Su-Yoon mused. While wild mulberry trees certainly weren't as good as cultivated ones, it made little difference to him. Even the best cultivated ones couldn't compare to the ones he'd baptized, becoming divinely bestowed plants. I wonder if the silkworms will mutate if they eat them. Under the cover of night, Su-Yoon quickly flew into the mountains. Looking down at the trees, he pondered for a moment, then closed his eyes. A wave emanated from him, quickly sweeping across the entire mountain. So many, Su-Yoon opened his eyes in surprise. With the aid of his mental power, he easily found many mulberry trees. After a brief moment of surprise, he understood. Mulberry trees produce many fruits and seeds. After birds ate them, the undigested seeds fell into the mountains with their droppings, naturally making them everywhere. Having determined their location, Su-Yoon acted swiftly. A series of afterimages swept across the mountain, and he stored the mulberry trees into his divine stone space. Some nocturnal animals only felt a gust of wind pass by, then a dark shadow appeared in front of them, followed by a flash of light, and the trees that were there before vanished in an instant. Even though they weren't very bright, this sudden change still terrified them, and they ran away in fear, howling. Su-Yoon's lips twitched. Ignoring the terrified animals, he examined the mulberry trees, quickly removing insects and other creatures, and then manipulated the little black ball to devour the trees. In just over an hour, he had collected more than 100 mulberry trees of varying sizes. This was only because he was afraid of making too much of a commotion. Otherwise, he could have used his power to cover the entire mountain, without going through all this trouble. After collecting the mulberry trees, Su-Yoon breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's time to play the role of the sun god and gain faith. He quickly considered the choice between Apollo and Ra. After a short while, he chose his target. Ra, the sun god. Compared to Apollo, Ra held a higher status, and the Egyptian desert also brought him a sense of novelty and mystery. For example, the pyramids, mummies, pharaohs. Chapter 308 The Sun God Ra. As one of the great ancient civilizations, ancient Egypt's artifacts are not only mysterious but also tinged with a sense of terror, arousing curiosity. It seems necessary to make a trip to Cairo, the Egyptian capital, Su-Yun thought, stroking his chin. The Great Pyramid of Giza, the largest pyramid, is only a dozen kilometers from Cairo. He could go and see it. After all, he's playing the role of the sun god, so some on-site research is necessary. But before I go, I'll learn some foreign languages. To avoid being noticed, he decided to learn Arabic, the official language of Egypt. Su-Yun took out his phone and began searching diligently. As soon as he started searching, he was astonished to find that he could understand even those seemingly random foreign language symbols without any instruction. Furthermore, he learned languages much faster than a child, reaching an almost superhuman level. He not only memorized what he heard after one listen but could also apply the knowledge to other situations, as if awakening a memory. It was incredibly unscientific. In just a few hours, Su-Yun not only completed his Arabic studies but also learned English and other major languages. Even his accent had a distinctive local flavor. Putting everything else aside, if Su-Yun wanted, he could even make a living as a translator. This is what it feels like to be a genius. Su-Yun twitched his lips. Okay, he knew it was definitely the mysterious power unique to gods that enabled him to perform these feats. After searching for some more information, Su-Yun put his phone into his spatial ring and looked up at the sky. Golden sunlight streamed down from the horizon, and the azure sky was dotted with sparse clouds, a rare beautiful day. Let me put on a disguise first. With the aid of his mental power, Su-Yun's figure and face began to change. After an unknown amount of time, a completely new appearance appeared. Fair skin, a straight nose, slightly deep-set eyes, and slightly upturned lips that seemed to be always smiling. His overall features were deep and three-dimensional, making him appear very refined and beautiful. It was the face of a handsome young man, leaning towards Western features. In short, a face that transcended gender boundaries, a face that would be loved by both men and women. Ahem, to be honest, Su-Yun was a little embarrassed to look like this. That's it, his figure slowly floated into the air, flying rapidly towards the Egyptian capital. A low murmur drifted away with the wind. By the way, how many times have I illegally entered the country? Will I be deported if I'm caught? Golden sunlight shone down, illuminating the undulating sand, gilding it with a golden glow, a dazzling expanse. But unfortunately, while dazzling, if all around was endless sand, it would be despair. The sound of footsteps echoed, leaving deep footprints. Matt, could we have made a mistake? A tall, muscular man in his 30s, handsome yet rugged, with a mustache, spoke with some disappointment. Beside him, another man in his 40s, equally tall, with a full beard, looking rather honest, grimaced. I swear I'm absolutely not mistaken. We found the pyramids right here. How could they just disappear like that? Matt gasped, stepping onto a high sand dune. The two men gazed at the sun-drenched, empty sands in the distance, their faces filled with bewilderment. A few days earlier, while exploring the desert, they had stumbled upon a magnificent, towering pyramid. They swore it was an unrecorded pyramid. In their eyes, its grandeur rivaled that of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Their initial reaction was shock, followed by elation. They felt their chance for fame had arrived, unprecedented news, a new wonder of the world. They were going to be rich. And indeed, perhaps due to sheer luck, they inadvertently opened a door during their exploration and discovered valuable items inside. However, the process was perilous, as it was a decoy door. Had it not been for their good fortune, they might have been two mummies within the pyramid. After escaping with their treasure, still shaken, they dared not explore further and fled the area in a panic. Of course, people die for wealth, birds die for food, and during this process, the two intentionally or unintentionally memorized a location so they could continue exploring it with better preparation next time. Unfortunately, when the two returned to the place, they were shocked to find that the pyramid that had been there had inexplicably disappeared, as if it had never existed. This was the third time they had searched, and all the previous searches had yielded nothing. Impossible, Matt said irritably. We remember that damned pyramid very clearly. It was in this very place. It couldn't have disappeared. Carlos frowned, unwilling to give up, and said, let's go down and keep looking. Matt nodded. The two descended from the high sand dune and began to explore the area where the pyramid had originally been. Nothing. As their search yielded nothing, The two couldn't help but swear from time to time. What do we do? Matt sighed. Carlos shook his head dejectedly. Perhaps Ra doesn't allow us to defend the pyramid, or its owner, which is why we can't find it. Then should we just give up? Matt took a swig of water to quench his thirst, his face full of resentment. Perhaps we can sell the information. Carlos's eyes gleamed. Matt looked bewildered and reluctantly said, "You mean, if we sell it to the higher-ups, won't we lose everything?" Thinking of the treasures they had acquired, he was filled with resentment. They had even obtained treasures from a fake door. What about the real entrance? How much treasure would that hold? Countless. How could they be willing to just spread the news like that? No, Carlos shook his head decisively. We can sell the information to some private forces and cooperate with them. Matt hesitated upon hearing this. Brother, aren't you afraid of being double-crossed and leaving us nothing? Carlos laughed. Don't worry, I know the leader of that force. He shouldn't do such a thing. After saying that, he pondered for a moment. But Matt, you're right. Perhaps we should set up some precautions to prevent this from happening. With their lives at stake, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly discussed with Matt and came up with several measures as a precaution. After agreeing on their plan, Carlos called out and headed back the way they came. Let's go back, Matt nodded, pulling out his newly bought compass to check their direction. Wait, suddenly, he cried out, startling Carlos, who nearly fell flat on his face. What's wrong? He asked, rushing over and looking at Matt with a puzzled expression. Matt showed him the compass, his fingers trembling as he pointed to the needle. The compass needle, which should have been working normally, was now spinning wildly. Like a headless fly. There's something wrong with the magnetic field here. The two exchanged glances, realizing this simultaneously. If it were normal, the compass wouldn't be behaving this way, which meant. Carlos stammered, abandoning his words and excitedly shouting, that's right. God! There really is something wrong with this place. Matt was equally excited, which meant they hadn't gone to the wrong place. After calming down, another question came to mind. The question of why the pyramids had disappeared resurfaced in their minds. Should we still proceed according to plan? Matt hesitated. Carlos hesitated for a moment, his eyes flashing, then said firmly, yes. The more this is the case, the more we need to get people to join. The abnormal magnetic field means this place is definitely not simple. You forgot we almost died last time. We were lucky before, but we might not be so lucky this time. Perhaps we need some scapegoats, he chuckled. Carlos, you're right, Matt suddenly realized and grinned as well. After agreeing on their plans, the two headed back the way they came. Cairo, the capital. Rows of earthen yellow buildings, full of exotic charm, stood like small castles in Egypt's oldest capital. Suyun secretly found a secluded corner and landed, observing the buildings with great interest as he slowly walked towards the bustling area. As he emerged from the secluded spot, everyone who saw him, whether they were yellow-skinned Egyptians or tourists, stopped and stared at him with amazement. Golden sunlight streamed down, illuminating the boy's handsome face, its curves reminiscent of Narcissus from Greek mythology, perfectly rounded. Long eyelashes cast thick shadows beneath his eyes, and his sharply angled eyebrows were partially hidden by his messy bangs. Below his high, straight nose were slightly full lips, pink like the color of begonia petals. Even when expressionless, the naturally upturned corners of his lips seemed to be constantly smiling. My God, so beautiful! Exclamations of admiration echoed as he moved. In the eyes of those around him, the boy's appearance was exquisite to a level beyond aesthetics. Regardless of nationality, everyone who saw him for the first time was captivated. Some even felt he was a work of art, to be admired from afar, not to be touched. To be honest, as these gazes fell upon him, Suyun already regretted using this face. Damn it, it's caused so much trouble, like this guy in front of him. He hadn't gone far when several burly Egyptian men with yellow skin appeared before him. The one in the lead, a tall, robust man in his 30s with a full beard, blocking his way with his right hand. Sel stared in amazement at the girl. The moment she appeared, he was captivated by her beautiful face and noble bearing, and involuntarily stepped forward to stop this pretty young woman. He nervously rubbed his rough hands together, saying, Miss, I'd like to invite you to dinner, is that alright? Suyun's lips twitched, wondering if she had made herself too beautiful, causing this man to be bewildered. He frowned, somewhat impatiently, sorry, I'm a man. Please don't bother me, the boy's clear, pleasant voice echoed softly. With that, he walked past a burly man and headed towards the street ahead. Unlike the boy's beautiful, almost artistic face, his voice had a distinctly clear quality. One could not mistake his gender simply by hearing it. And that's exactly why Sal, who had just been hesitant and apprehensive about inviting the pretty girl to breakfast, was suddenly struck dumb, looking utterly dejected. Watching the boy's retreating figure, he murmured dejectedly, "How could this be a guy?" Seeing this, the henchmen around him also looked away, scrutinizing Sal with suspicion. "Big brother, you haven't fallen for him, have you?" one of the henchmen couldn't help but tease. Sal blushed, subconsciously muttering, A guy isn't necessarily a bad thing, big brother, what are you saying?" Nothing. With the annoying guy gone, Soo-yoon got used to the scrutinizing gazes around him, walking towards the bustling area while pondering. The number of faith threads isn't far from level 5, he quietly channeled his consciousness into his body, examining the densely packed faith threads. Having spent so much time in this other world, he hadn't been without gains. The previous incidents had already pushed the number of his followers to a considerable level. A full 400,000 threads of faith? Only tens of thousands left to reach level 5, almost there. Soo-yoon's lips curled slightly, his mood quite good. And this was just playing the role of a priest. If he played a god this time, how many more threads of faith would he gain? Especially in Egypt, although strictly speaking, modern Egyptians are no longer the same race as ancient Egyptians, but they should have inherited some of their faith, right? If he played the sun god Ra, the amount of faith he gained shouldn't be much less. Just as Soo-yoon was smiling and thinking about this, some people secretly observing him around him suddenly froze, letting out a silent gasp. As Soo-yoon walked, he suddenly thought of something, channeling his consciousness into his special ring, looking at the boxes of gold and silver jewelry. "It's time to sell these treasures from the sunken ships. I just wonder if there's a black market or something like that around here." Thinking this, Soo-yoon found some locals and asked them. After some searching, he actually found a place. Looking at the dark alley ahead, Soo-yoon did not hesitate at all. Like a seemingly rich and innocent little lamb, she walked towards it without realizing it. Chapter 309 The delicate and beautiful young man, Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon headed towards the alley, which was also the entrance to the black market he had found. But before he'd gone all the way, 3 shady-looking men blocked his path. Jane, looking at the handsome, richly dressed young man exuding an air of wealth, grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. He whistled, "Little guy, not bad looking, too bad good looks are useless, you'll have to pay a toll to get through here." He sized up Soo-yoon's clothes and chuckled, "We won't ask for much, just $100 will do." His 2 henchmen couldn't help but show admiration. He'd even try to take advantage of such a handsome young man. "Boss, you're a true straight man." Soo-yoon's lips twitched. Was this guy crazy? $100, that's at least 600 or 700 RMB. This wasn't a toll, it was robbery. "Give me what you have." Soo-yoon's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to rob him back, a deep male voice came from behind. "Hey, what are you doing?" Soo-yoon paused, turning around with Jane and the others. 2 men approached. The one speaking carried a black backpack, tall and muscular, around 30 years old. He was ruggedly handsome, with a mustache around his lips, giving him a weathered look, a classic heartthrob. The other man was in his 40s, with a full beard, also strong, but with a simple, honest face. Jane's eyes sharpened, and he snapped, "Don't cause trouble." Carlos glanced at Soo-yoon with a look of surprise, then said, "We haven't heard of any fees for entering the black market. If you don't leave, I'll call the police." "You?" Hearing "call the police," the 3 men's faces changed. They instinctively sized up the 2 men's muscular builds and could only grit their teeth, saying, "You just wait, get out of here." After uttering this threat, Jane gave them one last hateful glare and reluctantly slipped away. "Damn it, just you wait." Soo-yoon, his plan to rob and make money was ruined just like that. After Carlos chased away the 3, the 2 couldn't help but turn their attention to Soo-yoon. Looking at this handsome but seemingly weak and helpless young man, the 2 couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had arrived early. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine what kind of treatment this young man would have received. "Hey, are you alright?" Matt greeted him dryly. Carlos considered his words carefully and said cautiously, "You don't need to pay to enter the black market. Be careful on your own, the people here love to rip off outsiders like you." Judging from the young man's appearance, he probably wasn't a native Egyptian. "Those people are like bedbugs, so annoying," Matt comforted him. "If it doesn't work, You can call the police. Those guys are afraid of the cops. Suyun. He listened silently, speechless, thinking to himself, do I look that harmless? Carlos pondered for a moment and said, you're going to the black market, right? If you're going, we can take you with us. Thanks to Suyun's harmless appearance and handsome looks, the two felt a sense of protection and a mission to safeguard him. They thought they couldn't let him stay alone in such a dangerous place, especially since his appearance would attract unwanted attention. Under their persuasion, Suyun had no choice but to accept. The three walked into the alley. After walking for less than a minute, Suyun's eyes lit up. As they left the dark alley, the surroundings became bright again, and the noisy shouts of vendors and haggling filled the air. What came into view were shops and stalls. Suyun glanced around and noticed all sorts of strange and unusual items on the stall. There were animal pelts, animals themselves, and other objects whose authenticity was unclear. As Suyun and his companions emerged from the alley, they were met with a flurry of gazes, first of amazement, then mockery. A handsome young man, looking like a lamb, would have met a terrible end if he hadn't been accompanied by two burly men. Don't mind them, Carlos reassured them, then asked, what are you doing in the black market? If it's convenient, tell us, and we'll help you. Suyun's lips twitched slightly. This was a good guy, wasn't it? But he knew it was definitely due to his appearance. He said, I'm selling some things. Don't worry about me, go do your own thing. Carlos and Matt exchanged a glance, marveling at how good he really was. Matt, you take him to sell the stuff, I'll deal with the rest, Carlos decided. Matt nodded. Carlos adjusted his backpack strap and headed off in one direction with a clear purpose. What's he going to do? Suyun asked, puzzled. Matt looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention, hesitated for a moment. However, seeing Suyun's harmless appearance, he didn't think too much about it and simply said, like you, I'm going to sell some things. Some of the treasure he had acquired earlier hadn't been traded yet, and he was taking advantage of this time to sell it and then buy some equipment, making the pyramid exploration safer. Suyun said with some interest, since he's selling things, let's go take a look. I also have some things I want to sell. Upon hearing this, Matt didn't act immediately, but instead looked at him with amusement. He joked, kid, we're not selling your cheap stuff. No shop will accept your things. In his mind, this boy was probably just very curious and had come to the black market with some trinkets, wanting to experience selling things or make some money. Upon hearing this, Suyun said calmly, that's not necessarily true. How would you know what I'm selling? Matt paused, raised his hand to stroke his beard, grinned, and sighed inwardly, youth is wonderful. The boy's defiant look reminded him of his own rebellious teenage years. He thought, this kid must have hurt his pride and wants to prove something. Just as he thought this, he saw the boy walk towards where Carlos had left, seemingly wanting to catch up. Matt scratched his head and followed helplessly. Suyun walked quickly and soon caught up with Carlos, seeing him step into a shop. When the two of them entered the shop, they saw Carlos talking to someone, taking out his small backpack and tilting it down. With a clatter, a large pile of glittering gold items was poured out. It was a pile of gold jewelry, with a somewhat strange design and an exotic feel. Suyun's eyes narrowed. The design style of those gold ornaments felt somewhat familiar to him, as if he had seen them somewhere before. In just an instant, he realized what style they were. Ancient Egyptian items, Suyun pondered. What brings you all here? Carlos noticed the commotion at the door, his face showing surprise. Matt pointed helplessly at Suyun. This little guy wanted to come and broaden his horizons. Then, as if remembering something, he smiled and added, oh, what else does he want to sell? We'll have the shop owner take a look later. Ryan, the shop owner, who had been observing the ornaments and was about 40 years old, subconsciously looked up at the boy after hearing their conversation. After a moment of surprise, he still had to say tactfully, oh, beautiful little fellow, I don't accept trinkets here. As he spoke, he picked up a gold ornament. Only things like this are worth collecting. I know, Suyun said calmly. A look of surprise flashed across the faces of the three people present, thinking they had misheard. Ryan looked at the boy suspiciously, about to say something. Suyun reached into his pocket with his right hand, casually rummaged around, and then pulled out a handful of gleaming gold objects, much to the astonishment of the three men. Ryan and the others examined them closely and were immediately stunned. The boy was holding gold coins, at least 10 at a glance. These are gold coins, Ryan exclaimed in surprise. The others couldn't resist and each took one from Su-Yun's hand to examine it. The coins were heavy, clearly high in gold content, and their excellent shape indicated they were valuable. With their knowledge, they quickly recognized that these were definitely real gold coins. "They're really gold." The three stared at him blankly. Matt's face twitched, thinking about his earlier guesses and words. He felt a little embarrassed and blushed slightly. "Yet, what's wrong?" Su-Yun looked at them questioningly. Upon hearing this, Ryan and the others fell silent. What's going on? They were almost horrified. It wasn't that they weren't familiar with gold coins, but seeing this young man pull them out felt strange. A delicate, handsome boy carrying such valuable gold coins, and so casually, just pulling them out of his pocket. How careless could he be? Cold sweat broke out on all three of them simultaneously. What if some bad guy had his eye on him? While worried, they were also filled with questions. What was this boy's identity? How could he so easily produce such expensive gold coins? Was he a nobleman? What about his family? Why hadn't they sent anyone to protect him? Were they so trusting? Or had he had a fight with his family and run away from home? A flurry of thoughts raced through their minds. Ryan, recovering from his shock, instinctively examined the gold coins. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. He recognized the gold coin. This small coin, according to market prices, was worth at least several $1,000s. What's this? Su-Yun suddenly noticed something, looking down at a rolled-up, very worn-looking yellow leather item in a corner of the pile of gold jewelry. It looked like something used for recording information, similar to a treasure map in a movie. His words made the three of them look over. After seeing that it was a roll of leather, Ryan couldn't help but reach out to take a look. However, he had just touched it when Carlos, who had come to his senses, stopped him. He snatched it away and said apologetically, "I'm not selling this." Ryan's face was full of regret. He hadn't even seen what was inside yet. This was too fast. However, even though he had only touched it, the unique texture of the item still made him frown and ponder deeply. He muttered to himself, "The feel of that thing of yours is a bit off." Carlos curled his lip and said, "Ryan, we're old friends. Don't think I'll let you see it just because you say so." Wait, I remember now. Suddenly, Ryan had a flash of inspiration and realized why it felt familiar. After figuring it out, Su-Yun and the other two saw a look of disgust on the guy's face as he looked at the thing with revulsion. "Get the thing away from me, oh my god, it's disgusting. I feel like I need to wash my hands." Carlos frowned and questioned, "Ryan, what do you mean?" Ryan's expression was a bit strange as he pointed at the thing and said, "This thing is made of human skin." "What did you say?" Carlos was startled and subconsciously released the roll of leather. Seeing their surprised expressions, Ryan explained, "Don't you believe me? Carlos, you know I've dealt with a lot of things. I remember once, someone brought over a piece of parchment that looked a lot like this. He said it contained some kind of witchcraft. That idiot, after I saw it, said it was made of human skin. I threw up my food." He looked visibly disgusted. "Where did you find this thing? It feels even better than that one. Either the craftsmanship is exceptional, or it was made from a child's skin." He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Carlos and Matt's expressions changed drastically. Then, thinking about where it came from, they suddenly realized something from that place, made of human skin, seemed perfectly normal. Thinking this, the two felt uneasy, as if they had been tainted by bad luck. After a long pause, Carlos exhaled and said, "This thing is written in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. We can't understand it at all." He suppressed his discomfort and slightly opened the human skin, revealing the writing inside. The group looked at it and immediately noticed characters resembling birds and other creatures, seemingly hieroglyphics, but completely incomprehensible to the average person. Su-Yun murmured softly, noticing a peculiar word on the partially open skin, "God." He immediately became curious. "You understand it?" Carlos and the other two, who had been looking bewildered, showed surprise upon hearing his voice and seeing the expression on his face. Chapter 310 The Mysterious Human Skin. "Open it all up, let me see." Su-Yun didn't make any promises, he just said it. Carlos and the other two looked surprised. Could this little guy understand what was real and what wasn't? Was he playing a trick on them? With a suspicious attitude, Carlos endured his discomfort and pulled the rolled-up human skin open with both hands. As the skin was pulled open, a brightly colored, unfaded picture was revealed, along with some ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs that looked like both birds and snakes. This is. Su-yoon was a little surprised and looked at it carefully. Ryan and the other two couldn't help but hold their breath slightly. Finally, Carlos couldn't help but ask, "What's written on it?" Su-yoon looked on with interest and pointed to the image on the skin. He pointed to a colorful picture of a cross and scales, with objects placed on both sides of the scales, and a wolf-headed, human-bodied figure crouching below. "You should be very familiar with this guy, a wolf-headed, human-bodied figure," Su-yoon said. "Anubis, the god of death," Carlos said hesitantly. "That's right, it's Anubis," Su-yoon nodded. In Egyptian mythology, Anubis is the god of death, in charge of hell, and mainly responsible for the weighing of the scales of judgment. He pointed to the picture again. "See the things supporting the scales on both sides? The one on the left is a heart, and the one on the right is a feather. Legend has it that after a person dies, they will be judged. The feather of justice is placed on one side of the scales, and the heart of the deceased is placed on the other side. If the heart and the feather weigh the same, then that person can ascend to heaven and live forever with the gods. If the heart is heavier than the feather, then that person is guilty and will be cast into hell, where they will be eaten by the devil." Carlos and the other two looked somewhat enlightened. Su-yoon explained softly, "This thing is called the Book of the Pyramids, or the Book of the Dead, but," he glanced at Carlos and Matt, "this thing is usually a burial item, and it is only easily preserved in sealed containers, such as a coffin." Carlos and Matt, listening to the words beside them, felt uneasy when they noticed the boy's gaze sweeping over them, as if he had seen through them. However, the next moment, the two shook their heads, banishing the thought from their minds. "It's just a little guy, it must be an illusion," they thought. They had indeed obtained the Book of the Dead from a sarcophagus. There was no mummy in that sarcophagus, although there were some burial goods. It was just bait, and they almost lost their lives. But the fact that this little guy could deduce it truly astonished them. At this moment, Carlos pointed to the ancient Egyptian writing and asked curiously, "There are some words written on this picture, do you recognize them?" "I'm curious too," Ryan said excitedly. Su-yoon glanced at them. "These are some hymns praising the gods." Examining the ancient Egyptian text, he slowly recited, "The dead rise, sing of the sun, praise you, sun god, ascending to you in astonishment. You rise, shine, causing the heavens to roll aside." After selectively reciting a section, he said, "Besides these hymns, there are some interesting things recorded." It says that Osiris's remains after death were buried in a place that exists yet does not exist. "Wait, Osiris," Carlos and the other two quickly stopped him, their faces full of astonishment. "Could it be the Osiris we know? Isn't he the god of the underworld?" Su-yoon explained. "Osiris is one of the 9 most important gods in Egypt, the 9 gods, but in life, he was an enlightened king. Only after death did he become the ruler of the underworld and the judge of death. In other words, he became a god after death, but in life he was still immortal. It's normal to have a body." Su-yoon had seen many mortals become gods after death, and he was almost used to it. As for whether the other party was a god or not, that was a matter of opinion. At least in all this time, he hadn't seen anyone with supernatural powers. However, the description seemed a bit off. "Oh," Ryan suddenly realized. Carlos and Matt exchanged glances, their eyes showing surprise, as they both thought of something. "A place that exists yet doesn't exist. Osiris." Instantly, their breathing quickened, and their hearts began to race. Could that pyramid be the burial place of Osiris? It's a divine tomb. My God! The thought filled them with excitement, making them eager to rush into the pyramid and explore, hoping to find its treasures. Perhaps they could even obtain some divine artifacts. Su-yoon narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement flashing in them, but he quickly regained his harmless demeanor. He muttered to himself, feigning confusion, "Strange, Osiris is said to have been buried in Abydos, the city's guardian deity. How could he be here? Is it possible that later generations moved him in?" Ryan asked hesitantly. Carlos, seeing Su-yoon deep in thought and having just learned about the gods, became anxious. "Is there anything else written on it?" Su-yoon stopped thinking, glanced at the human skin again, and suddenly said quietly, "You really want to know?" Carlos and the other two hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Su-yoon pointed to the last paragraph on the human skin, a passage with very unusual handwriting. "This is a vicious curse. Anyone who disturbs the god of the underworld will have their soul taken to hell and punished with eternal damnation." The voice seemed to carry a chilling edge, causing the 3 men to shiver, especially Carlos and Matt, whose faces turned pale. A question arose in their minds. They had already entered the pyramid. Did that count as disturbing it? Would they be cursed? This thought terrified them. Rumors circulated that those who entered pyramids or pharaohs' tombs either died mysteriously or from illness, let alone the pyramid of the god of the underworld. Could they be among them? The thought filled them with regret. Just as they were filled with fear, they heard the little fellow sigh. What a pity, the Book of the Dead doesn't record the location. We can't find it. I wonder what's inside, whether there are countless treasures or legendary artifacts, he said regretfully. If we could find this place, what a tremendous opportunity that would be. What a pity. Carlos and Matt, who had been afraid, now had reddened eyes and were breathing rapidly. Treasure. Artifacts. They knew it was highly likely. As gods, they must have possessed at least a few artifacts to be buried with them, right? And treasure too. Even the pharaohs had countless treasures, so wouldn't Osiris, revered as a god, be even more extravagant? The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the burning desire and determination in each other's eyes. Suyun's lips curled slightly upward, thinking to himself. These two are definitely suspicious. They should know about that place. If the description on the human skin was correct, then that mysterious place had also piqued his interest. Treasure wasn't anything special, but artifacts were priceless. I've been lucky lately. It seems the blessing spell I used for traveling has worked. What a coincidence. The three of them were lost in their own thoughts, leaving Ryan standing to the side, completely astonished and oblivious to what was happening. After a moment of silence, Carlos and the other man calmed down. Matt suddenly frowned, noticing a problem, and looked at Suyun with a puzzled expression. Little one, how do you understand ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs so well? Who are you? Upon hearing this, Carlos and Ryan were startled. Only then did they belatedly realize how this little one could understand these ancient hieroglyphs, which even experts might not be able to decipher, and seemingly with great expertise, without a trace of confusion. Carlos hesitated, then said, and those gold coins. The three of them, recalling the gold coins he had casually produced, felt even more a sense of mystery surrounding this delicate and beautiful little boy. Wealthy, beautiful, and knowledgeable, could this really be a child raised by ordinary people? They revisited their earlier guess. Could this little one really be a noble child, on the run, whom they had stumbled upon? Thinking of this, Carlos couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. He patted Suyun on the shoulder and said, "You little guy, you're really lucky to have run into us. Luckily, you weren't taken away by those bad guys." Matt nodded repeatedly and said, "My God, I can't imagine how badly you would have been treated if you had faced them all by yourself." Suyun's lips twitched slightly. He was full of question marks, wondering what these two guys were imagining. Ryan said, "Speaking of gold coins, kid, are you sure you want to sell these gold coins?" Suyun nodded. Ryan looked down and carefully examined the gold coins, then counted them. There were 9 in total. He quickly estimated their true value in his mind, and after estimating, he thought about how much to reduce the price. He opened his mouth, preparing to reduce it by half. These 9, however, when he looked up and saw Suyun's harmless, exquisite face, which was like a work of art, the price he was about to quote suddenly changed, and he only reduced it by 0.5%. "I can give you $70,000, after saying that, fearing he might misunderstand, Ryan added, "Do you need me to explain these gold coins in detail? Don't feel like you're losing out. I haven't made much profit at this price, and I still have to sell them. No need, let's just leave it at that," Suyun said nonchalantly. Ryan's face twitched. Why did this kid seem so unconcerned? Was this the life of the rich? He suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he wasted a chance to make money? While the two of them were negotiating the price, Carlos and Matt beside them were stunned. "My God," Carlos muttered to himself. "Dude, you're not mistaken, are you? $70,000, Matt's mouth dropped open. The two men's gazes towards the gold coins changed, especially when they turned to Suyun, their astonishment barely concealed. Honestly, if the other person wasn't a child, and they weren't too embarrassed to steal it, they would have wanted to. After trading the items with Suyun and Carlos, Ryan thought of something and grinned. "Hey, where did you get that human skin? Would you mind telling me?" "No, not really," Carlos refused. Ryan, after the three were seen out of the shop, Carlos looked at Suyun's bulging pockets and couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful, don't let those people see you." He then glanced at the Egyptians around him, dressed in robes and with white headscarves, and glared at them fiercely, which made them look away. Su-Yun naturally knew what he meant and nodded non-committally. Carlos saw that Su-Yun showed no fear and didn't seem to care about his words, and sighed. "I'd better get you out of here quickly." Matt nodded in agreement. In their eyes, this little guy was innocently unaware of the dangers of the world, like a flower in a greenhouse, which explained his lack of fear. Naturally, they dared not let him stay any longer, lest he be devoured whole. "After we see you out, we too also have some business to attend to." Carlos and Matt exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a hint of excitement. It was time to contact that private organization. Su-Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he nodded. And so, the three of them headed back towards the alley they had come from. Along the way, Su-Yun carefully examined the items sold at the stalls. And indeed, as he observed, he did see some useful things. For example, military knives, nylon ropes, and other exploration supplies. As for why he was paying attention to these things, it was because he planned to find an opportunity to infiltrate Matt's group and explore that place. However, due to the identity I'm playing this time, I can't use supernatural powers. In his mind, this identity was that of an ordinary person, and even if he encountered danger, he wouldn't use supernatural powers, relying at most on his physical strength. Of course, with his physical abilities and reflexes, he didn't think anything bad would happen. Even if something did, it would be someone else's fault. So those equipment were purely for auxiliary purposes, to slightly conceal and disguise the abnormality of his body, making him appear as a normal person. After all, I'm just a handsome young man. Wouldn't it be incongruous to become Superman? Su-Yun pondered, head down. Suddenly, he noticed something and looked up ahead. This time passed, and the three of them had entered a dark alley. However, as soon as they entered, Su-Yun sensed something was wrong. After walking a few more steps, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded around them. This time, not only Su-Yun, but even Carlos and Matt sensed something was amiss. Soon, a group of 8 people surrounded them, each with their arms crossed, looking at them with hostile eyes. Clap clap clap, the sound of clapping rang out. "How about it? Still like to meddle this time?" A slightly familiar mocking voice rang out. Jane looked at them, sneering repeatedly. "It's you?" Carlos and Matt's expressions changed, glancing at the 8 people surrounding them, and they immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 311, a one-sided battle. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never see how powerful I, Jane, am." Jane sneered repeatedly. "What do you want? Aren't you afraid we'll call the police?" Carlos asked warily. "What do I want? Of course, I want to teach you a lesson," Jane said disdainfully. "Go ahead and call the police. By the time they arrive, we'll be long gone." We can give you money." Carlos tried to compromise. "Money?" Jane looked at the 3 weak and helpless figures with amusement. He sneered. "I almost forgot." "Perfect. We'll beat you up first, and I'll keep the money for you, you damned outsiders. You won't know who's in charge here if you don't teach us a lesson." Jane and his 8 companions looked at the 3 men's nice clothes with disdain. Carlos and Matt's expressions changed. After their attempt to compromise failed, the two exchanged a glance, both understanding the same thing in each other's eyes. They would fight them. However, Carlos couldn't help but look at Su-Yun, and Matt followed suit. Looking at his fragile little body and delicate, handsome face, the 2 men were suddenly filled with worry. If this little guy were to take even a single punch in the fight, then, in their eyes, this little guy was a hothouse flower. He'd never even experienced being hit, let alone fighting. Go. Before they could finish their thought, Jane had already commanded his brothers to attack. The 8 men, including Jane, grinned menacingly. "They're all menacing. Run!" Carlos, disregarding everything else, hurriedly whispered in Su-Yun's ear. After saying that, the 2 men, cursing, charged forward and began fighting with the men. Unfortunately, although their voices were soft, Jane still heard them. "Run? Dream on. You brat, stay here." He bypassed Carlos and the other man, slowly walking towards Su-Yun. As he walked, he thought, judging by how well this kid is dressed, he must be rich. Damn it. Carlos and the other man's faces turned grim, their hearts sinking. They tried to stop him, but the remaining 7 held them back, preventing them from passing. Out of the corner of their eyes, they noticed the boy showed no fear whatsoever. Is he paralyzed with fear? Just as they were worrying, Jane looked at the boy before him, completely unfazed by his escape, his expression nonchalant. With those tiny arms and legs, he didn't think the kid could get away from him. If he did, he'd be the one doing the shit. Kid, you seem pretty rich. Didn't get any last time, so give us some to spend this time. Jane chuckled. As he approached, he said with pity, you'd better stay still. If you move, I can't guarantee you won't get hurt. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, the boy remained expressionless, seemingly without the slightest fear. Stupid, he thought mockingly. Once close enough, he suddenly pounced, straight at the boy like a big bad wolf catching a little lamb. Carlos and the others, who were fighting, couldn't help but turn their gazes towards him. One side was worried, while the other watched with amusement. They saw it as a wolf catching a lamb, but whether it was true, was another matter. Just as Jane pounced, Suyun, who they thought was stunned, easily dodged the attack with a simple sidestep. Carlos and the others, as well as Jane, were all taken aback. This scene seemed different from what they had imagined. Quick reaction, Jane thought disdainfully. Without thinking too much, he reached for the boy again. However, another sidestep, and his movement was evaded. Everyone was stunned. Once was fine, but twice made everyone suspicious. Was Jane careless, or was the kid just lucky? Jane, somewhat annoyed, grabbed again viciously. Suyun sighed inwardly. He had wanted to maintain a normal appearance, but now it seemed impossible. He stood still. Jane's face lit up with joy. This kid is really lucky. Unfortunately, just when he thought he was about to succeed, a fist appeared in front of him. Before he could react, the fist struck him squarely in the cheek. Ah! A scream rang out as he staggered and fell to the ground. A moment of silence fell over the scene. Even the 7 men beating Carlos and his companion stopped involuntarily, staring in astonishment at the man lying on the ground. Jane had been defeated by a child, and so easily at that. But they quickly realized something was wrong. The 2 previous dodges, and this attack. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze to Suyun, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. By this time, Jane had recovered. He propped himself up, his face a mixture of shock, anger, and disbelief. Feeling the stares, his face burned. He shouted, it was an accident. Seemingly trying to prove something, he roared and raised his fist, attacking the boy. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the boy swiftly dodged the attack and then threw another punch at Jane's head. With a loud bang, everyone else felt a headache just watching, let alone Jane, who felt his head buzzing and lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Suyun stretched his fist and walked towards the 7 people. Seeing this, they were stunned, then furious. Attacked together, they abandoned Carlos and Matt. Carlos and Matt's expressions changed, and they were about to go forward to help. But what happened next completely shocked them. The delicate, beautiful boy they had previously thought was a hothouse flower displayed astonishing fighting power, like something out of a martial arts movie. The attacks from the 7 people were easily dodged by the boy, whether by retreating or turning his head. At the same time, he also landed heavy punches on them from time to time, and those who were punched lay on the ground groaning and unable to get up. In no time, the 7 people were defeated as if they had encountered secret agents. Carlos and Matt swallowed hard, completely dumbfounded. Hey Matt, am I still dreaming? Carlos muttered to himself. God, I think I'm still half asleep, Matt agreed. The 2 felt a dreamlike sensation. A handsome young man, neither tall nor burly, had defeated 8 strong men. Good heavens, this was like something out of a movie. The men lay on the ground, groaning in pain. After finishing off the last man, Suyun looked at Carlos and Matt with a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, I think I went a little too hard. The 2 men glanced at the 8 corpses and shuddered. They walked over to Suyun. Carlos looked at the shy young man before him, still unable to believe that he had defeated so many people. How did you do that, my God? Matt exclaimed in amazement. I've learned a little bit of martial arts, Suyun said sheepishly. A little bit of martial arts. The 2 men's faces twitched. If this was just a little bit of martial arts, then what could be considered real martial arts? What were they? They suddenly felt ashamed. In their eyes, the boy's skills already deserved the title of fighting master, which was even more incredible considering his age. Carlos smiled awkwardly. I thought you'd be bullied alone. After a while, he patted Suyun's shoulder and sighed with relief. Now we're relieved. What about them? Suyun glanced at the 8 people lying on the ground. The 2 exchanged a glance, then touched the bruises on their bodies. Carlos snorted coldly, kicked one of the men at his feet, and said in a deep voice, "These idiots wanted to rob us, so we'll rob them." With that, he and Matt immediately squatted down and began searching the men, kicking them a few times in the process to vent their anger. Soon, under the tearful expressions of the 8 men, all their valuables were found. They didn't know until they searched them. Carlos and Matt cursed how poor they were. Apart from their cell phones and other items, the 8 men only had a few $100s worth of cash on them. "Here, take this." Carlos stuffed all the banknotes into Soo-yoon's hand. As for the broken cell phones and other valuables, they knew without asking that the little guy wouldn't want them. After looting, the 3 of them tacitly left, leaving behind 8 people gritting their teeth. What kind of monster is that kid? Damn it, Jane, who had kicked a hornet's nest, looked like he was about to cry, not long after they left the alley. "Be careful of the locals, don't get scammed," Carlos gave them a final warning. Then the 2 of them waved goodbye to Soo-yoon. They had important things to do. As for getting the little guy to join them, they had no such thought at all. Even if the little guy was incredibly strong, he was still just a human being. The pyramids were such a dangerous place, one wrong move and he could die. They knew their bottom line wasn't that low enough to drag a child down with them. Soo-yoon didn't stop them, nor did he even mention joining them. That would be too obvious. "This is a good time to prepare and expand my knowledge." He wasn't worried about losing track of the 2. After casually tossing them a small black coordinate ball, he could pinpoint their exact location. Soo-yoon turned and headed towards the most bustling part of Cairo. Along the way, he attracted a lot of attention. As he walked, he observed his surroundings. The more he observed, the more he couldn't help but sigh. While the architectural style looked nice, it seemed slightly outdated. Perhaps it was a matter of architectural aesthetics. Compared to skyscrapers, it always felt lacking. He hadn't walked far when a little boy ran up, smiling, and said, "Sir, would you like to take a picture?" Soo-yoon shook his head, directly refusing. The little boy seemed a bit unwilling, chasing after him for a while, but seeing that he really didn't want to, he reluctantly left. Soo-yoon was a little puzzled, but didn't think much of it until he inadvertently saw a scene that changed his mind. In the distance, a group of local Egyptians were surrounding a white man in a corner, seemingly arguing about something. With a moment's focus, he clearly heard the voices from the other side. "Fuck. What are you doing?" the white man exclaimed angrily. The Egyptians pointed at the child beside them, saying maliciously, "You took a picture, so we want a fee for the photo." Soo-yoon, this scene felt somewhat familiar. He shook his head and left. As he walked, he inadvertently witnessed various things that made him exclaim in amazement. This place was rife with all sorts of staged accidents. Compared to this place, even staged accidents in China seemed subtle. For example, a tourist attraction might be free, but tourists had no idea, making it easy to manipulate the situation. They would lie and say the entrance fee was $20, making it seem cheap, and the tourists wouldn't think much of it until they entered and realized they'd been tricked. During the process, conflicts would ensue, with tourists either having their hair pulled or being pelted with stones. Or, conversely, tourists would swear and chase after Egyptians for a long time, a truly astonishing sight. Soo-yoon's mouth twitched as he read, and he even saw some stickers on a wall whose contents almost made him spit out his water. They read, "Seeking a son with a large reward. I am 28 years old, 1.65 meters tall, voluptuous and attractive. Due to an accident, I have lost my fertility. To inherit the family business, I am seeking a virtuous and healthy man to fulfill my dream of becoming a mother. A reward of 1 million Egyptian pounds will be given upon successful completion. Serious inquiries only." This advertisement is handled by a law firm. There was also a picture of a beautiful woman on the stickers. Soo-yoon looked at the advertisements on the wall and exclaimed, "Wow! They're even seeking a son overseas." Curious, he lowered his gaze slightly to the next one. "I live at. My bathroom drain is currently clogged, and I urgently need 3 handsome, strong male plumbers to unclog it. A generous reward will be given after the drain is unclogged." Soo-yoon's eyes were strange, something felt off. A few seconds later, he sighed, "The city is full of tricks, I want to go back to the countryside." Shaking his head, he left. After walking for a short while, he found a nicely decorated Western restaurant with Wi-Fi and went straight in. He ordered a cup of black tea, then took out his phone, connected to the internet, and began searching for information. Soo-yoon swirled the tea with a small spoon, pondering, "I'll use this time to brush up on my ancient Egyptian." Luckily, His divine talent was extraordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have much confidence. While he was busy supplementing his knowledge, Carlos and his companion had already contacted the secret organization and arranged a meeting time. Chapter 312 Preparations before searching for the pyramids. They had arranged to meet with a smuggling company specializing in antiques and other valuables. Carlos did indeed have a close relationship with the owner of that company, a relationship so strong it was practically life or death, so a double cross was unlikely. 3 hours later, in a sunny two-story building. On the second floor, sunlight streamed in through the windows, where a large brown wooden table stood. Incredible, incredible, an elderly man in his 50s sat at the table, a magnifying glass in his right hand, marveling at the human skin displayed on it. Besides him, Carlos and 2 others were in the room, along with 4 other people, 2 strong men in their 30s dressed in black, a stylish woman in her 20s with a beautiful figure, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a black suit and leather shoes, looking every bit the successful businessman. All their eyes were fixed on the old man, or rather, Professor Luca. This was the expert professor they had hired to appraise antiques for their smuggling company. Right now, he was deciphering the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs on the table. To be honest, when Professor Luca first heard about the discovery of a new pyramid, the Pyramid of Osiris, he was skeptical and dismissive. But after seeing the ancient, clearly not forged human skin in his hands, he suddenly became excited. This might actually be true. This was big news. If it weren't for the confidentiality agreement, he would have leaked the news on Twitter. The middle-aged man in the crowd, the owner of the smuggling company, asked authoritatively, "Well, have you deciphered it yet?" Luca scratched his mixed black and white hair, looking troubled, and said, "This ancient script is really too difficult to decipher. I've only deciphered a little bit so far, and it will take some more time." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, Richard, couldn't help but show disappointment on his face. The others had similar expressions, but Carlos and Matt's expressions were different, full of strangeness, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. "What's wrong?" Emma, a beautiful white woman in her 20s, noticed a difference in their expressions and looked curious. Hearing her words, the others immediately looked over, staring at Carlos and Matt with surprise. Carlos and Matt exchanged a glance. Carlos raised his hand sheepishly and said, "Well, if we're talking about deciphering the writing, perhaps we can offer some help. We know what's written here," Matt chimed in. "What did you say?" Not only were Richard and the others surprised, but even Professor Luca's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 2 of them. "What are you talking about? Is this for real? You're not lying to me," Luca couldn't help but question. The others also looked at them with suspicion. "I swear, it's absolutely true," Carlos assured them. After calming down, Professor Luca found it somewhat amusing. "Young man, don't speak without thinking. Come and help me see what's written here." The meaning was clear. He didn't believe them and thought they were exaggerating. Seeing this, Carlos and Matt couldn't tolerate such slander and immediately began their explanation. Carlos stepped forward, pointed to the image of death scales, then looked around and said smugly, "What's depicted on this is," although he didn't recognize the words, it didn't matter, he could simply use what he'd heard before. "This thing is called the Book of the Dead, and it's usually a burial item." As Carlos finished explaining the image, Richard and the others couldn't help but show surprise. Even Professor Luca was astonished. Seeing that he had finished explaining the image's origin, he immediately felt unconvinced. "Wait, what you're saying is easy to find relevant information about, it's nothing special," Professor Luca said calmly. "If you're so capable, then decipher these ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. A single image couldn't prove anything." These 2 might be able to fool Richard and the others, but they were far from fooling him. He believed that even he would need time to decipher those ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. These 2 definitely didn't have that ability. Professor Luca was already waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. He calmly observed the 2 men, thinking to himself, "It's good to teach them a lesson this time, so they don't offend anyone in the future because of this." However, reality seemed to differ from his expectations. After he spoke, many eyes turned to him. Carlos showed no fear whatsoever, instead displaying an air of confidence that surprised Professor Luca. Just then, Carlos pointed to the ancient Egyptian writing on the human skin and began to speak eloquently. This contained some hymns praising the gods, and, as he recited the hymns and mentioned information about Osiris, everyone was stunned. "My God," Professor Luca couldn't help but tear out a lot of hair, his mouth agape. He simply couldn't believe his ears. In his mind, Carlos was a burly, uncultured man who had actually deciphered ancient Egyptian writing. Especially as Carlos explained, Professor Luca unconsciously compared his own deciphered text with the text he had written. Even those characters that would have previously required more time to decipher suddenly became clear with the explanation. So that's how it is, that's how it is. As he deciphered, he felt completely absorbed, and the final, vicious curse made his hair stand on end with excitement. He murmured to himself, anyone who disturbs the god of the underworld will have their soul taken to hell and punished with eternal damnation. Seeing Professor Luca's expression, Richard and the others immediately knew that Carlos's translation was accurate. For a moment, their gazes towards Carlos were filled with astonishment. After calming down from his excitement, Professor Luca immediately looked at Carlos, his face filled with disbelief. "My God, how did you translate these words? How did you do it?" Richard, standing beside him, asked in surprise. "Carlos, when did you study ancient Egyptian? I remember your grades weren't very good." Professor Luca looked puzzled. Ahem. Carlos, who had been basking in the admiring gaze, coughed awkwardly a few times before saying, "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't translate this, someone else deciphered it. I just repeated it." "Yeah, that's it," he shrugged sheepishly. Professor Luca asked in confusion, who, as he spoke, curiosity and excitement lit up his face. People who can identify ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs so accurately are rare. They must be very famous, right? Tell me quickly, which expert or professor is it? I might even know them. Upon hearing this, Carlos's face was full of odd expressions. He said sheepishly, it's a handsome boy, about 16 or 17 years old." Professor Luca thought he was hallucinating and asked in confusion, "How old, 16 or 17? What's wrong?" After a few seconds of stunned silence, Professor Luca, confirming he hadn't misheard, exclaimed, "A teenager, my God, he's a child, not an adult." He simply couldn't believe his ears. Not to mention him, Richard and the others looked on with disbelief, as if they were listening to some legend. "Carlos, you're not wrong," Professor Luca immediately questioned. "I'm telling you, this is impossible. Do you know how long it takes to learn these ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs? To master them, you need a lot of reference materials. It's not something a child can understand." He thought Carlos was just making fun of him. Anyone who's proficient in ancient languages is old. Even if you say someone's in their 20s, I can understand, but a teenager, oh my God, isn't he still in school? Richard and the others also looked incredulous at Professor Luca's questioning, clearly agreeing with him. Carlos and Matt exchanged glances, only now belatedly realizing that mastering ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs at such a young age seemed truly exaggerated. But even if it was a fantasy, the boy had indeed deciphered it right before their eyes, and with remarkable ease. Furthermore, Professor Luca hadn't questioned the translations, so the boy's translations were clearly correct. That left only one possibility: the boy was truly extraordinary. Thinking this, Carlos protested, "I swear, what I said is absolutely true, I can testify." Matt nodded solemnly. Professor Luca and the others, who had initially been skeptical, hesitated for a moment, seeing the two boys' confident expressions. Professor Luca felt his intelligence had been insulted. He couldn't help but wonder, a genius of this caliber exists. If it were true, wouldn't it mean he'd wasted his 50-odd years of life, being inferior to a child? Absolutely impossible. For reasons of pride and dignity, or out of sheer skepticism, he refused to believe such a person existed. "That little guy is a genius," Matt praised. Professor Luca couldn't take it anymore. Feeling they were playing a trick on him, he was somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. He questioned, "Are you sure he really said this? It couldn't have been translated by some other expert?" Carlos understood his meaning and immediately said, "I brought this book of the dead from the pyramids and carried it with me the whole time. That little guy deciphered it right in front of us. There's no possibility of it being faked." Hearing this, everyone was even more astonished. "And where is he?" Professor Luca, completely unconvinced, sneered and said, "There's an old saying in the East, the accomplished are teachers. You make that kid sound so amazing. Why don't you call him out so I can ask him about ancient Egyptian? Maybe I can even learn something new." His words carried an unspoken sarcasm, implying he didn't believe their utter nonsense. Carlos and his companion, annoyed and frustrated by Professor Luca's questioning, instinctively wanted to retort. But, where was that kid now? Cairo was so big, where were they supposed to find him? Their faces flushed, and they were speechless. "We only met that kid once," We didn't exchange contact information, Carlos said, feeling his words were weak. Sure enough, the next moment they heard Professor Lucas snort, as if he'd seen right through them. All right. Richard quickly interjected, trying to smooth things over. Let's talk about how to find that place. Professor Luca, however, said calmly, for your sake, I'll let these two spouting nonsense and daring to play tricks on me go, but there won't be a next time. Carlos and his companion nearly exploded with rage, barely managing to suppress their urge to attack Professor Luca. Professor Luca glanced at them and said, while these two weren't telling the truth, their translation of the human skin was remarkably accurate. I wonder which expert translated it. His face was full of admiration. He continued, this skin says that the place both exists and doesn't exist, which matches what Carlos and his friends said, the magnetic field issue they mentioned. All of this indicates that the place is strange, very likely a region similar to the Bermuda Triangle, or some other mysterious place. Professor Lucas spoke eloquently, analyzing earnestly. We can go and observe it first. If we can't find the pyramid, then we'll have to rely on equipment. If God blesses us and we find it, that pyramid must be extremely dangerous. We need to be well prepared, and it would be best to send more people. Richard nodded in agreement after hearing his statement. He pondered for a moment and said, perhaps we need some outside help. I know some retired bodyguards from special forces. With their protection, you should be much safer, but aren't you afraid of it being leaked? Carlos hesitated. Richard chuckled, a hefty reward and a huge penalty for breach of contract. I don't think anyone would turn down money, just in case, he added. We can keep it a secret until we actually find the pyramid. Hearing this, Carlos and the others, though still somewhat uncertain, agreed to the plan. After all, with those experts protecting them, their safety would be significantly enhanced. No one would risk their life. Richard thought for a moment and decided, let's set the time, for the morning of 2 days from now. Agreed. Good. Carlos and the others had no objections and quickly chimed in. Dried dates for sale, dried dates, freshly baked pancakes, a series of cries rang out. The street, filled with exotic charm, was bustling with activity. Interesting, Suyun's lips curled slightly. He had been looking for Carlos and the others when he overheard their conversation. He thought for a moment and chuckled, I was just wondering how I could join in, but they've given me a good reason. Bodyguard? Maybe I can play around with it. I wonder if Carlos and Matt will be utterly astonished when we meet again. Suyun suddenly felt curious and amused, somewhat anticipating their expressions. 2 days later. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 313 The Handsome Boy Among Bodyguards. Lost in thought, Suyun returned to the Western restaurant, ordered a coffee, and sat down to continue reviewing his materials. He kept an eye on his phone, unaware that the restaurant's customer flow was gradually increasing as he sat down. In no time, the crowd had more than doubled. As for why this was happening, Suyun, with his refined and handsome face, sat near the glass wall of the restaurant, a striking figure who unconsciously attracted countless men and women. Of those who caught a glimpse of his face through the glass, 6 out of 10 would choose to enter the restaurant. The rest, perhaps due to lack of funds, could only regretfully remain outside. The longer he sat there, the more the customer flow naturally increased, and everyone who entered suddenly gazed at Suyun, captivated by his appearance. The restaurant owner, his eyes gleaming, looked at Suyun as if he wished he could kidnap him and have him standing in the restaurant every day. What a living advertisement, he exclaimed. The owner thought for a moment, then called over a waiter. Go tell that gentleman that from now on, everything he orders at my restaurant is free. As a shrewd owner, he naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity pass him by. Huh? The waiter's first reaction was shock, then he suddenly understood, his face full of understanding. He would have done the same if he were in his shoes. The owner was truly clever. After thinking it over, he quickly ran to Suyun's table and relayed the owner's instructions. Suyun understood after a quick glance and naturally had no reason to refuse. However, the occasional bold men and women who came to chat him up were getting on his nerves. Even old men were trying to flirt with him, almost making him lose his temper and make them disappear. Were they trying to take advantage of a young woman? Fortunately, just as his patience was about to give out, the restaurant owner, seeing his impatience, quickly arranged for waiters to block them, thus stopping the swarms of unwanted attention. Annoyed beyond measure, time quickly passed to the next morning. Soo-yoon found a hotel near the group and checked in, then used his mental energy to keep a close eye on the smuggling company. After some time, he saw the boss, Richard, summon 7 men to a house. These were 7 tall, muscular men, exuding a fierce aura, clearly not to be trifled with. "Those are the bodyguards? They look pretty good," Soo-yoon remarked briefly, then left the hotel and headed towards the house. Just as he reached the house, he noticed something. A man with a build and demeanor very similar to the 7 muscular men inside was hurrying towards him, his destination clearly in Soo-yoon's direction. Soo-yoon's eyes flashed, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. He chuckled to himself, teasing these people would be quite interesting. He sped up, mimicking the muscular man, and headed towards the house. After walking for a while, he pretended to hear footsteps behind him and asked in surprise, "Hello, let's go in together." The burly bodyguard in his 30s stopped, his honest face momentarily stunned, momentarily dazzled by the boy's handsome appearance. He didn't recognize the young man, and hearing Soo-yoon's words, he assumed he was hired by the employer. So young, and so thin, he subconsciously sized up Soo-yoon, silently commenting, "He's probably not a bodyguard, right? A special personnel?" Thinking this, he grinned at the young man in front of him, revealing a friendly smile. Whatever it was, he felt a good impression of the young man. He patted Soo-yoon's shoulder and laughed, "Young man, let's go in quickly, or they'll scold us." He pulled Soo-yoon straight to the door and rang the doorbell. Soo-yoon stood a little behind him, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Clatter, clatter, the sound of high heels rang out. Click, the door opened, and a beautiful white woman in her 20s appeared before them. She glanced at the 2 men, and seeing the burly man's appearance, immediately knew he was the late bodyguard. However, she frowned slightly, her gaze lingering subtly on Soo-yoon. Emma muttered to herself, "Who is this guy, Emma? Is he here?" A middle-aged man's voice faintly drifted down from the 2nd floor. "He's here," Emma responded loudly, opening the door and smiling at the 2 men before her. "Welcome." Watching them walk into the house, she closed the door behind her. As for Soo-yoon's background, she subconsciously filled in a blank. She didn't recognize Soo-yoon, but she recognized the burly man. Seeing them standing together so familiarly, she immediately assumed the bodyguard had brought him. She was initially a little annoyed, but considering she would need this man's protection later, she had to suppress her displeasure. Such a skinny kid, could he really be a bodyguard? She looked at Soo-yoon's physique and shook her head in disappointment. He was hired by the boss, unable to understand, she stopped thinking about it. She would just bring him upstairs, the boss would have to make the decision. And so, with both of them naturally assuming that the other had invited them, Soo-yoon easily slipped into the house without much effort or explanation. So, overthinking is a disease, and it needs treatment. As soon as Soo-yoon and his burly bodyguard entered the house, a barrage of gazes swept over them. Everyone glanced at the burly man, then stared at Soo-yoon in surprise. What a handsome fellow. Even though they were all rough men, they couldn't help but admire him sincerely. Richard snapped out of his daze. His first thought upon seeing the boy was, "Who is this? Sorry we're late." The honest-looking man in his 30s scratched his buzz cut somewhat awkwardly. Richard turned his gaze to the burly man. Judging from the man's words and the distance and attitude between the two, he clearly knew the boy. This man had brought the kid in. How could such a dangerous place allow a child to participate? He opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to scold him. However, remembering that he would need this man's protection later, he shut his mouth, preparing to gently persuade him. "You all basically understand why we invited you here. I want to clarify that this operation is extremely dangerous, and there might even be life-threatening risks." He glanced at the 9 people, giving Soo-yoon a particularly long stare, his meaning clear. Unfortunately, Soo-yoon ignored his veiled flirtation, thinking the man had lost his sight. "We've already considered this," a muscular, bronze-skinned man said in a deep voice. The other bodyguards nodded in agreement. They had already thought it through before coming and wouldn't waver now. The generous reward from Boss Richard, along with the sacrifice allowance, was enough for them to take the risk. Having often faced death, they weren't afraid of the potential dangers. Richard glanced at the young man, and seeing that the other's expression remained unchanged, his face twitched involuntarily. He decided to unleash his ultimate move, declaring authoritatively, Given the danger of this operation, I want to test your strength. Have yourselves spar with each other. If you're not up to par, I have the right to refuse you." With that, he pointed to the tallest and most muscular man, who appeared to be the strongest. The man was about 30 years old, wearing a white vest and military trousers, his thick beard adding to his rugged appearance. He laughed loudly, stepped forward casually, and said, "My name is Tam. Who wants to fight me?" At his words, all the muscular men, including James besides Su-yoon, showed eagerness. They had noticed this strongest guy at first glance, and as men, they naturally didn't think they would lose to him. It wasn't like having more muscles meant being stronger. Someone was about to step forward. But before he could finish, everyone heard Boss Richard raise his right hand and point at one of the men. You go." The bodyguards were startled, instinctively looking in the direction of his finger to see who had been chosen. However, when they saw the person being pointed at, everyone froze. It was a handsome boy of about 16 or 17, wasn't this the same kid who had amazed them earlier? They had assumed he was one of Richard's men and hadn't considered him a bodyguard at all. After all, the boy was far too frail to be a bodyguard, he was probably one of the ones being protected. But now they heard that Richard had made this kid, whom they could knock out with a single punch, fight the strongest, Tam. This meant the kid was also a bodyguard. How could this be? Did Richard want the kid dead? Not to mention the others, even Tam was shocked to hear he was going to fight the kid. Looking at his enormous fist, he suddenly worried. What if he had too hard and killed the kid? "Boss," Emma looked bewildered, about to say something. Before she could finish speaking, Richard looked at the boy and said sternly, "This operation isn't child's play. If you want to play adventure games, I suggest you go back with James. This time, it could be deadly." James scratched his head, somewhat confused. How did he get involved? If you can't survive against Tam, then you're not qualified to participate in this operation. You might as well go home. His gaze was fixed on the boy, the implication being that he should go back to where he came from. As for the outcome between Tam and the boy, he wasn't worried at all. If the boy and Tam fought, it was obvious that Tam would win. Anyone with eyes could see the difference in their physiques and would come to that conclusion. Therefore, he had no intention of letting the boy stay. As the owner of a smuggling company, he still had some bottom line. He would definitely refuse such a weak boy. If the boy was smart, he would naturally back down. If he lacked self-awareness, then a beating would be enough to make him lose face and stay. However, in his heart, he still leaned towards the boy refusing immediately, unless he was stupid. Not only him, but everyone else also thought the boy would refuse. Just as everyone was thinking this, they heard unexpected words. The boy's clear voice said calmly, "Okay, I accept." With that, he stepped forward in front of everyone and stood a few meters opposite Tam. Everyone was stunned, staring dumbfounded at the boy. He hadn't refused the challenge. My God! Are you crazy, God? Especially now, with Su-yoon and Tam standing together, the difference in their physiques was even more apparent, one tall and strong, the other thin and weak. For a moment, the onlookers couldn't help but show pity and worry. Nonsense, Richard cursed under his breath. However, since the boy had chosen this method, he couldn't say anything, and could only helplessly say to Tam, "Go easy on him." Tam nodded seriously, scanning Su-yoon's thin frame, already thinking about how to subdue him without hurting him. "Kid, I'm coming for you, watch out." Tam laughed loudly and instantly charged towards Su-yoon. The surrounding people couldn't help but shake their heads. Su-yoon looked at the burly man's skills, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. To be honest, this guy's skills far surpassed those of ordinary people. He truly lived up to his status as a retired Special Forces soldier. However, no matter how fast this guy was, it was like watching a slow-motion video, posing no challenge whatsoever. With a light dodge, he easily avoided the man's large hand amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Tam was taken aback, assuming the kid was just lucky, and continued his attack without paying much attention. However, after his attacks were dodged one after another, his expression completely changed. Even if he were slow-witted, he knew he had met his match, and he dared not hold back any longer. This kid is so fast, he's really something. The other's eyes widened in surprise, while Richard's face was filled with astonishment as he stared in disbelief at the agile young man. Just then, Tam roared and threw a punch at the boy. Just when everyone thought the boy would dodge, an unexpected scene unfolded. The boy, without dodging or evading, also threw a punch, the two fists about to collide. Oh no, everyone's expression changed. Tam seemed to be using his full strength. The boy actually dared to challenge him. Ah! Emma instinctively screamed and closed her eyes. Richard was also a little frightened, but it was too late to stop him. At that moment, the two fists collided. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Ah! Accompanying the muffled sound was a scream. Everyone immediately thought, I knew it, but when they realized whose voice it was, they were stunned. In the collision, Tam groaned in pain and was actually knocked back several steps, while the boy stood motionless in place. In an instant, the scene fell silent. Chapter 314 The Tomb Keeper. Everyone who witnessed this scene gaped, their faces filled with disbelief. Richard, on the other hand, was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A skinny boy, without any tricks or gimmicks, had actually repelled a burly man and left him completely unmoved. Hiss. Not only were the onlookers astonished, but even Tam, the person involved, was incredulous after regaining his senses. But the stinging pain in his hand reminded him that it was real. Filled with doubt, he instinctively struck again, throwing a punch with the same full force. This time, everyone stared intently, trying to determine if what had happened earlier was an accident. The next second, they felt like they were dreaming. Soo-yoon had also knocked Tam back with a punch, and before Tam could continue his attack, he launched a counterattack, throwing a heavy punch at Tam's abdomen. Bang! The fist struck the firm abdominal muscles with a muffled thud. Ah! Tam couldn't help but groan in pain, clutching his stomach and crouching down, feeling excruciating abdominal pain. Soo-yoon, of course, wouldn't let this opportunity pass. He stepped forward and kicked Tam to the ground. Seeing Tam lying on the ground clutching his stomach, unable to get up, the onlookers exchanged shocked glances. Soo-yoon turned to Richard and asked calmly, Is this alright, God? Richard was dazed. This wasn't what he expected. Shouldn't Tam have won, and this kid had been easily subdued? How could this be? Hearing his question, his expression shifted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had already made his stance clear. Now that the kid had defeated Tam, what reason did he have to stop him? But could he really let this kid participate in such a dangerous adventure? If it were someone in their 20s, he would have immediately agreed, but how old was this boy? However, now the die was cast. The boy's strength was indeed extraordinary. He used his last bit of conscience to persuade him, Are you sure someone could die if something goes wrong? This is no joke. His expression was very serious. I know, Soo-yoon nodded calmly. Richard gave the boy a deep look. The boy's expression told him that the decision wasn't impulsive. Okay, I agree, Richard nodded. The boy's strength perfectly met the requirements. As a smuggling boss, he had already shown the necessary kindness. If anything went wrong, he wouldn't be blamed. Emma looked at her boss in astonishment. The bodyguards around them exchanged glances. Looking at Soo-yoon's thin figure, it felt strange to have him around. Emma, take them to sign the contract, Richard instructed the white woman. Tam, who had recovered, asked in confusion, Boss, aren't we competing anymore? What competition? Richard glared at him. He knew the others well and naturally wouldn't waste time on something like that. He had only used them to fend off the boy. I really don't know where James found such a capable kid. And he's so young. Is he even an adult? Richard glanced at James. He was puzzled by Soo-yoon's background, but considering the boy's age and skills, he decided not to pursue it further. Follow me, Emma said with a smile. She then led the way. Soon, they arrived at another room resembling an office. Emma found a pre-printed contract and handed copies to everyone. The burly men lowered their heads, carefully reading the terms. Soo-yoon, seeing that the contract required filling in his ID card, suddenly felt awkward. Can I not fill in my ID card? The men, who had been quietly reviewing the terms, instantly fell silent, turning to look at him in surprise. Emma frowned, looking at Soo-yoon with suspicion. Then, as if realizing something, her expression changed. She asked in shock, You don't even have an ID card? You're not underage, are you? Upon hearing this, the bodyguards, who hadn't expected this, immediately gasped. My God, Boss Richard is employing child labor. I've lost a real child? Exclamations echoed in the office, and strange looks were cast upon Soo-yoon. Seeing his silence, Emma thought she had found the answer, and a look of pity appeared on her face. She comforted him, Don't worry, you can use your fingerprint if you don't have an ID card. Soo-yoon nodded, then pressed his forged fingerprint on the document. After finishing the document, Em reminded him. Understood. We're leaving this morning. If there's anything you need to prepare, go and get it ready as soon as possible. The bodyguards responded and went out to prepare their things. When Soo-yoon and James walked out of the house, Soo-yoon turned to him and smiled. I have to go now, goodbye. With that, he waved and left, leaving James, who felt something was off, standing there, subconsciously scratching his head. Having successfully blended into the group, Soo-yoon headed towards the black market he had found earlier, intending to buy some things. Just as he entered that familiar alley, a familiar scene unfolded. 3 men walked towards him. The burly man with a full beard was first taken aback, then chuckled. Kid, hand over your valuables. Soo-yoon glanced at them, raising an eyebrow. They were 3 people he didn't recognize. No wonder, if they knew him, they wouldn't dare say that. Hurry up, another man beside him, his face contemptuous, was about to shout menacingly. But before he could finish, another set of footsteps sounded, and 2 shady-looking men approached. But as soon as they arrived and saw Soo-yoon's face, their expressions changed. Jane was just looking at the fat sheep his underling had caught. He never expected to encounter this monster. Just then, his underling saw him approaching and immediately straightened his back, barking arrogantly. Hurry up, do you want to die? Jane and his companion immediately broke out in a cold sweat, especially when they saw Soo-yoon's expressionless face. Their legs trembled even more. Shut up, Jane shouted in terror. The underlings, who were just about to show off in front of Jane, were suddenly stunned. What was going on? Then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. Jane, whom they had always considered quite imposing, was now trembling and somewhat respectfully addressing the young man. Big brother, what brings you here? Do you need anything? Just tell me what you need. The underlings were dumbfounded. When did they get a big brother, and such a young boy at that? And, whether it was their imagination or not, they could detect a hint of obsequiousness in his voice. Soo-yoon said calmly, stay away from me. Without even glancing at them, he strode forward. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. You, one of the underlings, regaining his senses, instinctively wanted to reprimand him. But before he could finish speaking, a slap rang out. The underling touched his face, looking at his big brother with astonishment and shock. However, Jane didn't have time to pay him any attention. Seeing Soo-yoon walk away and no longer care about them, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's just a kid, right? Big brother, you? The underlings were stunned by their brother's reaction, feeling their image of Jane as a towering figure shatter. Pa! What do you idiots know? Jane glared at them fiercely. You almost got us killed. If we'd offended that monster, none of us would have fared well. What? The underlings were astonished. Seeing their foolish expressions, Jane hesitated for a moment. He had kept the previous incident a secret, and his brothers hadn't revealed it either, but now it seemed he had no choice but to lose face. He shuddered at the thought of actually offending that guy. What do you know? Jane cursed, then began to slowly explain. That guy. As he spoke, the underlings' eyes widened, as if listening to a movie, their hearts filled with shock. You'd better not mess with him in the future, or I won't be able to save you, Jane repeatedly scolded. Soo-yoon emerged from the alley and headed towards the stall. An hour later, he carried a considerable amount of items. Besides a sturdy, waterproof backpack, he had a variety of tools, including a very sharp military knife resembling a Nepalese kukrit. He also had throwing knives, darts, specially made ropes, and even small items he might need, such as a water bottle. Oh, and a set of adventure clothing made of good material, allowing him to store tools in certain areas. He didn't need these things, but to maintain a normal appearance, they were essential. Walking back to the hotel, Soo-yoon pondered, these tools are barely enough. If there's any real danger at the pyramids, I'll still need the thing. He suddenly remembered the semi-divine artifact with shape-shifting abilities. Judging by its transformation capabilities, it could become many different tools. Back at the hotel, after confirming there were no security cameras, he took out the artifact. A round, transparent, soft object, resembling a bouncy ball from childhood, appeared in his right hand. With a thud, the semi-divine artifact began to darken and lengthen. Something resembling a grappling hook appeared in his hand. After testing the effect with a rope and finding it satisfactory, Soo-yoon began to transform it again. Soon, a completely black umbrella appeared in his hand. The umbrella ribs exuded a mechanical feel, and the canopy was covered with patterns of the 8 trigrams in ancient oracle bone script, brimming with mystery. Suyun gently rotated the umbrella, and with each turn of the edge of the canopy, the sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air could be heard. Given the extreme thinness of the canopy blades, it was undoubtedly a terrifying weapon. In fact, due to the semi-divine artifact's effect, the umbrella was not only thin but also indestructible. Looking at this equipment mimicking the Vajra umbrella, Suyun was somewhat satisfied. I still need to research and design it further, preferably making it a semi-automatic, multifunctional device. He became engrossed in studying its transformation. Just as he was making preparations at his own pace, a voice came from a dark little house. "Leader, something terrible has happened." A man wearing a long robe with a white cloth wrapped around his head looked terrified. "Someone's been in and out of that place recently." "What did you say?" The man sitting in his seat stood up in shock. He was a handsome man with some beard. Sabino was the current leader of the Tomb Guardians. This handsome and rugged young man was said to be a descendant of a collateral branch of Pharaoh Ramses' family. Of course, in modern Egypt, the lineage of bloodlines is impossible to verify, and every Tomb Guardian has some degree of Pharaoh royal blood. Most importantly, it was Sabino's own outstanding abilities that allowed him to become the leader of the Tomb Guardians. In fact, if this guy hadn't told him today that there were signs of people entering the pyramids, he might have long forgotten his identity as a Tomb Guardian. Things are different now. With the disappearance of the ancient Egyptian dynasties, their Tomb Guardians, if it weren't for the special nature of the pyramids they guarded, might have disbanded long ago. Even if they hadn't disbanded, these Tomb Guardians are now basically living normal lives. Even those who originally devoutly worshipped the sun god, most of them had long since abandoned their faith in that chief god and converted to other external gods. If it weren't for the pyramids standing there like a miracle, constantly reminding them, perhaps even that last group would have lost their faith and converted to the external gods that are now prevalent in Egypt. Therefore, the tomb keepers, apart from checking the pyramids periodically, don't do much else. As for Sabino, the leader of the tomb keepers, while he didn't worship external gods like the others, he also didn't believe in the sun god. He was an unbeliever and didn't believe in the existence of any gods. Otherwise, how could ancient Egypt have disappeared? You really didn't see wrong. How did outsiders get in there? Sabino stood up, pacing back and forth, his expression anxious. Logically, even among the tomb keepers, only he and the man before him in this generation had the means to enter and exit that place. How did those outsiders get in? Yes, I checked carefully, even one of the fake rooms was emptied. Amy swallowed nervously, cold sweat breaking out. Even if he was usually careless, the responsibility passed down through generations was enough to make him nervous for a while. What? Sabino couldn't believe it. That fake room, though meant to deceive, was also full of danger, and it had been completely emptied. After being so furious for a while, he suddenly turned and stared intently at Amy. "Can you swear that you didn't take those things?" Amy was shocked and waved his hands frantically. No, Chief, you have to believe me. I swear to the Great Gadra, none of this has anything to do with me. Sabino carefully observed his panicked expression, and his suspicions dissipated considerably. It seemed that this guy hadn't stolen from the room himself, which meant an outsider really had gone in. Chapter 315 Professor Luca gets a slap in the face. After a long pause, Sabino sighed and said, "I hope those people have some reverence, and that the methods arranged by our ancestors will work." "Chief, you mean that human skin?" Amy clearly thought of something. Sabino nodded. According to records, to conceal the true location of the tomb, their ancestors placed some treasures and human skin inscribed with curses in several false chambers to deceive people. As for the information on the human skin, they were very clear that it was all fake. The pyramid was not used to house the body of the god of the underworld, it was said to be related to the sun god. After all, Osiris's body was said to be buried in Abydos, so how could it possibly be in that pyramid? As for the descriptions on the human skin, they were all deliberately used to deceive and frighten people. In those days, people deeply revered the gods, and given the connection to the god of the underworld, if they saw the contents of the human skin, they would basically retreat. And once they retreated, finding that pyramid again would be almost impossible. However, all of this was based on the assumption that the other party was lucky enough to discover the pyramid and, coincidentally, find the false chamber alive and escape. Amy hesitated, saying, "But it's not the same now. The offenders might not be afraid of those threats." Hearing this, Sabino frowned. "You have a point, modern times are not ancient times. Atheism is prevalent, and no one fears so-called gods anymore. People now only believe in science and will do anything for money. All these measures might not only fail to achieve the desired effect but could also backfire, exacerbating people's greed. Sabino made a decision: send more people to patrol there. As the leader of the Tomb Keepers, even without a belief, the inherited responsibility compels him to stop any potential invaders. Yes, Amy quickly nodded in response. A while later, watching him leave the house, Sabino fell into deep thought. Hopefully, those people will know what's good for them. Afternoon. Suyun was studying the semi-divine artifact when a sudden movement emanated from his divine core, interrupting his research. "It's about to advance," he exclaimed with joy. He had thought he'd have to wait until he played the role of the sun god. He hadn't expected it to be so soon. "Then let's advance." Suyun was decisive. Since the threads of faith had met the requirements, he would advance immediately. With a thought, he released the restrictions within his body. In an instant, the cyan color that had previously occupied 99% of his divine core and characters completely overwhelmed the last bit of emerald green. Buzz! The divine core emitted a soft hum, and a cyan flame emerged. The divine core then melted into a ball of cyan energy, which quickly condensed into a solid shape. Soon, a brilliant cyan divine core with 54 facets appeared in the divine core space. A divine power, more than 10 times stronger, rapidly flowed into his divine body, quickly transforming his divine body and physical form, pushing them towards greater perfection. A fifth-level god, Suyun's lips curled into a slight smile. Even his usually calm mind was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. If needed, a casual attack from him could reach a range of tens of thousands of meters, or tens of kilometers, equivalent to destroying a city in one strike. He had already begun to possess the power of a god. But it's not enough. This is only level 5. If I can advance to level 6, or even higher, I can become even stronger. Thinking of that level 7 god, his joy immediately vanished, replaced by solemnity. The higher he advanced, the more he understood the enormous gap between each level of strength. With his current level 5 strength, he probably wouldn't even last a single move against that god. Even with a blessing spell, it would be the same. To that level 7 god who would inevitably come knocking, he was just a relatively large ant, easily crushed. The constant sense of crisis made him even more eager to improve his strength. After thinking about all this, he quickly began to adapt to his power. Early the next morning. In the early morning, golden sunlight shone down, illuminating the entire city of Cairo in a golden glow. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning, just after dawn, and it was time to gather. At the meeting point, a dozen camels, carrying water bags and dry rations, huddled together, curiously surveying their surroundings. Beside them, a group of people had already arrived and were chatting amongst themselves. "Almost everyone's here. I wonder if things will go smoothly this time," Matt murmured. "It definitely will," Carlos said firmly. Professor Luca, who was examining a gadget, glanced at them upon hearing this. Beside the three was Emma, Richard's usual assistant. Despite being a woman, with the added weaponry, her skills were arguably no less than the bodyguard's. She was specially trained. As for Richard, he obviously hadn't chosen to go. His safety was far more important than money. Only archaeologists and those seeking wealth would choose such a dangerous place. The wealthy valued their lives highly. While they waited, the bodyguards arrived one after another, with Suyun finally arriving late. However, the reactions to his arrival were different. Emma and her bodyguards remained unchanged, appearing perfectly normal. Carlos and Matt, however, stared wide-eyed, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. They never expected to encounter that little guy again here. What was he doing here? Was he looking for them? Professor Luca frowned, watching the approaching child, momentarily surprised by his appearance. He said, "Little friend, this isn't a place to play. Please leave." The boy merely glanced at him before continuing to approach. Seeing this, Professor Luca's frown deepened, a surge of annoyance rising within him. He wasn't one to mince words and was about to reprimand him. However, before he could speak, Emma, hearing his words, quickly began to explain. "Professor Luca, don't misunderstand. This boy is a bodyguard hired by our boss, Richard. He's not here to cause trouble." Professor Luca paused, as if processing her words, before finally reacting. He pointed at Suyun and shouted, "God, what did you say? This kid is a bodyguard? You're not kidding." He simply couldn't believe it. Richard clearly knew the danger of the pyramid, yet he let a child join their team, calling him a bodyguard? What a joke. Carlos and Matt, the bodyguards, were also shocked, staring at Soo-yoon in astonishment. Professor Luca felt that Richard and his ilk didn't treat people like human beings, and angrily questioned, if you're going to make an excuse, at least make a good one. Does this kid look like he can be a bodyguard? I think when we encounter danger, it won't be him protecting us. But us protecting him, if we relied on him to protect us, I think we'd be dead already, he sneered. Professor Luca, I'm not lying to you, you have to believe me, Emma said helplessly. This guy's skills have been tested by boss Richard and me, and his strength is no less than the other bodyguards. Professor Luca didn't accept her statement. He glanced at the burly bodyguard beside him, then at the fair-skinned, beautiful, and delicate Soo-yoon, his face twitching slightly, feeling as if his intelligence had been insulted. The more she talked, the more absurd it became. He didn't believe Emma's story at all. Compared to the flimsy words of hers, he trusted what he saw, and the answer any person with eyes would choose. Just as he scoffed in disdain, some of the bodyguards began to speak. Tab grinned and retorted, this young man is quite capable, he defeated me yesterday, another bodyguard said. Yes, Professor Luca, don't underestimate him. Upon hearing this, Professor Luca subconsciously looked at Tam's muscular, tower-like physique, then at Soo-yoon's, his face flushing red. They were all conspiring to deceive him. Carlos and Matt, having regained their senses, quickly ran to Soo-yoon's side to ask her questions. Compared to Professor Luca's skepticism, the two of them were aware of Soo-yoon's strength. However, strength is strength, and in dangerous situations, it's not something that can be completely avoided. After all, people are made of flesh and blood, and this isn't a movie where you can escape death by luck. A single accident could mean the end of a perfectly healthy person. Carlos asked in astonishment, why did you get involved? Soo-yoon smiled faintly, I thought it was quite interesting. You don't need to worry about me. The two, who had initially been about to express their concern, were completely speechless. Carlos wanted to persuade him further, hey, listen, this is far too dangerous. You shouldn't have gotten involved. Soo-yoon shook his head and fell silent. Seeing this, Carlos and the other could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, Professor Luca asked suspiciously, do you know him? The two nodded. Carlos suddenly remembered something, recalling his previous frustration, and immediately exclaimed excitedly, this little guy is the boy I told you about before, the one who translated the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. The others nearby were stunned, looking at Soo-yoon in surprise. Professor Luca scoffed, are you kidding me? This boy can translate ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. The bodyguard's earlier claims were outrageous enough, but this was even more absurd. He'd thought these two, their lies exposed, would stop spouting nonsense, but they still dared to pull this stunt. Fine, fine, Professor Luca laughed angrily, looking at them contemptuously, and said, since you say so, then translate it for me right now. He'd initially wanted to give them some face, but now it seemed he'd been too kind. Without another word, he went to a camel's side and pulled out a thick, old, brownish-yellow book from its luggage. When he returned, Professor Luca held the book and addressed the crowd. This is a book I used to study ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. You've all been saying this kid is so amazing, so prove it to me. He handed the book to Soo-yoon with a cold smile. Let's see how Carlos and his companion can keep up their act now. This is what happens when you try to fool this old man. Soo-yoon glanced at the nervous Carlos and his companion, speechless for a moment, but still accepted the thick book amidst their surprised gazes. He opened the book and scanned the ancient Egyptian characters on it. Professor Luca watched his pretentious act, his face twitching, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, the boy began to quietly recite each word. As his words fell, Professor Luca's expression gradually shifted from contempt to astonishment, finally filled with disbelief. My God, this is impossible. This was completely different from what he had expected. Not only had the boy not misread anything, but after reading certain parts, he unconsciously compared them and found that the meaning was closer to the original than his translation. How could this not shock him? He carefully examined Soo-yoon's face, becoming more and more astonished. If a 20-something adult had translated these ancient Egyptian characters, he could barely accept it and call him a genius. But now, a teenager who shouldn't even be an adult has not only translated it, but he's translated it better than him. Is this a monster? Am I still dreaming? Yes, that must be it. Professor Luca muttered to himself. How old is he? He couldn't help but pinch himself. The sharp pain confirmed that he wasn't dreaming, but that it was real. Those around him, hearing his words, understood that Su-Yun was right, and their gazes towards him were filled with astonishment. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su-Yun calmly translated an entire page of ancient Egyptian text without a single mistake. Then he closed the book and looked at the 50-something-year-old man before him. Is it okay now, Professor Luca? Snapping out of his daze, stammered, do you know what you've done? I can't believe it. He truly felt that at his age, he had wasted his life. This teenager could decipher ancient Egyptian texts so smoothly, it was truly shattering his worldview. Carlos and the other man beside him wore expressions of satisfaction. Hey, the old man's expression is priceless right now. I wonder who it was that was so confidently mocking us earlier. Carlos couldn't resist teasing him. Professor Luca, you said they accomplished our teachers, so why don't you take this opportunity to learn from this kid? Maybe you can even broaden your knowledge. Professor Luca's face turned green. Wasn't that the very phrase he used to mock the two of them? Now he was being mocked in return. An old man like him, learning from a child. Although, judging from the accuracy of the child's translation, he might actually be able to teach him, the thought of actually learning from him made him cringe. The people around couldn't help but laugh, and a few rough men even chuckled. Hearing the laughter around him, Professor Luca couldn't stand it anymore and ran away, his face flushed. Carlos said with a smile, thanks to you, otherwise, who knows how much this old man would have mocked us. Chapter 316 The Pyramids and the Curse, Bonus Chapter 4000. Su-Yun shook his head and asked, when do we leave? Emma glanced at the time and said, let's go now. Everyone nodded, each choosing a camel, and prepared to depart. However, before they had taken more than a few steps, a middle-aged man's voice called out from behind. Hey, wait for me. Everyone turned around in confusion. They saw Boss Richard leading a camel laden with supplies, quickly approaching. Boss, what's going on? Emma glanced at the camel and asked in surprise. How about adding me to the adventure? Boss Richard smiled. Boss, weren't you not going? Emma asked, somewhat puzzled. Richard mounted his camel. I feel like I've been living too comfortably these past few years. It's time for a real man's adventure, he exclaimed, glancing at Carlos. I really miss the days when we two ventured out together. This will be our last adventure before retirement. Carlos was taken aback. You're so rich now, are you really going to such a dangerous place? That's not like you, ahem. Richard coughed a few times, embarrassed. I'm just curious. I'll just look around from the outside. It shouldn't be dangerous, okay? Carlos and Emma thought, no wonder, and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. The group set off into the vast, awe-inspiring desert under the golden sunlight. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was cloudless. Ding-a-ling ding-a-ling, a series of bells jingled, along with the sound of footsteps, echoing as the camels moved. This camel is making me want to throw up, Emma complained. She glanced at the camel and saw that its mouth was full of drool, and immediately felt disgusted. How disgusting, Richard chuckled dismissively. I'm the opposite of you, I find it fluffy. Look how cute it is. He reached out and ruffled the yellow down on the camel's head. I didn't know you were such a fluff lover, boss, Emma teased. She then looked around and noticed something. Pointing to a massive-looking structure in the distance, she exclaimed, that must be the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's truly magnificent. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. Due to the orientation, they could see the pyramid clearly from afar. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the largest pyramid in ancient Egypt, originally 146.59 meters high. Due to weathering over the years, 10 meters of the top have eroded away, leaving it at 136.5 meters, equivalent to a 40-story building. The pyramid is constructed from 2.3 million blocks of stone, ranging in size from 1.5 tons to 160 tons. Its total weight is approximately 6.84 million tons, making it the largest of the more than 70 pyramids discovered in Egypt to date. It is magnificent, Richard agreed. Carlos asked curiously, there are many rumors about the pyramids. Does anyone know any? Share them to amuse us. Su-Yun glanced at him. I do know a few. Everyone's attention immediately turned to him. Su-Yun began. The pyramids are considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The others are the Colossus of Rhodes, the statue of Zeus at Olympia, the lighthouse of Pharos, the hanging gardens of Babylon, the temple of Artemis at Ephesus, and the mausoleum of Mausoleum, These are all miraculous structures. Even if you don't know them personally, you've probably heard of one or two. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suyun shook his head. Unfortunately, the other 6 ancient wonders have been destroyed for various reasons, leaving only the Egyptian pyramids. He paused. Of course, there are many more miraculous structures than these. Several new wonders have been selected in the world. Let's continue talking about the pyramids, Suyun said, returning to the main topic. According to various pieces of evidence, ancient Egypt was not as simple as we imagine. Even by modern standards, their use of astrology and mathematics seems incredible. He thought for a moment and gave a few examples. Like the 3 stars of Orion in the sky, calculations show that their vertical lines fall precisely on the locations of the 3 largest pyramids, headed by Khufu. Even the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base divided by twice its height is exactly pi. Emma asked, somewhat puzzled, why are the pyramids related to Orion? Suyun explained, Orion held great significance for the Egyptians. They believed the gods resided in Orion, the location of heaven. Everyone understood. What about the mummies? Emma asked curiously. Suyun smiled and said, the ancient Egyptians believed that the soul does not perish after death. They believed that a person is composed of a body and a soul. Even in the underworld, the dead still need their body. As long as this body remains intact, the soul will not perish. If the flesh decays and breaks down, the soul will also gradually disappear. The complete destruction of the body means the complete demise of the soul, Suyun concluded. Therefore, they created mummies, hoping that the soul could continue to exist, and even attempting to resurrect and be reborn after death. Emma listened, a sense of worry suddenly creeping into her heart. She said, I've heard that the pyramids are cursed, and anyone who tries to excavate them will encounter misfortune. Hearing Emma's pointed words, everyone except the bodyguards who didn't understand their destination understood what she meant. I've heard of curses too, Suyun said. Legend has it that every pyramid is cursed, and every pharaoh has his own protective spell. Take Tutankhamun, for example. His tomb inscription contains a chilling passage, whoever disturbs the peace of the pharaoh, the winds of death will descend upon his head. Upon hearing this, Richard and the others, whether they had heard of it before or not, felt a sense of unease. Could there really be a curse? Matt's face stiffened. Who knows, Suyun said casually. However, rumors about curses are quite widespread. The American Medical Journal published a report confirming that among 100 people who had entered the Great Pyramid, the chance of dying from cancer within the next 10 years was as high as 40%. Those who excavated Tutankhamun's tomb also encountered many accidents. I'll just briefly mention it. I don't know if it's true or not. Just take it with a grain of salt, Suyun said. Regarding the pharaoh's curse, some locals didn't believe it, thinking it was just to scare away tomb raiders. It wasn't until the excavation of Tutankhamun's tomb and the series of events that occurred changed their minds, Suyun said slowly. In 1922, a British explorer named Carnarvon, along with a British Egyptian archaeologist Carter, led an archaeological team to search for Tutankhamun's tomb. Just as the team discovered the tomb and was exploring it, they suddenly received a telegram. The leader of the expedition, explorer Carnarvon, had suddenly fallen seriously ill and died. It said that at the time of his death, he kept calling out the pharaoh's name. His expression one of extreme terror. The hospital even inexplicably lost power, and the power company couldn't give a reasonable explanation. Suyun chuckled. Nowadays, if this didn't result in a compensation of at least $1 million, the hospital wouldn't be able to stay calm. Everyone was speechless. How could this person laugh about something so terrifying? Continue, Boss Richard couldn't help but ask curiously. Shortly after that man's death, even more bizarre things happened. The guy who was responsible for opening the tomb and finding Tutankhamun soon developed a strange mental disorder and died in extreme pain, and the person responsible for cataloging the artifacts in the tomb committed suicide a few years later, and I heard that his father did the same a year later, and the curator of the Cairo Museum at the time declared that he didn't believe in the so-called curse at all, and directly took charge of directing the workers in the tomb to retrieve the artifacts. Unexpectedly, this man died of a heart attack less than a month later, Suyun concluded. In the end, the whole affair involved more than 20 people died mysteriously, and even Tutankhamun's amulet fell into the wrong hands, causing several deaths. For a long time afterward, everyone who entered the pharaoh's tomb, whether explorer or tomb raider, died unexpectedly, either by accident or from disease. Even the guy who unwrapped Tutankhamun's shroud and took X-rays became extremely weak after a few X-ray photos and died some time later. As Soo-yoon finished speaking, everyone felt a chill. Emma asked absent-mindedly, "Is there really a curse? Maybe there really is a curse, or maybe it's some kind of germ," Soo-yoon speculated. HMPH, Professor Luca scoffed. "Speaking of ghosts and spirits, believing things circulating online, these things definitely have scientific basis. As technology advances, the secrets will be uncovered sooner or later," he said this with confidence. Boss Richard asked, "Professor Luca, you don't believe in mysterious forces?" "I am an atheist," Professor Luca said calmly. Although he often talked about God, it was just a habitual phrase. He didn't truly believe in God. Emma wiped the sweat from her brow and frowned as she retorted, "Professor, haven't there been rumors online recently about Eastern immortals and priests who are suspected to be six-winged archangels? Doesn't that prove that there are mysterious forces in this world?" Hearing her say this, Tam and the others thought about it for a moment and their faces filled with agreement, feeling that Emma was right. Richard and the others couldn't help but feel some worry about the upcoming adventure. Professor Luca, upon hearing this, not only didn't agree but scoffed and scolded, "I told you, you can't believe things on the internet. Only young people like you would believe those fake and exaggerated videos. I've seen too much of this kind of hype." When those videos first came out, he did waver for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and strengthened his resolve, believing it was all false propaganda. He would never believe it unless he saw it with his own eyes. The others were somewhat taken aback. Professor Luca's thinking was too stubborn. But they looked so real. How could they be fake? Emma exclaimed in disbelief. She said, "Their appearance means there are mysterious forces in the world, and gods must exist." "Young lady, you're too young." Professor Luca shook his head and sighed. "Even if what you're saying is true, how can you prove that gods exist? Those two people, no matter how you look at them, are very different from gods, right? Even if they do have magical powers, it's just something they've cultivated. The most direct evidence is that if there were truly gods in this world, according to the descriptions of divine power, our world would have been destroyed long ago. How could we be living such good lives now?" Professor Luca said calmly. "Therefore, there are no gods in the world. Those who have cultivated some abilities are called gods by ignorant people." Listening to Professor Luca's words, everyone seemed thoughtful, feeling that what he said made some sense. Perhaps gods are just powerful beings, nothing special at all. Who knows, maybe humanity's current technology and weapons could even kill gods. Only those ignorant ancient people without technological help would believe in and submit to gods. Emma opened her mouth, wanting to refute something, but couldn't speak. Professor Luca's words weren't wrong. They didn't understand the immortals of the East, and the priest's guess that it was a six-winged dark angel incarnate was just a guess. Who could prove that God really existed? Seeing that some of the people who agreed with him were now convinced, Professor Luca's previous gloom vanished, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Soo-yoon listened to their discussion, his expression somewhat strange. However, he didn't say anything, but instead focused his mind on the divine core space, carefully examining the divine core. Soo-yoon glanced at the blue color displayed at the bottom of the divine core, silently calculated, and pondered. According to the calculation, the next advancement should require about 2 million faith threads. Now I only have over 500,000 faith threads, still short of 1,400,000. Looking at this number, he couldn't help but frown, thinking seriously. The difference in quantity is so large, it's very difficult to obtain so many faith threads by ordinary methods. After thinking for a while, he hesitated slightly, then a determined look appeared in his eyes. To withstand that 7th level god, they would need to advance at least once more, so this action seemed destined to have a significant impact. After talking for a while, the group had traveled some distance on their camels. The rising sun caused the temperature to fluctuate rapidly, making them somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, Richard remembered something and said to the group, "I almost forgot, I have something for you." "Let's stop." The group tugged on the reins, stopping the camels, and looked over curiously. Chapter 317 Desert Adventure and Dangers. Richard pulled a large bundle from behind the camel, making a slight metallic clinking sound as he picked it up. "This is..." Soo-yoon raised an eyebrow in surprise, a guess forming in his mind. Sure enough, Richard opened the bundle, revealing a rolled-up cowhide. He unrolled it, revealing rows of black pistols hanging on it. "Guns," Carlos whistled, surprised. Seeing the surprised expressions of the others, Richard said, "That's right, I specially prepared these for you to use for self-defense." He was also worried about dangers at the pyramids or on the road. Having pistols would at least provide some protection. Hearing his words, the initial surprise quickly subsided. Although guns are prohibited in Egypt, with Richard's connections, obtaining guns wouldn't be a problem. Soon, everyone stepped forward and took a pistol and several magazines, even Su-Yoon. He held up the gun, looking it over with a hint of curiosity. Seeing his expression, Richard suddenly realized what was going on and couldn't help but chuckle. "Kid, you don't know how to use a gun, do you?" As his voice fell, everyone around stopped checking their weapons and looked at Su-Yoon with surprise. After noticing his age, they all laughed. A kid is a kid, Professor Lucas smiled contentedly. Even geniuses are just normal people, no matter how talented, they can't escape the limitations of age. The others thought similarly and felt much better. Tam, one of the bodyguards, said with a smile, "If you want to learn, I can teach you." The others also smiled and offered. Among the bodyguards, a man in his 30s named Sean said disdainfully, "You guys should save your breath. Let me, the sharpshooter, teach him. HMPH, let's have a contest if you dare." Someone immediately objected. "Let's have a contest." Sean's face was full of confidence. He didn't believe their marksmanship was as good as his. Alright, having made their decision, they looked at Richard, seeking their employer's opinion. Richard thought for a moment and decided it would be good for them to get used to pistols, so he nodded in agreement. The group stopped on a relatively flat sandy area. After dismounting from the camels, the bodyguards tore off a small piece of cloth, about half the size of their palm. It was placed 20 meters away and fixed to a small sand dune. Everyone fires a shot. Whoever hits first wins, Sean said. The others had no objections. "I'll go first." Tam excitedly stepped forward. Standing in front of the line drawn in the sand, he held his pistol in his right hand, carefully aimed at the cloth strip, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot rang out. Did he hit it? Sand exploded half a meter away from the cloth strip. A burly, 40-year-old man with a full beard sneered, "Haha, Tam, you're useless." "Let me try." Kyle pushed the unwilling Tam aside and stepped in front of the line himself. Bang! With a shot, his smile froze, and sand also splashed up near the cloth strip. "Ha!" Tam laughed. "My turn." As the tests continued, everyone except Sean, who hadn't been tested yet, suffered a crushing defeat. "I'm not used to the gun," Tam complained. Yeah, the others quickly echoed. Emma and the others watched with amusement. "My turn." Sean smiled dismissively and strode to the line. Tam and the other bodyguards held their breath, their hearts pounding with tension. "Don't hit it. Please don't hit it." Under their watchful eyes, Sean slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang rang out, and a spray of sand erupted from the small sand dune where the strip of cloth lay in the distance. Everyone's expression changed, while Sean's face lit up with joy. However, after they went over to take a closer look, they realized they hadn't hit the cloth at all. The bullet had only struck the small sand dune, but it was only half a hand's width away from the cloth. Sean's face fell, while the other 7 bodyguards' faces lit up with unanimous delight. "Mistake, I'll definitely hit it next time," Sean said unwillingly. The others immediately felt a chill, thinking that maybe another try would actually work. Some of the smarter ones were already thinking about how to cancel the competition. But before the others could stop playing, Carlos suddenly looked at Su-Yoon and said with a smile, "They've finished trying, little guy, do you want to give it a try?" Su-Yoon hesitated slightly. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their gaze to him. They had just made a fool of themselves and suddenly felt the need for someone even worse to make them look bad, so they all encouraged him. "Come on, it's easy. Yeah, maybe you'll hit it on your first shot, we believe in you," these rough men said with laughter. Su-Yoon raised an eyebrow. He hadn't originally planned to participate, but since these people were so enthusiastic, he would do as they wished. "Okay," he smiled and walked straight to the line. Emma frowned when she saw this, hesitating to speak. Seeing that he had agreed, she glared at the others, thinking they were bullying a child. He walked to the line. "It's really easy," he hesitated before firing, seemingly hoping they would give him some courage. "Yeah, it's easy, go for it." Hearing his words, the rough men chuckled, their faces full of anticipation. Guns aren't something you can just pick up and master, it's not as simple as it sounds. They were just teasing the kid, it takes a lot of practice. They thought that once the kid made a fool of himself, he'd know how difficult it was. Haha. Watching Su-Yoon pick up the gun and aim, Kyle teased, "Kid, good luck, believe in your marksmanship, haha." The others couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Soo-yoon pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang rang out, and everyone immediately looked over, then froze. Whether it was Emma, who wanted to comfort Soo-yoon, or Professor Luca, who thought young people were just young, or even Tam and the others, their mouths involuntarily widened. The bullet, contrary to their expectations, didn't hit the sand. Instead, it struck the strip of cloth 20 meters away. "Haha, I told you so. You're really lucky," Kyle chuckled awkwardly, inwardly marveling. The others, hearing this, snapped out of their daze and breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, luck was far more likely than becoming a sharpshooter immediately upon picking up a gun. "Very lucky," Tam smiled, about to offer a compliment. But before he could finish, a series of gunshots rang out. Bang! 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 Soo-yoon, relying on his superhuman intuition and eyesight, casually fired 3 shots. The crowd stared in silence as they watched the 3 bursts of sand erupt from the cloth. "Fuck, damn it!" Exclamations and curses escaped from Tam and the others. They witnessed something incredible, 4 shots hitting the cloth strip in a row. It was unbelievable. If the first shot could be attributed to luck, then hitting the cloth with the remaining 3 shots was beyond luck. It was. They stared at Soo-yoon in shock, marveling, "It really is that simple." Everyone, their expressions froze. What the hell, that was simple. They were just joking before, how could it really be that simple? "You haven't practiced shooting before, have you?" Kyle couldn't help but ask. "Yet, you're not kidding us, are you?" Tam shouted. 4 shots in a row, there was no other explanation than that this kid had amazing marksmanship. Although they were all unwilling to admit it, they had to acknowledge that this kid's marksmanship was definitely above theirs, even far beyond. "No," Soo-yoon shook his head, telling the truth. However, the others didn't believe him. How could someone become so skilled the first time they held a gun? Their reason told them it was impossible. Soo-yoon's lips twitched slightly. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. He had no choice but to shut up. After he was hit by 4 shots in a row in an astonishing display, the others, who had originally intended to use him as a foil, tacitly chose to end the competition. He'd been made a mere supporting character. What was the point of continuing? Would that just be embarrassing? Carlos shook his head with amusement and walked over to pick up the strip of cloth that had been secured. He subconsciously glanced down at the cloth, then froze. "Hey, Carlos, what are you doing?" Richard shouted, puzzled, seeing him motionless. The others were also confused. Seeing no answer, they followed his gaze. When they saw him looking down at the cloth, they too were stunned. On the half-palm-sized strip of cloth, a line had appeared, a line connecting 4 holes. "This is," they stammered. They knew what this meant. Instinctively, their gazes turned to Soo-yoon, who sat on the camel, their faces filled with shock. This was different from the 4 shots they had expected, although they looked the same. Even an idiot would know the difference. This is far more exaggerated than being shot 4 times in a row. It shows that the opponent's marksmanship has reached a level of complete control, deserving the title of a sharpshooter. The evidence is right there, and no matter how unbelievable they find it, they have to believe it. However, what they find most unacceptable is that this sharpshooter in their minds is only a teenager. There really are geniuses in this world who are favored by God. Professor Luca couldn't help but doubt himself. A person who is proficient in ancient Egyptian, has extraordinary looks, and now has such amazing marksmanship, most importantly, is only a teenager. This cannot be achieved through hard work, only genius is possible. God really favors this child, giving him so many good things. Professor Luca stared blankly at Soo-yoon, a trace of jealousy unconsciously rising in his heart. The group silently boarded the camels, and then immediately began to discuss among themselves, their eyes filled with amazement as they looked at Soo-yoon. Tam, controlling his camel, approached Soo-yoon. After hesitating for a while, his face flushed red, and he stammered, "I think you should teach me." The others didn't laugh at him. The boy's marksmanship was indeed astonishing. Soo-yoon sighed and said honestly, "This is truly my first time using a gun. I'm shooting entirely by feel. I don't know how to teach you." Tam and the others didn't believe him, so Soo-yoon remained silent. Time passed quickly. Traveling in the desert was always tedious. The endless yellow sand, aside from a few scattered plants and some scorpions and lizards, was mostly yellow, a daunting sight. The sun overhead grew increasingly scorching as they traveled, raising the desert temperature considerably. Everyone except Suyun was drenched in sweat and looked ready to collapse. Suyun, however, felt no heat at all. He just pretended to be hot to avoid standing out. He took out a red fruit, crunched a few times, and juice flowed freely. The sweet and sour taste, like plums, hit his taste buds directly. The others nearby, hearing the sound, were speechless for a moment, and a little regretful. Why hadn't they thought of that? They should have bought some fruit too. What kind of fruit is this? It looks so strange, Kyle asked curiously. Suyun, of course, couldn't say it was a divine fruit, so he casually explained, it's a Cairo specialty. It's normal that you haven't seen it before. Kyle suddenly understood and believed the answer. Almost there, suddenly, Carlos, who had been leading the way, showed a look of surprise on his face. Everyone was startled, their previously tired spirits instantly lifted, and they regained their energy. Be careful, there's a lot of quicksand here, Carlos quickly warned. Everyone should get off the camels, otherwise it's very dangerous. Quicksand, everyone was shocked. Carlos explained briefly. They then realized that this area inexplicably had many quicksand pits, and one could easily fall into one. Moreover, this quicksand is mobile and unpredictable. What wasn't there last time might be dangerous this time. In other words, even if Carlos knew the way, he would have to carefully traverse it all over again. Looking at the flat sand ahead, the group felt a chill run down their spines. They dared not remain on the camels and quickly dismounted. Boss, where are you going? It's so dangerous, James asked hesitantly. You'll find out when we get there. Richard coughed a few times, revealing nothing. Tam and the others frowned, but since they were paying, they kept quiet. Should we leave the camels here? Emma suggested. No, Carol thought for a moment and shook her head. We might take a long time. Leaving the camels here could lead to too many accidents. I'll go first, you stay close. With that, he took a pre-prepared stick and began leading the way. Carlos would occasionally poke the sand with the stick to make sure it wasn't soft before daring to step on it. Everyone was surprised by his caution. Generally, if someone was mentally prepared and knew the method, escape should be easy. Why was he being so careful? But soon, they understood why. They hadn't taken more than a few steps. Carlos had just stuck his stick into the calm sand when a dramatic change occurred. With a violent rustling sound, accompanied by the sound of sand flowing rapidly, everyone was shocked to see that the area quickly sank, collapsing in just a short while. My God, if a person stepped on that, they would immediately sink to the bottom and become a dried-up corpse. What kind of hellhole was this? Chapter 318 The Mysterious Pyramid. Tam and the others gasped. The quicksand was terrifying to behold. Those who had been somewhat relaxed were now on high alert, not only following Carlos closely but also holding tightly to their camels, fearing they might accidentally sink in. After Carlos identified the quicksand, he decisively changed direction and continued on. They proceeded cautiously, and if they had continued this way, they might have crossed this dangerous place unscathed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Emma, leading her camel in the middle of the group, was tense when a slight rustling sound from the ground startled her. She instinctively looked down at the sand. With a churning of the sand, a yellow scorpion crawled out. It appeared not far from Emma's feet, its venomous stinger swaying, an undeniable air of dread. Emma was startled and instinctively loosened her grip on the rope, taking a few steps to the right. Carlos and the others, who were also on their way, turned to look. Upon seeing it was a scorpion, the rough-looking men were about to make a few jokes. But before they could speak, another horrifying situation quickly diverted their attention. As Emma took a few steps to the right, a sudden change occurred where she stood. The sound of shifting sand filled the air. Ah! Emma instinctively screamed. Her feet sank into the sand at an alarming rate. Oh no! Help! Richard cried out. Emma reacted quickly after her scream, immediately lying down on the sand to increase her contact area and slow her descent. Surprisingly, her actions did slow the sinking a little. With ordinary quicksand, she might have been able to escape. Unfortunately, this quicksand was abnormal. It continued to descend rapidly, and in a short time, half her body was submerged. The others watched anxiously, but dared not rush forward, lest they be the ones being rescued instead. Fortunately, Carlos, who was prepared, reacted quickly. Here's a rope, catch it, he shouted. A thick, durable rope was thrown to Emma's side. Emma's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed the rope with both hands, even wrapping it around her wrists several times in her anxiety. Seeing this, Carlos immediately began to pull the rope, trying to drag Emma out of the quicksand. But as soon as he started pulling, his expression changed. He found that he couldn't move Emma at all. A huge pulling force was preventing him from doing so. "This damn quicksand," Carlos cursed. Tam and Matt reacted quickly and rushed forward to help. With the combined efforts of the three of them, Emma's sinking finally slowed down. The three of them pressed their feet into the sand, veins bulging on their foreheads, and after using all their strength, Emma finally began to move towards them. The others were shocked to see this. The three men couldn't pull them up yet and wanted to help, but Su-Yoon stopped them, saying, "Let me do it." Su-Yoon walked to the three men, gripped the rope with both hands, and pulled hard. Then, a miracle occurred. The rope, which Shivan Carlos and his companions had struggled to pull, began to change course with his help, its speed increasing several times over. With incredible strength, Carlos and his companions exchanged shocked glances, feeling the rope suddenly become lighter and seeing him rising rapidly. The others were also astonished by this scene, amazed at the immense strength contained within this young man. With Su-Yoon's help, nothing unexpected happened. Despite the strong pull of the quicksand, they managed to pull Emma out. She sat on the sand, still shaken, drinking water from a water bottle to calm her nerves. "Thank you," she said gratefully to Su-Yoon and the others. Carlos said he was alright, then added, "Everyone should still be careful from now on." The others nodded, still shaken. Richard rummaged around and pulled out a bottle for Emma. "I've prepared some medicine here, take this and apply it to your hands." Emma looked at her slightly bruised hands and said gratefully, "Thank you, boss." "Everyone, take a break," Richard said. The group took out water and food and ate a little. After resting, they set off again. This time, they were much more cautious, taking a long time to complete that section of the road. Carlos looked at the road and turned to say, "We're out of that dangerous area." The tension eased, and smiles unconsciously appeared on everyone's faces. "We're almost there," Carlos said, pointing to a large sand dune in the distance. "See that place? Once we cross that, we'll be there." Richard and the others looked closely, their faces showing excitement. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." The group, leading their camels, quickly reached the foot of the sand dune. After struggling to cross it, they looked out and saw a large, empty clearing. "Carlos, you said this is the place, but there's nothing here," Richard exclaimed in surprise. Professor Luca and the others also frowned. Seeing with their own eyes that what they were looking for was nowhere to be found, and the clearing was completely empty, even they, who already knew, were filled with doubt and found it absurd. "It's right here," Carlos said confidently. Matt nodded. "We started looking here, but then we couldn't find the place anymore." "What are you talking about?" Tam and the other bodyguards were a little confused. "Let's keep looking," Carlos said. Richard and the others nodded. Carlos looked at the bodyguards and Su-Yoon and said, "Once we find the place, you'll know what it is." Tam and the others frowned, feeling a little curious as well. At this moment, a voice rang out. "I see what you're looking for." Su-Yoon looked at the empty space in the distance, which appeared empty to everyone else but to him, a huge pyramid, and his face showed a hint of surprise. "That thing is standing right there, can't you see it?" He pointed to the center of the empty space, where a magnificent pyramid stood. "What did you say?" Everyone was startled and instinctively looked in the direction he was pointing. However, apart from yellow sand, they saw nothing else. Professor Luca's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't see a single thing. He said angrily, "You really saw it? There's clearly nothing there. Are you playing us?" "We didn't see anything." Carlos shook his head. "What's going on?" Richard looked puzzled. Professor Luca felt that the boy was playing him. "Kid, you're not trying to say that only you can see it, and none of us can see it?" "Nonsense," he disbelieved. "A dozen of us can't even compare to you, and you're the only one who's special." Su-Yoon raised an eyebrow, his face thoughtful. "You really saw it?" Lucas asked hesitantly. Su-Yoon nodded calmly. Let's go take a look," Carlos decided. He walked in front, and the others followed, heading towards the place Su-Yoon had pointed to. Once down the sand dune, they immediately headed towards the center of the clearing. Of course, that was their intention, but in Su-Yoon's eyes, they began to veer off course, appearing incredibly strange. Carlos and the others took a few steps and stopped, because they realized that Su-Yoon hadn't followed, but remained where he was, watching them strangely. "What's wrong?" Carlos asked in surprise. Suyun frowned and said, "You're going in circles. The correct direction is over there." He pointed in a direction that, in the other's eyes, was completely opposite. Carlos and the others were startled, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure whether the problem lay with them or with the child. With everyone else making the same choice, Suyun's eccentricity became even more apparent, filling them with suspicion. Carlos's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Let's go with him and see." Having failed to find the pyramid several times, he had sensed something was wrong. Perhaps the direction the little guy was pointing was correct. His suggestion resonated with some of the more astute members of the crowd. Although they didn't understand why the boy could see it while they couldn't, it didn't stop them from trying. After making their decision, the group followed Suyun in one direction, though to others it appeared to have changed direction several times. After walking for a while, they arrived at a place where Carlos and the others suddenly froze. Before them lay a massive, magnificent pyramid, like a menacing beast lying prone on the sand, a truly awe-inspiring sight. "How could this be?" Professor Luca murmured in astonishment. He then looked at Suyun, his eyes wide with shock. The others shared similar expressions. Who could have imagined that a huge pyramid would suddenly appear where there had been nothing before? Had they been blind all along, completely oblivious to its presence? "My God," Tam exclaimed, his mouth agape. "There's a pyramid here, Boss Richard. You've brought us to a place like this." James and the others exchanged shocked glances. A pyramid. This was a pyramid that had never been discovered before. Compared to their astonishment, Professor Luca was somewhat confused. How could this be? Strange, so strange. How come we didn't see this pyramid before? The others also realized what was happening, and a chill ran down their spines, as if they had encountered a supernatural event, causing their worldviews to crumble. Faced with Carlos and the others' confusion, Suyun said, "I have a guess. You might have been affected by something." Everyone was taken aback. "How so?" Carlos asked. "Your situation is somewhat similar to the ghost wall phenomenon in the East. A ghost wall is a strange phenomenon where people keep going around in circles in one place, eventually getting trapped and dying there." Ghost wall. Everyone was stunned, still not understanding. Suyun sighed and continued to explain. "Everyone knows that our eyes see things by relying on light, which is then processed by the brain before we see the image." Everyone nodded. Suyun continued, "But what the eyes see isn't necessarily real. There's something wrong with the magnetic field here. Your current situation might be due to the magnetic field affecting your vision, or even more directly, your brain, causing this condition." Magnetic field. Carlos thought of something and quickly took out a compass. As soon as it was taken out, everyone saw the compass spinning erratically, clearly indicating that the magnetic field here was strange. There really is a problem with the magnetic field. This meant that Suyun's statement was indeed possible. This relieved them. Compared to paranormal events, this scientifically based explanation was much better. After understanding, Professor Luca was surprised by another point. It's amazing that ancient Egypt had this kind of technology. The others were also astonished upon hearing this. "Yes, this kind of disorientation is truly terrifying." Suyun shook his head and said, "Ancient Egypt, as one of the ancient civilizations, has its own wonders. We'd better not assume that the ancients were all fools just because we are modern people. In some areas, they are far superior to us now." After hearing this, Carlos and the others, their pride greatly diminished after this incident, became more vigilant. Suyun pondered. The strange situation of this pyramid also amazed him, and at the same time, he thought of something. Kimandungia. He had heard that according to certain arrangements, it was possible to create formations with magical effects. It seems that ancient things are not all fake. Emma suddenly thought of something and said weakly, "Am I the only one who wants to ask why you weren't affected?" The crowd, who had been marveling at the wonders of ancient Egypt, fell silent upon hearing this, and then their gazes turned to Suyun with suspicion. They then remembered, yes, why wasn't he affected? Professor Luca belatedly recalled that he seemed to have said something earlier, and suddenly, he felt a burning pain on his face. This kid is really something else. Faced with everyone's questions, Suyun shook his head and said, "I guess I'm just lucky." Everyone, their expressions were a little strange. Couldn't he have come up with a better excuse? Unbelievable luck. This kid definitely has something special about him, everyone thought with certainty. Suyun's lips twitched slightly. Actually, he had an answer. Besides the reason for his own power, It might also be related to the fact that the magnetic field was too weak to affect him at all. It was like a drop of water in the vast ocean, not even causing a ripple. Scientifically speaking, he himself was a huge energy magnetic field source, even powerful enough to change celestial phenomena. Regarding the influence of this area, if it weren't for Carlos and the others' unusual behavior, he wouldn't have even noticed it. Chapter 319 The Pyramid False Door. Having grasped the general reason, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and turned their attention to the pyramids. Upon closer inspection, the colossal pyramids exuded a somber and oppressive aura. Looking at this magnificent structure, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of amazement. Hey, I've seen the Great Pyramid of Giza with my own eyes, and I swear, this is definitely much bigger than that. Kyle exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. The Great Pyramid of Giza is 136.5 meters tall, equivalent to a 40-story building, and this one is much larger. It is bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, Professor Luca confirmed, exclaiming. The Great Pyramid of Giza alone amazed me with its scale, but this one is even bigger. I can't imagine how it was built, the others agreed, finding the pyramid even more mysterious. Suddenly, Emma saw something and pointed to the top of the pyramid. Look, everyone looked up. A dazzling golden light shone brilliantly at the top of the pyramid, as radiant as the sun, captivating everyone's gaze. How beautiful, Emma exclaimed in amazement. Suyun smiled and asked, do you know what it represents? Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Suyun explained, this pyramidal shape represents the worship of the sun god. The symbol of the ancient Egyptian sun god Ra is the sun's rays. The pyramids symbolize the sun's rays piercing the sky. Looking westward from the angle of the pyramid's edges, you can see the pyramid's dazzling effect. The pyramid inscriptions record a passage. The sky extends its rays to you, so that you may go to heaven, like the eye of Ra later. The ancient Egyptians' worship of obelisks also had this meaning, because obelisks also represent the sun's rays. Those who heard this explanation for the first time were all enlightened. After marveling at the pyramids, the bodyguards couldn't help but speak up. Tem spoke first. Boss Richard, is this the place you asked us to find? We're going to explore inside later. They all looked at Richard. Richard nodded. You're right, this is the place we're looking for. We'll try to find the entrance later and explore it further. If you feel it's dangerous, you can choose to give up. I won't make things difficult for you. However, you must stay outside the pyramid for the time being. Hearing Richard's words, Tam and the other 8 bodyguards exchanged glances, all hesitating. Everyone knew the pyramids were dangerous, especially unexplored ones. One wrong step could be fatal. However, thinking of the enormous sum Richard had promised, their resolve began to waver. Richard also knew there might be danger, so he added, anyone who goes in can have some of what they bring out. If anyone dies in an accident, I will also provide substantial compensation to their family. Richard's promises solidified their decision. Okay, we're willing, the 8 of them responded in unison. Fortune favors the bold. If they earned enough this, they might never have to take risks again. Me too, Suyun said calmly. His clear voice, mixed with the deep, rough voice of the man, sounded very abrupt and immediately attracted the attention of the others. Richard looked at him, his expression serious. Have you really made a decision? You're still young? Are you sure you want to take this risk? Suyun nodded silently. Hearing the answer, Richard didn't say anything more, and then looked at Carlos and the other man. Where is that fake door you went to last time? Follow me. Carlos turned around. After everyone had secured the camels, they quickly followed behind him. Just as Suyun and the others were heading towards the stone door, a group of burly men with turbans, wearing long robes, and with full beards, rode camels to the vicinity of the sand dunes outside the pyramid. They searched carefully and quickly found the traces left by Suyun and the others. Amy squatted down to examine the traces, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, those people are back. Judging from the footprints, there were quite a few of them. Finally, seeing the direction of the footprints, he had a bad feeling and was shocked. Impossible. How could they get in? He exclaimed. He quickly turned to his 6 brothers behind him and said urgently, Udo, hurry back and report to the chief. Tell him to bring men immediately. Yes, a rugged-looking young man in his 20s replied. With that, he rode his camel back the way he came. Once he was out of sight, Amy forced himself to calm down and ordered, let's find a place to hide and wait for the chief to arrive before we move. The remaining 5 men nodded solemnly. After walking for a short while, Suyun and the others arrived at the east side of the pyramid. They climbed the pyramid for a while. Beyond the steps of the pyramid, they saw a massive stone door, over 2 meters tall. The door was firmly fixed in place, appearing impenetrable. This is the door. They looked at the stone door, which was carved with hieroglyphs and human figures, with surprise. No, Carlos and Matt immediately shook their heads. Matt stroked his beard and said, "The door we pushed open earlier wasn't this one. We could open that door easily. This one was meant to seal us off," Carlos added. "Luckily, we sensed danger. They ran out, or they'd be dead inside." "You mean, this door was created by a mechanism?" Su-Yun suddenly asked. The two nodded. Su-Yun pondered. Seeing him like this, the others were curious. This little guy had always given them the impression of being mysterious and possessing an exaggerated level of knowledge, so they were curious about what he was thinking. Without keeping them waiting too long, Su-Yun glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "Have you noticed that this pyramid is not only ridiculously large, but its appearance is also different from other pyramids, appearing more beautiful and complete? Compared to it, the pyramids outside seem like fakes." Everyone fell into deep thought. They had also noticed this. The materials of this pyramid were very unusual, worlds apart from the pyramids outside. Su-Yun turned to look at Carlos and the other two. "This mechanism also surprised me. Pyramids rarely have such mobile mechanisms. They are more often protected by various spells. Most of those spells aren't even used to curse tomb raiders. They target the evil dark forces mentioned in religion, used to protect the pharaoh's soul. So this kind of mechanism is very surprising to me." As he spoke, he turned back to stare at the stone door, reaching out to stroke the Egyptian hieroglyphs carved on it. From this small detail, we can infer the true nature of the pyramid's interior, which may be more dangerous than we expect. The others frowned at his words, but they didn't hesitate. Since they were already here, they had to go inside and take a look. Emma, seeing him staring at the stone door, asked curiously, "What's written on it?" Su-Yun looked at the mural on the stone door, pointing to the human figure, and said, "This is Anubis, the god of death. You should all recognize him, a wolf-headed human, unmistakably the god of death." Su-Yun continued, "These words are various curses, used to warn us offenders. Simply put, anyone who enters this pyramid with malicious intent will have their life taken by death, suffering a terrible and painful end." A moment of silence fell over the crowd. They weren't surprised. It was normal for the pyramids to have such a curse. However, they weren't frightened. Perhaps such curses were very effective against the ancients, but for them, they were insignificant. "What bullshit curse? It's just used to scare people," Kyle scoffed. "That's right," the other bodyguards echoed his disbelief. Professor Luca, seeing their reactions, smiled with satisfaction. He said calmly, "We must believe in science." His words immediately resonated with most, who thought it was just superstition. Su-Yun remained non-committal. Based on his understanding, the curse might not be entirely false. "If this door is a fake door, how do we find the real one, Cha?" Reed asked the question that concerned him most. Everyone exchanged glances, hoping someone could offer a solution. Finally, out of habit, they all turned their gaze to Su-Yun. After so much had happened and spent time together, they no longer treated Su-Yun like a child, and unconsciously looked at him. Su-Yun was deep in thought. Could it be that there are no real doors and they're all fake? Matt hesitated for a moment before offering an answer that made everyone uneasy. The others felt a chill run down their spines, immediately realizing that this possibility wasn't out of the question. Very likely, Richard thought for a moment, if it were me, I would definitely have the pyramid sealed off, preventing anyone from entering. His words caused the others to worry. No, Su-Yun shook his head in rebuttal. Richard and the others looked at him in surprise, wanting to see what he had to say. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 320 Ra the Sun God. Su-Yun said in a deep voice, "Generally speaking, pyramids all have doors. The ancient Egyptians believed that after death, the pharaoh's soul would return to his body, so doors were built into the pyramids. Otherwise, the pharaoh couldn't ascend to heaven. This pyramid, though special, should be no exception." Richard and the others looked delighted upon hearing this. Su-Yun asserted, "One of the four sides of this pyramid definitely has a real door." He turned and looked around. Have you ever heard of slaves dragging out and destroying the pharaoh's body after his death? Because pyramids are too easy to rob, later pharaohs didn't bury themselves in pyramids but chose to be buried in the Valley of the Kings, so, without a door, they would have to dig through the pyramid. Slaves could do that, even with modern technology. Digging into a pyramid would be incredibly difficult, and the risk of collapse must be considered. As for those ancient slaves, he thought they should just give up and go to sleep. Anything is possible in dreams. Suyun concluded, this place has a natural barrier. Unless it's an accident or exceptionally good luck, no one could get in. It's not surprising that there's a door. Everyone felt they had gained some knowledge from his words. Everyone, split up and search, Richard said impatiently. Soon, everyone began searching the four sides of the pyramid. Half an hour passed. After this time, they had made many discoveries. On each of the four sides of the pyramid, including the one that had already been proven false, they found 9 doors. The directions were 3, 3, 2, 1. Now, everyone gathered together, engaged in a heated discussion. Which of the remaining 9 doors do you think is correct? Emma asked. After thinking for a while, Tam in the crowd's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, I think it's the one on the west side. Why do you think so? Suyun asked. The others seemed to realize something, their eyes flashing. Tam said awkwardly, of the 4 directions of the pyramid, only the west side has 1 door, the others have several. The west side is the most likely. Suyun was speechless, especially after seeing others also showing some hesitation. He couldn't help but say, I disagree with you, I think that side is a trap. Seeing the doubtful looks on everyone's faces, he said, even you can guess that. Are the ancient Egyptians so stupid as to leave the real door there? I think the door is definitely a fake door, or even the most dangerous fake door. As for the idea that the most dangerous place is the safest, that's even less likely. What if some fool chose that door? Would that be a huge loss? In that case, it's safer to mix in with the other 3 doors. So, in his opinion, the west side could be completely ruled out. After hearing his explanation, everyone calmed down and felt that what he said was indeed very likely. Then what should we do? Should we choose one by one? Emma's beautiful face was full of worry. That's too dangerous. Everyone fell silent, not knowing what to do for a moment. Suyun fell into thought, his mind racing. Wait. He suddenly thought of some ancient Egyptian concepts, paced back and forth, and muttered to himself, no, that's not right. What's wrong? A dozen people looked at him in confusion. Suyun said in a deep voice, perhaps my speculation is wrong. Come with me to the west and take a look. With that, he quickly ran to the west. The crowd was a little confused. Didn't they say before that the west wasn't the correct door? Despite their doubts, they followed him. They ran over there and saw Suyun standing on the steps, deep in thought. Is there a problem? Carlos stepped forward. I've realized I might have been wrong before. Suyun looked at them. In the design of the pyramids, although the ancient Egyptians built false doors, they also believed that the dead should travel west, so, the real door is located on the west side, Richard guessed. I've heard that before, Professor Luca confirmed. The others were first surprised, then excited. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go in quickly. Tam couldn't wait to run over there. The others were the same, wanting to act, but Suyun stopped them. Wait, there's something wrong with that door. He shook his head. What? Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they also felt anxious. Suyun's secretive approach was making them very impatient and resentful. What's wrong? Tam asked anxiously. Suyun walked around, examining the pyramid. From the beginning until now, we've found 9 doors in total. Don't you think there's something wrong with that number? He explained slowly. 9 is the ultimate number, and under normal circumstances, it's fine. In the East, the number 9 also has a special meaning, but in ancient Egypt, the Egyptians used a system of calculation based on 10, 100, 1000, and so on, which is the decimal system. After he said that, the others quickly realized what he meant. You suspect there's another door? Professor Luca asked in surprise. Suyun nodded, speaking earnestly, although this is just a guess, I deduced it because they made the western door so obvious. I don't believe the Egyptians were that stupid. If there was another hidden door, it would make perfect sense. As Suyun slowly explained, everyone was amazed and horrified by his idea. On one hand, they were horrified by the little guy before them, who seemed omniscient, seemingly able to stump anyone. On the other hand, They were horrified by the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians, finding them incredibly cunning. If they knew the ancient Egyptians' concept of a western door, and the idea that the most dangerous place was actually the safest, driven by greed, and actually entered that door, it would be like a battle between modern and ancient people, though without bloodshed and violence, but far more treacherous and insidious. One wrong step and they would be dead. They even considered that if the little guy hadn't been there, they might have chosen the western door, a near certain death. That door was clearly bait. A chill instantly swept over everyone. The designer of this pyramid really understands human psychology. He's a freak, Tab spat viciously. Then where is the real door? Emma asked doubtfully. The west side, of course, Su-Yoon laughed. The west side, I've pretty much figured out where the real door is. Su-Yoon stroked his chin. He asked an unrelated question. Do you know how many sides the pyramid has? 4 sides. Tab scratched his head. No, Su-Yoon shook his head. It's 8 sides. 8 sides. Carlos and the others were shocked, their eyes wide. Su-Yoon said, normally, the pyramid does have 4 sides, but at a specific time, under specific lighting, at a specific angle, viewed from God's perspective. We will see 8 sides. Each side of the pyramid has a standard vertical line in the middle, perfectly dividing them, making them appear as 8 sides, Su-Yoon exclaimed with admiration. Carlos and the other rough men were dumbfounded, almost shouting 666, even this kind of design, freak, Tam muttered. Yes, Emma exclaimed. If you couldn't fly, you really wouldn't realize the pyramids were octagonal. You really don't know what kind of brains and imagination the Egyptians had to come up with such a design. James, the least intelligent among them, weakly raised his hand and asked, where's the real door? Su-Yoon gave him a speechless look. I know, Emma thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Me too, most people guessed it, leaving only a few muscle-bound guys still racking their brains. Su-Yoon didn't press them further, simply saying, since this side is a fake door, the real door must be on the other side to the west. I know, James shouted excitedly. Everyone, seeing the strange looks from the others, James's expression froze, and he gave an awkward smile. Let's look quickly. Tap took the lead. The others quickly followed, running to the other side to search carefully. Su-Yoon ignored them, instead observing the arrangement of the doors alone, and then, relying on his intuition, suddenly stopped at a spot on the west side. Looking at the stone steps in front of him, which seemed no different from the rest of the pyramid, he frowned. Could there be some kind of trap again, he wondered, and couldn't help but kick each step with all his might. Bang! 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 With his amazing physique, he wasn't worried about injuring his feet at all. He hadn't kicked for long when he hit a step, and suddenly a peculiar sound rang out, making him smile slightly. At this moment, the others, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Found it? Richard asked. There's something wrong with the stone. Su-Yoon kicked the stone under his feet. Everyone's eyes lit up. Carlos and Matt exchanged a glance, tacitly walked to the stone, and tried to push it. Veins bulged on their hands as the stone began to slowly sink in. Boom. A soft sound came from inside the pyramid, making everyone around tense and staring intently at the stone. Too slow, let me do it, Su-Yoon suddenly said. Before the others could react, they saw him step forward, place his right foot on the stone, and push. Boom. 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 With a deafening roar, they watched in stunned silence as the stone was kicked inside as if a drawer had been pushed open. My God, fuck, with exclamations of surprise, the pyramid changed after the stone went inside. The stone steps within a 2 or 3 meter radius in front of them suddenly narrowed inward, revealing an exquisite door. It was a dazzling, golden door, seemingly made of gold, carved with images. The door's design was inexplicable. A notch at the top corner allowed sunlight to stream onto it, illuminating it brilliantly. Everyone instinctively looked over. A golden eagle's head and a human body, with a sunlight disk above their heads. The dazzling sunlight shone precisely on the disk from above, making it appear as if a real sun was radiating light. The shimmering light was breathtaking. Exclamations of astonishment rang out. Ra. Chapter 321 Inside the Pyramid Passage. The figure. Ra, the sun god. Almost everyone in the group recognized this most important deity in ancient Egyptian culture. The falcon-headed, human-bodied appearance was easy to deduce with a little deduction, especially the dazzling sun disk reflecting sunlight, which confirmed their identity. Emma noticed something and exclaimed, "What a beautiful door! Is it gold?" Tam and the other bodyguards after realizing what was happening, felt a tremor in their hearts just looking at the door, a desire to possess it. How much would this door be worth? This thing is enough to cover my expenses for this trip. Richard was also overjoyed. Not to mention the door was over 2 meters tall, and the gold itself was valuable. The carvings alone made it a work of art. The design reflecting sunlight added even more value. Even disregarding that, it was an antiquity. Thousands of years later, even a broken porcelain jar would be worth a lot of money, let alone something related to God. If it weren't so large and difficult to move, he would have taken it down right now. The person who designed this pyramid was truly cunning, Tam exclaimed. The truth was hard to discern. If it weren't for the knowledgeable member of the team, they could have met a terrible end. Carlos, hearing this, looked at Suyun and exclaimed, "You guessed the real door correctly, young man, you're amazing." Tam walked over and patted him on the shoulder, his face full of admiration. The others felt the same way. The young man's prediction proved entirely correct, demonstrating his vast knowledge and high intelligence. One really shouldn't underestimate him just because he's young. He's also incredibly strong, Matt added. The others then remembered that they had initially been amazed by his strength, but their attention had been drawn to the door, and they had almost forgotten. In an instant, strange gazes swept over Suyun, scrutinizing him from head to toe. It was hard to imagine how such a frail body could unleash such power. Cough cough cough, Suyun coughed a few times, changing the subject. Shouldn't our attention be on the Golden Gate now? This gate is strange, it's carved with Ra. Why isn't it Osiris? His interruption drew everyone's attention to the Golden Gate. Indeed, the presence of a sun god statue in Osiris's tomb felt a bit off. Why worry about it so much? Let's go in and take a look, Tam impatiently suggested. The others agreed and decided to go in first. Kyle walked to the Golden Gate, almost blinded by its golden light, a combination of psychological and physical exertion. He pushed hard on the gate with both hands. A slight sound came. It can be opened. Carlos's eyes lit up. Everyone, together, he, Matt, and Tam quickly stepped forward. Boom boom boom. With a loud crash, the heavy Golden Gate, pushed by the 4 strong men, slowly began to open. This time, Suyun didn't step forward to help. If he easily pushed open the golden door again, he feared the people wouldn't treat him like a human, but rather suspect he was some kind of monster in human skin. The golden door had barely opened a crack when a blast of foul air rushed out, causing everyone who smelled it to pale. Hold your breath, Carlos warned the others. They quickly held their breath and pushed the door open with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a scraping sound, the golden door, sealed for thousands of years, was finally opened. After opening, Carlos and the other 3 retreated back to the others, panting heavily. Let's wait a while, until the air circulates, then we'll go in, Carlos suggested. The others understood this as well. Emma suggested, let's go get our equipment first. Everyone nodded. A moment later, they returned to the camels and took out a large amount of equipment from their packs. Besides guns and knives, there were flashlights, and most importantly, plenty of food and water. No one knew if they would be trapped inside. These supplies would greatly ensure they waited for rescue. After the air was cleared, Richard said awkwardly, "You guys go in, I'll wait for you outside." Although he was also curious about what was inside, compared to his life, he felt it was better not to go in. Everyone already knew this, so there was no surprise. However, just as they were about to go in, Richard suddenly handed them 3 small video cameras. He explained with a smile, "I won't go in, you can film it," which is equivalent to me going in. Okay, Emma, Carlos, and Matt each took a camera. After everything was settled, everyone looked at the dark passage, exchanged glances, and then walked into the passage. The passage was not small, more than 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, more than enough for several people to walk through. Apart from being a bit dark and needing their flashlights for illumination, there were few drawbacks, and it was very comfortable to walk through. However, no one dared to be careless. Having seen the traps before, who knew what dangers were hidden here? Everyone walked cautiously. Suyun took his assigned flashlight and looked at the mural on the wall. A series of vibrantly colored paintings, as if freshly painted, immediately caught everyone's eye. The paintings depicted portraits of figures. Are all these paintings related to the sun god? Carlos, walking at the front, scanned the portraits. Among the portraits of ordinary people, the sun god stood out the most. Some were seated, some were standing, They held a black scepter in their left hand and a mysterious symbol with a circle above and a cross below in their right. What are the staff and symbol the sun god is holding? Emma couldn't help but ask curiously. As Su-Yun examined the mural, he casually explained, that straight-handled thing is a scepter, a gas scepter, representing power and dominion. It's a symbol of power, usually used by pharaohs and gods. As for that cross symbol, it's an ancient divine symbol. In ancient Egypt, it was used alongside the sun wheel as a symbol of life. It can be called the cross of life. Hearing Su-Yun's explanation, everyone except Professor Luca, who remained composed, showed curiosity, as if listening to a story. Emma and the other two, in their amazement, picked up the video camera they had been using and started recording the mural. Hey, wait a minute! Suddenly, a shout rang out in the silent passage, startling everyone. They turned around and saw Kyle standing in front of a mural, examining something. Carlos, come quick and see what I found, he urged. The group rushed over, looking at the wall illuminated by flashlights. On the wall was a mural of a human with an insect's head, and next to it were some black objects. These are obsidian? They look so cute, Kyle exclaimed with delight, holding a dagger and preparing to pry the obsidian out, even having already pried one halfway. Don't touch it, Emma jumped in fright. Anyone who recognized these things was in no better shape, terrified. Listen to me, don't touch it, Carlos urgently pulled Kyle back. What's wrong? Kyle looked confused, completely bewildered. What were they doing? Were they trying to stop him from making money? He thought angrily. Haven't you seen the movie? Emma stared at him as if he were an alien. What do you mean? Kyle asked, puzzled. These are scarabs, Su-Yun said calmly. Scarabs. Kyle, who had initially been nonchalant, vaguely felt the name was familiar, and after a moment's thought, he was horrified. He quickly took a few steps back, keeping a safe distance from the black insects. A burly bodyguard named Guise couldn't help but tease, hey, you look like a villain in a movie, the kind that's about to die. Kyle's face darkened. He now understood why the others were so nervous. This scarab beetle could kill. This place is too mysterious, we'd better not touch these things, Emma said worriedly. I wonder if it will burrow into our bodies after we dig it out. Everyone subconsciously recalled the swarms of insects in the movies and the insects burrowing into their bodies, and goosebumps immediately rose on their skin. Professor Luca, seeing the group being misled by the movies and starting to believe in superstitions again, immediately reprimanded them. Nonsense, there are no insects in the world that die and come back to life. You've been fooled by the movies. We must believe in science and reject these things that have no scientific basis. After being told this, everyone was a little embarrassed. To ease the awkwardness, Tam chimed in, yeah, it's just a dung beetle. If it comes, I'll crush it. He patted his chest, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. Everyone, dung beetle, what a vivid description. If he hadn't mentioned it, everyone would have almost forgotten that the scarab beetle, in the eyes of the ancient Egyptians, was just a dung beetle, stripped of its mystique. It was nothing. Not bad, Professor Luca looked at Tam approvingly. These should be scarab beetle specimens, Su-Yun suddenly said. So it's not obsidian, Kyle said, somewhat disappointed. Su-Yun's lips twitched slightly. How blind must one be to mistake insect specimens for obsidian? Let's not touch these insects, they're worthless, just leave them here, Emma suggested weakly. Whether they were real scarab beetles or not, she was afraid of the possibility. What if they were? Professor Luca looked unconvinced, thinking she was making a fuss. They were just some insects. Su-Yun looked at Professor Luca's expression of believing in science and rejecting superstition, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. He suddenly became interested. In that case, he might as well play with him. Su-Yun began his attempt. In a corner unseen by the others, a mental fluctuation emanated and concentrated on the scarab beetle that had been pried halfway out. A soft sizzling sound rang out, exceptionally clear in the quiet passage. What's that sound? Emma asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a scream rang out as Kyle pointed a trembling finger at the scarab beetle. Everyone looked closely and saw the black beetle begin to tremble and make a series of sounds, seemingly trying to struggle free from the stone wall. Just as they were thinking this, the scarab beetle suddenly fell to the ground in the passage. My God, Professor Luca screamed. These ordinary people had never seen anything like it. Seeing the scarab beetle fall to the ground, their first thought was of a beetle burrowing into a human body. Without a word, they immediately ran into the passage. However, after a few steps, some suddenly realized they were running in the wrong direction. Shouldn't they be running towards the exit? Unfortunately, the beetle was blocking their way, and they didn't have the courage to step over it to reach the exit. Soo-yoon looked at the panicked crowd, a slight smile playing on his lips. He quickly followed, reminding them, "Don't run." The bug isn't following. The group, still shaken, slowed their pace, shining their flashlights behind them and spotting Soo-yoon at the back. They hadn't seen the bug, which relieved them. Tam, who had boasted about crushing the armored creature, stammered, "Oh my god, that bug just came back to life. It's going to eat people." Even Professor Luca, who always preached against superstition, was pale, unable to utter a word of caution. He simply couldn't believe it. How could such an unbelievable scene unfold? How could a dead bug come back to life? Even if it faked its death, it couldn't live that long. This wasn't scientific, it was abnormal. He began to question his existence. Even his usually unwavering worldview began to waver. No, this must be some kind of mechanism. Suddenly, his expression hardened, resolutely refusing to believe anything false. He figured it was definitely an Egyptian using a trap to scare people. After this explanation, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his wavering worldview stabilized. "Where's the bug? Why didn't it follow?" Emma asked, still shaken. "I stomped it to death," Soo-yoon casually explained. Silence. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, seemingly to confirm he wasn't joking. A seemingly resurrected scarab beetle, stomped to death. Good heavens. Soo-yoon looked at them strangely and said, "Even if it's powerful, it's still a bug, right? It's normal to be stomped to death, normal." Emma and the others thought about it. In movies, bugs that resurrect can be killed, right? That seems to make sense, doesn't it? What a load of rubbish. Although they thought the little guy's words made sense, they couldn't help but want to argue. They looked at Soo-yoon strangely. Normally, when encountering a moving scarab beetle like this, shouldn't you run away? What do we do now? Should we continue? Emma couldn't help but ask. Everyone fell silent for a moment, their faces showing hesitation. After what had just happened, even the fearless and rough around the edges Tam hesitated. Soo-yoon frowned slightly, then relaxed. He believed Carlos and the others would never give up. Human greed can be irrational at times. Countless people have died for wealth in stories and in reality. Even if they retreated, as long as the news leaked out, another group would come in. The greed of the human heart is endless. Once they get something, they want more, especially since they hadn't gotten anything yet. Sure enough, the next second, Tam said, "I want to continue." "Me too." Kyle hesitated. "As long as we're careful, nothing will happen." The others, who had only hesitated slightly, gradually came to their conclusions, just as Professor Luca provided a crucial assist. He confidently stated, "I suspect that the insect was controlled by some kind of mechanism." He then explained several principles, such as someone triggering the scarab beetle would activate a mechanism. And with some pushing force from the embedded stone wall, it could perfectly create that effect. As he spoke, regardless of whether the others believed him or not, Professor Luca himself was convinced. Soo-yoon was somewhat impressed. The old man's self-brainwashing skills seemed to have reached a pinnacle, his scientific beliefs deeply ingrained and unbreakable. He wondered if he could remain so resolute once he actually encountered a scene beyond redemption. Hearing this, the last vestige of hesitation vanished, and everyone gritted their teeth, deciding to continue the adventure. After a brief discussion, the group continued on their way. This time, however, they were much more cautious, fearing a monster might suddenly appear, remaining vigilant throughout. Soo-yoon ignored them, carefully observing the murals. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. His previous thought that the pyramid was related to Osiris had almost disappeared. This pyramid, no matter how you look at it, seems deeply connected to Ra. I wonder what it was used for. Soo-yoon frowned deeply. A thought vaguely surfaced in his mind. Perhaps they could utilize this pyramid. Just as he was pondering this, the group gradually reached the end of the passage. The scene ahead revealed itself to them. Chapter 322. A room full of gold. What's ahead? Everyone was filled with curiosity. Judging from the flashlight beam, there was a fairly large space. As they reached the end, what the flashlight shone made their mouths drop open. In the darkness, the space was about 30 square meters, a very large area. But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered most was the various objects displayed inside. From small jars to large statues, especially the golden light reflected from the flashlight beam, it made them realize something. "We're rich," Kyle murmured, his face blank. "Is this a dream?" James muttered to himself. The entire room was filled with pure gold objects. So much wealth, just looking at it made their hearts tremble. If they sold all this, who knows what else, they'd definitely be on the rich list, maybe even become the richest person. So much gold, they swore that only in movies could such an exaggerated thing happen. Otherwise, even the legendary Solomon's treasure wouldn't be this big, right? One of the bodyguards couldn't help but exclaim. Jis rushed over impatiently. Don't move, watch out for traps. Carlos, who had just calmed down, was startled by his impulsive actions. However, Jis was oblivious to this, his gaze was completely drawn to the glittering gold. He ran to the pile of gold, grabbed a handful of gold jewelry from the ground, and with a clatter, a pile of gold ornaments was gathered up. He excitedly looked at the others running behind him and exclaimed, so much gold. We're rich. Seeing that Jis had taken the gold without any problems, the others all instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Tam and the others couldn't resist any longer and were about to grab a handful of gold jewelry to put in their pockets. Don't take it, Emma quickly stopped them. Have you forgotten what we agreed on? You have to listen to me once we are inside the pyramid. Hearing her voice, Tam and the others, who were about to take something, hesitated. Seeing this, Jis frowned immediately and said unhappily, Miss Emma, there's so much gold here, surely Boss Richard can't possibly consume it all by himself. Before we came in, Boss Richard said he would share some treasure with us. Were you lying to us? In his view, taking some of this wealth was perfectly reasonable, so he was very angry at Emma's obstruction. Kyle and his bodyguards looked at Emma with strange eyes. They had initially thought that the money Boss Richard had promised would be enough, but seeing so much gold, they couldn't help but want more. They wondered if Boss Richard really wasn't willing to share any of it with them. For a moment, each of them felt a little resentful. Soo-yoon secretly shook his head. It seemed that even Kyle's bodyguards couldn't resist the temptation of so much treasure. However, upon further reflection, he thought it was normal. They weren't like him, so it was understandable that they would feel this way. In reality, even a penny can bring down a hero. Almost everyone is struggling for money, perhaps paying off a mortgage or car loan, or striving for a better life. It seems laughable when you're detached from it, but it's a different story when you're facing it yourself. So, he understood them somewhat now. No, you misunderstood me, Emma hurriedly explained. We'd better be careful. I'm afraid you might trigger some traps if you take things. You understand what I mean, right? I mean, hearing Emma's explanation, Jis and the others' expressions softened. As long as they weren't trying to keep everything for themselves, it was fine. Jis, after calming down, was also a little scared, but now that he saw everyone was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. You're overthinking it, he said dismissively, smugly. Look, I took all this stuff and nothing happened. How could there be a trap? As he spoke, he waved a handful of gold in his right hand, attracting the attention of Kyle and the others. Emma was still somewhat worried. I don't think the builder of this pyramid was that kind. Jis smiled, about to say something. Before he could speak, he suddenly felt unwell, his head spinning, and the figures of Emma and the others blurred before his eyes. What's going on? He rubbed his head, looking confused. Jis, what's wrong? Emma and the others noticed his unusual behavior. My head. I'm a little dizzy, Jis mumbled. Just as everyone was wondering about the dizziness, they suddenly saw Jis's body go limp and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The gold jewelry in his hands scattered on the ground, making a clattering sound. What happened? Emma and the others were shocked and rushed over to help Jis up and check on him. As soon as they shone their flashlights on Jis's face, they noticed something was wrong. His originally rosy complexion now seemed dark and sallow. Soo-yoon examined him carefully and said to the panic group, he's probably been poisoned. Poisoned? They looked on in astonishment and confusion. Professor Luca, standing in the crowd, seemed to realize something upon hearing this. He stared intently at the gold jewelry, pointing at it in surprise. Those things are poisonous? Glancing at the astonished crowd, Soo-yoon pondered, it should be right. There's a high probability the gold jewelry is poisonous, otherwise, it's hard to explain why only he was poisoned while we are unharmed. His words startled those near the jewelry, who quickly retreated several steps, keeping their distance as if it were a venomous snake. What do we do now? Emma asked anxiously. Being poisoned in such a place meant there was no time to get to the hospital. Soo-yoon opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly his expression changed, and he looked down at Jis. Jis abruptly opened his eyes, his face filled with terror, as if he had seen something. and cried out in fear, "Death monster! No, help!" Before anyone could react, he suddenly shuddered, his head lolled to the side, and his body went limp. The scene fell silent, you could hear a pin drop, only the rapid breathing of the onlookers. Kyle and the others stared wide-eyed, a single, terrifying thought forming in their minds. Professor Luca's right hand trembled as he reached out and touched Guise's nose. "Dead," he said in horror. The others, who had initially held a sliver of hope, suddenly fell silent. Guise was dead so easily, life so fragile. In that instant, even these rough, hardened men, who had tasted blood with their swords, felt a pang of fear towards this mysterious pyramid. Chapter 323 The Tomb Keeper arrives. Especially Guise's dying words added an eerie touch to the dark environment. Suyun paused for a moment, then said, "These gold ornaments were probably coated with a deadly poison. If my guess is correct, the murals might have it too." Upon hearing this, Emma and the others shone their flashlights on the surrounding walls, and looking at the murals emerging from the darkness, everyone felt a chill. Kyle, who had almost touched the murals earlier, shuddered, inwardly thankful that he had used a dagger instead of his bare hand. "What did Guise mean by his last words?" Emma asked hesitantly. "Death, monster," and the others thought back, only feeling a chill around them. Matt couldn't help but say, "Guise is dead, should we continue?" Everyone remained silent. After a long while, Emma gritted her teeth and said, "Let's continue, I must complete the boss's mission." Carlos hesitated for a moment, then said, "Our ultimate goal is the divine corpse and artifacts buried inside this pyramid. Compared to that, these treasures are just ordinary things." Upon hearing Carlos's words, Tam and the others, who had not understood their true purpose, were immediately astonished. At first, they thought Boss Richard had come for the treasure inside the pyramids. Now that they'd found so much gold, they believed they'd have enough to show for their work, so they were starting to have second thoughts. However, now that a divine corpse and a divine artifact had appeared. "Divine corpse?" Tam asked incredulously. Facing their puzzled looks, Carlos slowly recounted the events. As he explained, Tam and the others' eyes widened. Although they'd heard Suyun mention the name Osiris before, these rough men hadn't given it much thought, assuming it was the name of some pharaoh. Even those who had vaguely heard the name Osiris hadn't considered it much. They certainly hadn't imagined a divine corpse and a divine artifact with mysterious power. Divine corpse. Divine artifact. These thoughts kept swirling in their minds, and even their initial hesitation vanished. Suddenly, they didn't care about the gold anymore. If they obtained the artifact Carlos mentioned, or even if they were lucky enough to gain some mysterious power, even without mysterious power, these things would surely be very valuable. Having all stained their lives with blood, Tam and the others still possessed a certain bloodlust and adventurous spirit, and they had pretty much made their decision. Continue. After making their decision, the group carefully arranged Guise's body, performed a farewell ceremony, and then began to survey the place. "Be careful, don't touch those things," Em reminded them worriedly. "Don't worry, we don't want to die," Kyle said. Although they coveted the gold, they weren't willing to risk their lives for it. After observing for a while, they found that besides the murals and gold, there was nothing else in the place. Besides that, there was a similar passage ahead, but they didn't know where it led. While Suyun and the others were inspecting, things changed outside the pyramid. Boss Richard was squatting inside the Golden Gate, eating delicious snacks and playing games on his phone, living a very leisurely life. Just when Richard thought he would stay there happily until Emma and the others brought out their spoils. Then, something unexpected happened. "What's that sound?" Richard paused in his phone playing, vaguely hearing the sound of running. After a few seconds of confusion, he realized the sound was getting louder and louder, definitely not a hallucination. Curious, he stood up and headed towards the direction of the sound. When he found the source, he froze. A cloud of dust billowed up on the sand in the distance as a herd of tall horses galloped towards them, each ridden by a fierce-looking man wearing a turban. Judging from their direction, they were clearly heading this way, with a very clear objective, unaffected by the strange magnetic field. "Oh my God," he muttered to himself. He couldn't believe where these people came from, or why they were unaffected by the magnetic field. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, a very handsome man leading the horses noticed the man standing on the pyramid. "Outsider," he shouted angrily. The other tomb keepers, startled by his shout, also noticed Richard, and instantly, a host of fierce gazes were cast upon him. On a galloping horse, An old man with a gaunt face glared at the intruders who had trespassed on the pyramid and shouted viciously, "How dare you invade the land of the gods? You outsiders deserve to go to hell." Hearing the faint curses, Richard immediately knew something was wrong. When the group reached the base of the pyramid, he suppressed the urge to flee and shouted, "Who are you?" But before he could answer, the old man, Juan, pulled a black pistol from his waist and yelled, "You disrespectful bastard, die!" Richard was terrified. He didn't bother asking any questions and turned to run without a word. Bang! 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 Bullets struck the rocks behind him, sending sparks flying. Looking at the Golden Gate entrance, he murmured, "God, I think I'd better go in." Richard was somewhat relieved. Thankfully, he had prepared to escape, otherwise, things would have been truly dire. He disregarded the danger and rushed through the gate, running towards Su-Yun and the others. After he left, Chief Sabino and his men dismounted and fled in a dark mass towards the direction Richard had fled. When they finally reached the Golden Gate, all the tomb keepers were stunned. They found the real gate, Sabino exclaimed incredulously. Even he, as the chief, didn't know the location of the real gate. How could those outsiders have found information about the Pyramid of Ra? The information about the real gate had been deliberately erased by the sages when the dynasty fell. Only some information about the pyramid, its layout, and its mechanisms, had been preserved for some unknown purpose. Of course, it could also be the wisdom of those who erased the information. For thousands of years, not only had no outsiders entered this pyramid, but even they, the tomb keepers, had never been inside. That's why Sabino was so shocked that these people could find the real gate. The other tomb keepers were even less surprised. They only knew that the true entrance to the pyramid was hidden behind a false gate. Now, seeing this gate, so different from what they had described, they vaguely realized something. "We must go in quickly. We must stop those people from offending Ra," Old One cried anxiously. "Go," Sabino shouted, signaling his men to rush inside. Running briskly through the dark, silent passage, Old One continued his incessant rant, "Those who offended God, I must find them. I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget." Sabino, an unbeliever, shook his head, offering no agreement. Among the dozens of tomb keepers running alongside, a few shared his indignation. The majority of the remaining men, while also angry, were more angered by a sense of responsibility. These nearly 30 men were largely indifferent to the sun god Ra. Compared to Ra, they worshipped Allah, or God, or some other deity. They had long since abandoned the sun god. Thanks to Black Dragon Rises, clouds fly for the 100 Kidian coins reward. Chapter 324 Crisis Inside the Pyramid. Richard and Sabino, along with the other tomb keepers, were heading towards the interior of the pyramid. Su-Yun and his group were preparing to continue, intending to explore the passage ahead and perhaps find something. "I'll go first," Su-Yun said after a moment's thought. Carlos and the others hesitated. Su-Yun ignored them and walked ahead, the others quickly following behind. This passage was similar to the previous ones, only slightly wider, and the walls were painted with murals. It seemed normal. Just as Su-Yun was thinking this, he hadn't walked far when he sensed something was wrong. Instinctively, he turned to look at the others. "Hey, do you guys feel something's off?" Kyle hesitated before suddenly asking. He had felt something strange as soon as he entered the place. A suffocating atmosphere overwhelmed him, making it hard to breathe. "I feel a bit suffocated," Emma said in a muffled voice. "The humidity in the air is also a bit off," Su-Yun confirmed sensitively. He noticed that unlike the dryness of other places, the air here had a humid feel. "You guys also feel something's wrong?" Carlos frowned. The group exchanged glances, quickly realizing that this feeling wasn't unique to one person. It wasn't a hallucination, there was something wrong with the passage. The oppressive feeling, could it be some kind of psychological suggestion in the passage's design? Emma guessed. "Look at those murals," Tam suddenly exclaimed, noticing something. The others paused, their gazes following the flashlight beam to the murals on the stone wall. As the darkness on the murals dissipated, they immediately noticed something was wrong. The once vibrant colors of the murals had faded, losing their brilliance, and the entire mural had taken on a brownish hue. "What's going on with these paintings?" Matt asked. Su-Yun approached the murals, shining the light on the brown spots, and examined them carefully. He pondered, "It must be something harmful. We'd better leave here as soon as possible." The others didn't dare to be careless. Someone had just died ahead of them, and upon hearing it was something harmful, they dared not linger. They quickened their pace, hurrying forward. After walking for nearly half a minute, Emma, who was following behind, suddenly screamed. As the lights shone ahead, figures emerged from the darkness. This sight startled not only Emma, but even the rough-looking men like Tam were a little intimidated. They all shone their lights on them, revealing figures clad in armor and wielding weapons. They even discovered there were more than one. Armored figures stood on either side. Matt and the others breathed heavily, exchanging furious glances. These figures emerging from the dark passage would make anyone hesitate. Suyun sensed them and said, "They're dead." His mention of dead only made some of them more afraid. "Mummy," Professor Luca guessed. He curiously observed the figures, feeling no fear whatsoever. Compared to the living, the dead couldn't move or harm anyone. There was nothing to fear. "Let's go take a look," Suyun said, quickly walking towards them. Emma and the others, seeing his reaction, couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Thinking they couldn't be inferior to little guy, they hesitated for a moment before following him. Suyun approached, shining his lamp on the face of the armored figure. A dark face, empty eyes, 2 rows of clearly visible teeth, and completely weathered black flesh, leaving only a layer of dry skin covering the bones. It was a standard mummified corpse. Behind the corpse, the wall was slightly recessed, seemingly used to hold them in place. Those who followed gasped in surprise upon seeing the corpse. As the lamp shone on other areas, rows of about 20 mummies stood neatly arranged on either side, seemingly both facing an enemy and guarding them. "Not mummies," Professor Luca said, somewhat disappointed. To ease the tense atmosphere, Tam chuckled dryly. "I thought it was a mummy too." Suyun glanced at Tam and explained, "Mummy making is costly. Not everyone can be mummified. These lowly soldiers who were buried alive certainly didn't qualify for the proper mummification process. To be qualified, one would at least need to be of noble status." Suyun observed them up and down, analyzing, "Although they're not mummies, these bodies must have undergone special treatment." "What's that?" Emma suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a spot. Everyone looked over and saw a small, desiccated corpse placed in a recess in the wall, though it didn't seem to be human. Suyun stared intently and immediately recognized it. "It's a cat corpse." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Suyun suddenly noticed something. The brownish stuff on the wall in that area had increased, covering the entire surface like moss. In some places, small clumps of black stuff appeared on the wall or in the corners of the passageway. These things were scattered throughout the entire passage. Suyun sensed something was wrong and was about to say something when he heard hurried footsteps behind him, causing him to pause. Everyone looked back warily. When the figure drew closer, they realized it was Boss Richard. "Boss, what brings you here?" Emma asked in surprise. "Things are bad," Richard said anxiously, panting. "Dozens of people are outside, carrying guns and knives." "What?" "I don't know who they are, but we need to be prepared for battle," he said seriously. Upon hearing this, Tam and the others immediately drew their weapons, and Suyun also grabbed a black stick hanging from his trousers. Suyun frowned and said, "We must leave this place. It's too dangerous to stay here any longer. Let's go." He immediately led the way, and the others followed with confusion. They hadn't gone far when they heard a cacophony of footsteps approaching, as if a large group of people were heading their way. Just as everyone's faces showed anxiety and they hadn't yet come up with a solution, another unexpected situation arose. Crack! A soft sound came from beneath their feet, as if they had stepped on something. Suyun's expression changed. With his keen hearing, he immediately heard a movement coming from inside the stone wall. He suddenly turned to look behind him, and as dust settled, a huge, thick stone door descended from the top of the passage they had come from. This sudden change left the others somewhat stunned. Suyun's mind raced, and he immediately understood. This was an attempt to trap them in this strange place. Thinking this, he suddenly turned to look ahead, and he faintly heard the sound of mechanisms operating in front of him. "Thank you Zhongyan for the 100 Kidian coins reward. Thank you Rebellious Sheep for the 100 Kidian coins reward. Thank you 100 book coins reward." Chapter 325 Triggering the Mechanism. Boom! The massive stone gate behind them slammed down, completely blocking their escape route. The others watched with growing anxiety, especially as they heard a familiar commotion ahead, a cloud of dust. Another massive stone gate was about to descend. They ran, shouting in alarm, about to rush forward, but after assessing the distance, despair set in. Judging by sight, the distance was over 10 meters. At the speed of the falling stones, They wouldn't have enough time to escape and would surely be trapped. Just then, a figure swept past them, rushing towards the gate at an astonishing speed. A careful examination of the figure's back and clothes immediately revealed its identity, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Such speed! Suyun frowned slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. The black staff in his hand, as if mechanical, extended by a section in an instant, becoming 30 centimeters long. In just a few seconds, he covered the 10-meter distance when the stone gate was halfway down, almost reaching its front. Suyun's eyes flashed, and with astonishing speed, his body suddenly tilted to one side. With a screeching sound, he slid through the stone door. Just as his entire body was about to leave the stone door, he braced himself against the ground, stopping abruptly. With a swift movement, Suyun placed the black stick directly beneath the stone door. Boom! The sound of the stone door crashing down rang out. Amidst the flying dust, the stone door stopped, its descent halted by the black stick. Suyun stood up cleanly and effortlessly, looking at the stick, which had moved without any resistance, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Carlos and the others, who had followed him, arrived a few seconds later. They stared at the stopped stone door, especially at the black stick, their eyes wide with surprise. So fast, Carlos thought about the explosive speed and swift movements of that instant, his face showing some emotion. From what he observed, even an Olympic champion might not possess that kind of speed. And this long black staff, everyone's eyes gleamed as they examined the staff in amazement. The sheer weight of the stone door was astonishing, and the fact that this black staff, with its mechanical beauty, remained unscathed was truly astonishing. "Get out quickly," Suyun called out from the opposite side of the stone door. Everyone was startled, realizing they were still inside the stone door. If the black staff had been damaged, they would surely be trapped inside. The thought sent a chill down their spines. Forgetting everything else, they quickly removed their backpacks and crawled over. Once they were all across, they breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," Richard looked at Suyun excitedly. "If it weren't for you, we would be finished," Emma said gratefully. Professor Lucas' face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and couldn't utter a word. Tam patted Suyun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Your skills are truly impressive. How did you train? Could you recommend some training methods? Such skill is truly astonishing." Hearing the various words of gratitude and amazement around him, Suyun squatted down, gripped the stick with his right hand, and pulled hard backward. After a series of scraping sounds, a loud boom followed, and the stone door slammed down again, firmly blocking their escape route. Seeing this, Emma frowned. "What do we do? With no way back? Will we be trapped here to die?" Suyun shook his head. "We can only take it one step at a time. Let's get out of here quickly. This area gives me a bad feeling." "You said that before. What exactly happened?" Emma asked curiously. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Suyun pondered for a moment and said, "Have you noticed that the uncomfortable feeling from before has disappeared?" Only then did the others belatedly realize that the oppressive, suffocating feeling they had experienced was indeed gone. What was going on? Seeing their astonished expressions, Suyun explained, "Those brown spots, I suspect are some kind of bacteria, which could very likely be fatal. That area might even have harmful radiation, which is why you felt something was wrong." Bacteria, radiation. Carlos and the others were shocked, their faces paling. Professor Luca also became somewhat nervous. He said, "I've heard that the ancient Egyptians were skilled with poisons. It's very possible." Professor Luca's words were like a heavy hammer blow, making it hard for them to breathe. Suyun thought for a moment, "If we can get out, it's best to go to the hospital for a checkup." Everyone nodded solemnly. Each person was thinking that once they got out, they absolutely had to have a full-body checkup. Compared to their lives, the cost of the checkup was insignificant. Suyun secretly shook his head. What he didn't say was that modern technology might not be able to find the cause or cure these ancient ailments. It was just a psychological comfort. As for himself, he didn't care at all. He joked that with his current constitution, even poison capable of killing an elephant might not kill him. That was just based on his constitution. If you added the instinctive resistance of his superhuman strength, he really wouldn't find anything that could kill him. "Let's keep going," Suyun said. The others followed behind him. Just as they continued forward, Sibino and the other tomb keepers arrived, frowning as they looked at the stone gate. "Chief, what's going on?" Amy asked, somewhat bewildered. The others were also puzzled. How could they have reached a dead end? Sabino thought for a moment, then a smile appeared on his handsome face. Looks like those people are in trouble. It's a trap. I think they've already fallen for it. That's it. Amy and the others suddenly understood, and then a gloating expression appeared on their faces. What do we do now? Amy asked. Sabino smiled. From what I know, the chances of them telling us anything are slim. Follow me, he said, turning and heading back the way they came. As he walked, he added, just in case, we should check if they were dead or not. Luckily, I know a secret passage. Amy and the others' eyes lit up with excitement. Soon, they arrived at the secret chamber filled with gold. Sabino surveyed the surroundings, comparing them with the information in his mind. Suyun led the group cautiously through the passage. As time passed, he noticed the passage seemed to ascend higher and higher. After a few minutes, a new scene appeared ahead. Chapter 326 The Dangerous Stone Bridge. The light shone forward, revealing a large, open space ahead, seemingly a vast expanse. The group cautiously proceeded, and upon reaching the end of the passage, their expressions immediately turned to astonishment. The space ahead was enormous. The light shone to the ceiling and sides, stretching for approximately 6 or 7 meters. A stone bridge appeared before them, over 10 meters long and nearly a meter wide, appearing extremely narrow. At the end of the bridge, in front of a large open area, stood a golden gate, its design identical to the golden gate outside. Normally, these elements wouldn't have been so eerie, but the scene revealed on either side of the stone bridge was terrifying. It was bottomless, pitch black, like an abyss. Suyun shone his flashlight downwards. A faint glow appeared at the bottom, then vanished completely, illuminating nothing of the bottom. This, the group stammered in disbelief. So deep, Kyle exclaimed in astonishment. If we fell in, we'd die instantly. I'll try to see how deep it is, Emma suddenly said. She pulled a delicate cartoon water cup from her bag and threw it straight down. Darkness quickly engulfed the cup. Nearly 10 seconds later, a faint cracking sound came from the bottom, and Emma and the others fell silent. How deep was it? This wasn't just a question of life or death. Falling in would likely mean being smashed to pieces and turned into mincemeat. We've been going uphill the whole time, Suyun said thoughtfully. I suspect we might be at the top of the pyramid now. His words made the others realize something, and they glanced fearfully at the abyss. The Great Pyramid of Giza was over 140 meters tall. This pyramid, which looked much larger, was incredibly tall. No wonder it took so long for the cup to shatter. Should we go across? Emma looked at the narrow bridge, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Wait, don't go over there yet. Suyun stopped them, pointed to the stone bridge, and said, the abyss around here is definitely not just for show. We'd better be careful. Take a look at this bridge. Do you see anything wrong? The group cautiously observed the bridge. The stone bridge material looked normal, but there seemed to be something wrong with its surface. The stone bridge was made up of square stones, with gaps between the stones, like a grid. There were 4 grids in each row, and each grid could barely fit 1 foot. The grid stretched for more than 10 meters to the end, making the entire stone bridge look very strange. A mechanism. Carlos was somewhat surprised. Suyun nodded and guessed, this looks a lot like the mechanism that triggered the stone door earlier. If I'm not mistaken, we must have stepped on the wrong spot before. These stones are so unusual, it's very likely that it's the same kind of mechanism. Stepping on the wrong one could have unpredictable consequences. After listening to his analysis, the others thought about it and agreed. The appearance of the stone bridge was too abnormal. There was no need to make it like this. Obviously, there was something wrong with it. What do we do now? What if we step on the wrong step and fall in? Looking at the abyss, everyone swallowed nervously, some with mild acrophobia even more hesitant. Suyun hesitated for a moment, then said, you all stay here and don't move. Let me try. What? Carlos instinctively wanted to refuse. Suyun said calmly, someone has to go. You've all seen my skills. I should be fine. With that, he walked to the stone bridge. Carlos quickly advised, listen to me, you're skilled, but these damn traps are obviously not something that can be solved with skill alone. We can think of another way. He's right, Matt agreed. The others also looked worried. Although everyone had witnessed Suyun's skills, and they were indeed very powerful, ordinary people certainly couldn't be his match. The traps didn't care how skilled you were. How could flesh and blood fight against traps? Just as they were thinking this, they saw Suyun tentatively extend his left foot and step onto the leftmost stone slab of the first row crack, Everyone's expression changed as the stone slab sank half a finger's depth. A rustling sound followed, as if some mechanism had been triggered. "Watch out!" Emma and the others cried out. A few seconds later, under the watchful eyes of Suyun and Carlos, the rustling stopped, seemingly having triggered nothing. Under the tense gazes of the others, Suyun tentatively stepped onto the second row of stone slabs. Crack, another rustling sound, but this time the situation was different. The stone didn't stop sinking half a finger's depth, it continued to descend. Sensing danger, Suyun instantly withdrew his right foot. Just then, a sharp spike pierced out from the side of the slab. This scene terrified the others. Had Suyun not lifted his foot quickly, he would likely have been impaled. "Come back," Carlos said worriedly, trying to persuade him. Suyun frowned slightly and said, "What a nuisance." He glanced at the 10-meter-long stone bridge. Impatient with the thought of walking step by step, he decided to just charge across. Before the others could even understand what he meant, they watched in horror as Suyun moved swiftly, rushing towards the stone bridge. Crack! Crack! The sound of stone slabs sinking and traps rapidly operating filled the air. Amidst screams, terrifying traps appeared before them. Head-sized boulders began to rain down from above, hurtling towards Suyun and the bridge. Then, their anxiety vanished, and they froze. The boy, as if possessed, twisted his body, dodging the falling boulders. Just as Suyun had dodged the boulders and was about to step onto the next slab, a cold glint flashed ahead. 3 sharp, black long swords suddenly rose from the cracks in the stone, slashing straight at Suyun. Suyun quickly assessed the situation and realized there was no way to dodge through the gaps between the blades. There was nowhere to hide. Unless he retreated. Thinking this, Suyun caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of 6 sharp spears rising from the stone slab behind him. Retreating would surely result in being pierced through the heart. Even if the spears didn't hide him, they would still hinder his retreat. For a moment, he seemed to have reached a point of certain death. Ah! Screams came from behind him. Carlos and the others inwardly cried out in alarm, their hearts pounding as they imagined what would happen next. This little guy was going to die in this unsolvable situation. They simply couldn't think of a way to resolve it. Chapter 327 Inhuman Skills. Some people couldn't bear to watch any longer. Just as they were feeling hopeless, Suyun smiled. "Since there's no way to retreat, I'll just go through the air." He pushed off with his feet, and his figure leaped up quickly. But then, in mid-air, Suyun frowned slightly, noticing the movement coming from his left and right sides. 3 sharp black arrows on each side shot straight towards him, as if they had anticipated his movements and wanted to kill him. The people behind him had just breathed a sigh of relief in surprise, but this time they stared wide-eyed in horror. "This time it's really going to be," Emma said sadly. Suyun's lips curled up slightly, revealing a disdainful arc. If an ordinary person were hit by such a combination, they would really be dead, but as for him, there was nowhere to use as leverage in the air, so don't talk to him about science. Then, a set of inhuman movements was performed under the stunned gazes of the others. He twisted and flipped in mid-air, assuming an upside-down posture, and the 6 arrows passed perfectly around him, as if it had been planned in advance. Landing headfirst, he slammed his right palm against the stone slab, leaping into the air and performing a backflip before landing perfectly, avoiding the danger. "This time, I really dodged it," Emma murmured, her face blank. Professor Luca exclaimed in astonishment, "My God!" The sequence of movements was swift, precise, and beautiful, like a scene from a movie special effects film, leaving the dozen or so people behind him speechless, their mouths agape. They couldn't believe their eyes. Could a human do such a thing? Was he even human? Convinced it wasn't a wire harness or a movie set, Emma, in her excitement, couldn't resist picking up the camera that had been hanging around her neck and pointing it directly at Suyun. Carlos and Matt, seeing this, also incredulously grabbed their cameras, wanting to record everything that followed. With a click, the stone slab sank slightly, as if triggering some mechanism. Suyun, somewhat annoyed, took the black stick in his hand, and it began to transform. A scene of mechanical beauty unfolded. With a series of clicks, the black stick in his hand folded like an automatic umbrella, then quickly lengthened and opened. A black umbrella, its surface covered with oracle bone script and Bagua symbols, appeared before Professor Luca and the others, who were already stunned by the sight. What was this? Black technology. They realized they had underestimated this little guy once again. What they had previously seen as a sturdy and ordinary stick could actually transform into an umbrella. My goodness, this was like going from an action movie to a science fiction movie. However, they didn't have time to wonder what the umbrella was for. The answer soon became clear. At this moment, the mechanism that Su-Yun had triggered earlier caused more than a dozen black arrows to shoot out. He quickly swept the black umbrella in his hand, and a whistling sound swept past. Bang bang bang. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the black arrows struck the umbrella surface and were then swept away like bubbles with a wave of his hand. Su-Yun slowly stepped forward. Crack, 3 more black long swords rose up in front of him. The same trap seemed to be about to appear again, but this time, it was different from the last. Su-Yun quickly swung the black umbrella around himself. The umbrella blade slicing through the air towards the direction from which the long swords were coming. Crack. 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 3 crisp sounds rang out. The 3 long swords were cleanly severed in half, the cuts smooth as mirrors, as if sliced by something extremely sharp. As the umbrella swept past the long swords, its movement didn't stop, it swiftly swept past the spears erected behind him. Crack. 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 Accompanied by the sounds of metal breaking, Su-Yun continued walking slowly forward, as if taking a leisurely stroll, under the stunned gazes of Carlos and the others. What kind of umbrella is that? Carlos and his dozen or so men stared dumbfounded. A flash of surprise crossed Su-Yun's face as a long, purple jet of water sprayed from the ground ahead. Without thinking too much, he simply used the black umbrella to block the spray, the water hitting the umbrella blades and then sliding off onto the rocks without leaving a single drop. Su-Yun thought it was some kind of trash water, and the dozen or so men in the distance had similar thoughts, until a plume of smoke rose from the ground, accompanied by a hissing sound. To everyone's astonishment, the purple liquid spilled onto the ground actually corroded a layer of the stone. This purple liquid was even more terrifying than sulfuric acid. However, what surprised them even more was that the black umbrella was completely unharmed. What kind of material was this umbrella made of? Not only was it incredibly strong and sharp, but it could also resist this kind of corrosion. Then, they became increasingly numb as they watched Su-Yun, with exaggerated agility and the umbrella, relentlessly withstood various attacks, finally walking across unscathed as if taking a stroll. Hey, am I dreaming? Kyle asked, looking bewildered. No, not just you, Tam murmured, I think I'm dreaming too. So, people are more powerful than mechanisms, Carlos thought, his mind a little confused. The others were similarly bewildered. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that someone could be so skilled. They even suspected that even without that weapon, with that kind of skill, they might have been able to walk across unscathed. It was too exaggerated, it probably only happened in movies, right? Professor Luca's expression was complicated. He no longer doubted whether the kid was qualified to be a bodyguard. Instead, he suspected whether the kid was some kind of top assassin. If you were to kill, wouldn't it be as easy as chopping vegetables? Just as they were lost in thought, they saw Su-Yun start walking back. As Su-Yun walked, he was surprised to find that the mechanisms on this stone bridge were extremely complex. Apart from a few that had been triggered or violently destroyed by him, most of the mechanisms could be triggered again after being triggered once. Under the puzzled expressions of the others, he walked across the stone bridge several times, destroyed a few more mechanisms, and then marked some stones. You guys follow this route, he said casually. Everyone, they didn't know how to express their feelings at this moment, and even felt a little sorry for the stone bridge. How unlucky must they be to encounter such a monster? After a lot of effort, the group crossed the stone bridge safely, their hearts pounding. Su-Yun examined the golden gate, pondering to himself. Judging from this golden gate, there must be a very important place behind this pyramid. What could be inside? Relaxing, Richard couldn't help but walk over to Su-Yun, looking at his black umbrella with astonishment, and asked, "What kind of umbrella is that? How can it be so sturdy and sharp?" The more he looked at it, the more amazed he became. It's simply a masterpiece of God, so beautiful. Upon closer inspection, he felt even more that the black umbrella was incredibly exquisite, full of mechanical and mysterious qualities. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.